Starting slow tonight, and gonna make that call, Skype call. Let's see if that works. Okay, making the call, checking the studio. Oh, can't believe we made it. Hi. I've lost my voice. Trying to regain it. Well, I mean, it's not that bad. It's however, while I'm trying to regain my voice, having just gotten home and settled down, by all means, my dear friend, see if you can get that blurb out for everybody involved, and don't forget to really emphasize the subscriptions, because they're unsubscribing people. YouTube is doing that without their even knowing it. Believe me, and they're infamous for that. It does. I can show you demonstration of that later. But yeah. Yes. Oh shit! It says, "Oh, my computer updated. It can't hear you." So thank you, Matthew Bush, for letting us know that. God damn it, the fucking computer updated. Every time it does that. So give me a second and let's see what we can do. Oh, here's what you need to do: is bring Brendan on. Bring Brendan on, our techno consultant. You mean the procedure for the yes, yes. That's right. It's understood. Right now, I'm trying to remember studio mode settings. Its settings is probably it, and then honestly, no matter how many, there's nothing to take down because I really can't do it without him. I managed to do it once without him, but let's see now. Audio. Device not connected, or okay, my dear man, we're going to do a screen share, and we're going to we want to thank, of course, that individual who we will name in a few minutes. So we're doing a screen share now, and I've got it in settings. Oh, the usual thing, the computer updated, and then it won't recognize the mic from the side of Mr. Aristides, and so he always does his best, blurbs when the microphone isn't recognized by the computer. It's a freak of nature. Yes. So we're here in settings. Is that where we go? Audio settings, or where? Here. Okay. So what are we looking for specifically? Oh, take your time. No rush. I wish I could make the window bigger. Oh, thank you for reminding me of that option. Okay, there we are. Oh, there we are. This one. Next to the speaker icon. Oh, center. Oh, there we are. Thank you. Yes. And properties. Thank you. Properties.
Yeah, that should be the one there. Now go to where it says
default. Okay.
Yeah.
Aristides, take note. There we are. Yeti microphone. Yeah. There we are. And then press OK.
Press OK.
Yes. And now,
Eric. Being heard?
Yes, Aristides, they will hear you now. Say something.
Hello, can people hear me now? I might turn on the, just to check myself.
Yes. Matter of fact, we should do that.
Yep.
every
Yeah,
time
it
from the
sounds like
beginning.
it. Sounded like it. I don't want to turn up too loud because that's annoying, but yeah, it sounded like it. We're good.
Oh my God. So thank you, all of you. I didn't even want to come home. So now that I'm home, then the computer updates as soon as I turn it on, which
Yeah,
is
everything is working.
Thank you.
Everything is working as it should be.
Well, thanks to you, gentlemen. Hey, let me do another screen share. So here we are. I do want people to, I'm going to show them the studio. Let's go to the, here we are. So this is the studio. Matthew Bush says, can't hear him. Thank you so much, Matthew Bush, for saying that. Sheila Gavin says, greetings, dearest Douglas and Team Dietrich. David Reed says, hey guys, welcome aboard, everybody. And we do want to remind people, going to go to studio here. And what I'll show is that we had 3,400 plus for the longest time, but they keep subtracting subscriptions. Either that or people come here listening for, I guess, I don't know, right-wing talk radio, and they don't get right-wing hate radio, and they're all disgusted and disappointed, and they unsubscribe, but that doesn't make any sense. But it's down to 33.97, so we need to get it back up to...
Yeah, with the way things are going, you're like now you're like the moderate, mild person nowadays. Back in the day, it wouldn't have been like that.
Oh, no, that's...
Back in the day, it would have been like listening to Doug would be like, oh my God, it's so different.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
well, he actually makes sense.
Yeah, as opposed to just sitting there screaming and venting
Right.
and raging. It's so maybe this is what people are turning in for, hoping for, but they usually want that from some white guy with white grievance, or maybe some black guy with white grievance. But yeah, it's the weirdest shit. And so I want to thank everybody for understanding that. We're going to turn it back to Aristides for the moment to do his blurb again. Dear man, and thank you for your patience with this, Aristides. Thank you so much. And
Sure, hey, no problem with me. I just feel bad for the listener. So, okay, blurb now.
yes, please.
All right. So yes, now that I can be heard, as soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up vote. If there's one thing you do, please do that. That is important because there are downvotes placed by enemies of Douglas, sometimes with automated bots, and that affects the algorithm, his ability to be found, suggested, come up in searches, high up, etc. And that affects his ability to, not only get information out, but make a living and potentially get donations. So please do that. Make sure you're subscribed, because we do hear sometimes that people, they just mysteriously unsubscribe people from things. I don't think you're the only one. I think that happens to,
Oh no, it's quite common. It's quite common to people.
Yeah. Maybe more common for you, but
yes, no doubt.
So yeah, make sure the thing says subscribe and the notification bell is on. That's convenient. I mean, you should know when we start, but everybody gets busy, so I get a little pop-up notification. Oh, got to turn on the show now. And then sometimes if the stream is cut, especially earlier on, he'll restart, and never know how long that's going to take to reboot everything. So that'll tell you when he's coming on then too. So all of that, those are all buttons down, should be at the bottom of the window. So beyond that, if you want to be able to place additional upvotes, it's pretty cool. You can do that because if you're doing all this, you have an account. You can't do the liking and subscribing without some type of Google, YouTube account. And what you can do is go into your account settings and create sub channels under your main account without any additional password or anything like that. That is provided as a means for people to partition content, which you don't have to do that. But the cool thing is you can make a couple spare channels, even if they're empty, and switch to them real quick. It's real easy, and place an additional upvote, and then switch back to your normal one, for chatting, or just because you don't get stuck in this other one. So that's what I just did. I just placed a couple upvotes. I'm going to place one more in a moment, and we'll put the good old donation link in the chat. Please donate if you're able, and if you appreciate what Douglas is doing and information you hear and have heard here in the past. So where are we at in the month? It's still fairly early, but let's not let them get in a crunch. So here's the donations link. And other things you can do is share the link to the show, the youtube.com, watch some whatever link there, that the program's on right now. It's the same link, even when it becomes after the live and converts to whatever you call it, regular YouTube, and
Yes.
you can share that places where, leave it somewhere and mysteriously leave it in a chat somewhere on it, let people discover it, and maybe who knows, maybe somebody will find it that needs it. So however you can share that is good. And,
Beautiful.
What else? What else needs to be part of the blurb?
I think you did a great job.
That's it, basically. So that's it, basically. So should I set about adding everybody else?
Yes, but before we do that, is that something that you think you can do without some of the issues that we've run into before? In other words, sometimes we would need Brendan to hang up or restart the call for you to bring everybody on because you've had problems.
I don't see that it would.
Okay.
So I'm going to try.
Let's try it.
Adding the normal people.
And welcome aboard, Brendan. Thank you so much for saving our ass as always. Do say hello to our listeners. Is he still there? Is he still with us on the call? Yeah, Brendan, Aristides, the show would not be possible without you. And Brendan, you save our ass, repeatedly as well. And oh my God, that's why we need a team. It takes a village to do what we do. Of course, if you don't know what we're trying to do yet, we're trying to salvage your world. And believe me, you've done everything you could to destroy it, and we're here to try and help you salvage it. So let's take a look at some of what we've got going here. And I want to, while our man Aristides is tending to that, and dear Brendan is doubtless working up a storm, I want to thank everyone. So let's turn towards our little... Sheila Gavin, kisses to her. Mwah! Love you, honey. And we'll see how this runs out in about 2 hours. There we are. So I heard a noise there, and that might be other people coming on, or it's somebody just falling over.
No, that was could have been me.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we are, dear Holly.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, good.
Yes. Yes, good indeed. Yes, we need you and Brendan and everyone. We've already had a rocky start. It's
okay, because I was on my way to turn it on and I haven't heard anything.
Yes. Well, I mean, you mean you literally turned it on and haven't heard anything, or you just mean?
Oh no, I
okay.
haven't. I did not turn on the show.
Got it.
Yet.
Got it.
If I hadn't been called, I would have.
Understood. And
yeah.
That's appreciated. Yeah, and but now that you're here with us, by all means, please catch us up on whatever you feel comfortable catching us up on. Any private or personal news about yourself that you're comfortable sharing, by all means.
Well, I didn't think about it.
Like, how you doing would be another way of phrasing that, yes.
Okay, enough.
Yeah.
Is my stock answer.
Okay.
Enough.
Uh-huh.
I found that the less I think about me, unless I'm vomiting or bleeding or something.
Oh, that reminds me, but go on.
Better life is.
Hey, yes. That reminds me. That reminds me. So, but God, nothing to do with you. Everything to do with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
I've tried to stop taking my internal temperature as much. Am I hot? Am I cold? Am I hungry? Am I thirsty? Oh, I got, it just gets old. So now I just try and keep my mind focused on what I'm doing.
Right. Yeah. Are those Chihuahua sounds, Aristides?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. No worries. That's fine. Anyhow, do say hi to each other.
Hi.
Oh, hey, Holly.
Hi.
The excitement and the enthusiasm. It's so cute. Oh, okay. Anyhow, Team Dietrich already pulled off a minor miracle. For those of you who do not know, I got home. I couldn't get the computer started until a minute after 6 p.m. Pacific time because the computer updated. And so when the computer updates, it shuts down. And so this is Microsoft as far as I can ascertain. And so Microsoft, even though they have the Windows 11, which I refuse, and I'm sticking with Windows 10, they continually update Windows 10. And when they do that, it fucks up your system like you wouldn't believe. And every time that it updates, and it's very difficult for me to remember this because just going through the trauma of, it's kind of like going through the trauma of birth. You come out of the womb, it's so traumatic you don't remember any of your past lives anymore. So it's, when the computer updates, it shuts down and restarts. But by the time it restarts, you don't remember that it doesn't recognize the microphone anymore. It's literally like it's rebirthed. It's so fucking stupid. It's so disgusting, and it's so awful and just terrible. The experience is traumatic, and so and every time is when Aristides delivers his best blurb, and then nobody can hear him. But thank you so much to Matthew Bush, who has been around forever. Matthew Bush, now that I recognize Matthew Bush, I believe he's around from the old Facebook days. So Matthew Bush is like, he's like been here for eternity. So shout out to Matthew Bush, who said can't hear him. And thankfully, he brought that back to my mind, that that's what happens when we update. Aside from that, David Reed as well. I've given kisses to Sheila Gavin and more her way. Kisses to Holly as well for showing up, and hopefully some of the other ladies show up as well. If you're listening, Victoria will definitely review the video you sent me. I have to kind of like copy the link and see what I can do for there, because I try not to link the internet through my cell phone because bad things happen. Other than that, I will tell people that what happened last time was I suffered food poisoning. And this is because we're in the year of the snake. Now, for those of you who don't remember, I get fairly bizarre, exotic cravings. I don't know whether it has something to do with my vampiroid bloodline and maybe going back to millions of years of evolution where in desperate times we would scavenge or something like that, or just pocket protein, so to speak, from just plucking at various rodents when they went by, or various other vermin, snakes and the like. But when it comes to the year of the animal that the Sinoviệt zodiac circles, it is oftentimes that animal winds up on the menu. So in the year of the rat, yes, in certain Chinese circles, you can find people serving rat. And in the year of the snake, it's even easier, really, to find people serving snake. And with these kinds of exotic dishes, you can't always be sure of how they've acquired the animals. And with the rats, you would think it's more obvious, but oftentimes these animals are poisoned, and the poison is lurking in their system when they're served. So it was a number of years ago during the year of the rat that I got fairly sick off of probably residue rat poison. And in this case, it was snake. Now, I don't know whether it was the snake was poisoned and that was how they caught the snake, or snakes rather, because as with the rats, there were several that I was eating. But perhaps with one of them, now, the majority of them, so far as I could ascertain, were not venomous, but there was at least one dish which had venomous snake. So people should understand that these dishes, the poison glands or the toxin glands, are supposed to be removed. It's like preparing a puffer fish. And puffer fish, for instance, anybody who's familiar with the Japanese dish known as fugu, F-U-G-U, you can look that up, fugu. It's a puffer fish that has poison toxins in it. And it needs to be prepared by experts. They need to be certified. They basically have the equivalent of a degree. And then what happens is every once in a while, a person will die anyway. So, and here we are. Brendan's got it. Quite simple. Snake eats rat. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes, it felt rather similar to the kind of neurospasms that I had with the rat poison. Oh, yes. Yeah. That's quite, yeah, there you go. So when I ended the show 2 hours early because I was dying. I don't know how many people noticed. I know that Nemo and Mr. T. Tank Berry, both wonderful human beings, were just very concerned, or they could hear how quote unquote tired I was, and said, "Take a rest, Douglas. Take a rest." And so I ended the show 2 hours early. Proceeded to vomit and purge myself in various other manners, and then was taken back to the Estates, and where I shaped up again. But it began to manifest. Well, he says, megadose vitamin C. Thank you. I did. Thank you. Yes, excellent advice. It's vitamin C is so important, people, and antidote to all poisons. Thank you. It's you just always be aware, of course, of the certain kinds of snakes or venoms that you're dealing with. It's average snakes, so long as they're not sea snakes or cobras, you have a good chance. It's like if you were, say for instance, you were to go into a hospital and say, "I've been bitten by a cobra," then they'd say, "Oh, sit down, relax. We'll get the snake venom kit, all the rest of that." And then you say, "No, you don't understand. I wasn't just bitten by a snake. I was bitten by a cobra." Then they're going to tell you, "Well, you'd better just get your affairs in order, because they're going to have to fly that in." There's very, very few hospitals. I don't think hospitals have cobra venom. It's an antidote. They have to fly it in from certain centers that study such things, herpetologists and the like, and they need to fly that to the hospital, and it may not make it in time to save you if you were to report into a hospital saying you've been bitten by a cobra. If it had just happened, perhaps they could. Good chance they could. If it had happened like maybe an hour, 2 hours, depending on how long it took you to get to the hospital, your chances are a lot less with each passing minute. So it's there you have it with that. And I really should, as people would recommend, stop eating exotic foods and stop doing this. But it comes but once a year, and you're intrigued by these exotic needs, and it's hard to resist. And it's one of the reasons why I could imagine myself falling asleep during a football game anyway. But I got some emails about this that I'm just looking at now. And people were asking about how could you not know who won the Super Bowl when did you not find out when you woke up? Did not people tell you? No, it's basically what happened was the Super Bowl started about 3:30 p.m. Pacific time, and by that time I had only basically a few hours before the show. So I was exhausted enough from a day of teaching and everything else and it could have been the poison already taking its effect. I began to fall asleep during the Super Bowl. My son woke me up to drive me home. Then by the time I got home and began to produce the show, it was by the time I started to monologue that the symptoms became very pronounced. And so it's altogether what could have been a catastrophic evening, but it all worked out in the end. And I do want people to know today was the climax, the orgasm, if you will, of Asian Lunar New Year in the Asian perspective. And it was Taiwan Lantern Festival, meaning that even more intensive than mainland China's. It's we basically set the islands on fire. We put all these paper lanterns up into the sky and watch as they explode or float away to other places to set their forests or cities on fire. But at any rate, here in America, we had our own miniature version of that, highly controlled, obviously, to prevent fires with all the California wildfires going on. But when you think about all the precautions that can be taken on a private estate to control admittedly illegal use of fireworks or other such displays, I find it impossible to believe that the wildfires were not, almost all of them, arson. You realize that very quickly, that when you take control of a fire, it's very difficult for a fire to get out of control. But all such having been said, just a thought there that we can always return to. And such being said, I do want people to know today was also National Freedom to Marry Day, not to be confused with my son and his husband's anniversary, which won't be till June, will be their 10th anniversary. So it's different from the day that same-sex marriage was actually legalized, which was when they had gotten married in 2015, I believe. Yeah, 10 years ago. Unbelievable when I think about that. That's when I was still working with Laurie and Ann Fenton at that time. What a nightmare. And so it hasn't been that long. We've done this for about 10 years now. So that's the average length of one of my careers, is usually about a decade. So I guess I should start, changing my course to writing more often while continuing this program, of course. Okay, so all such having been said, we can always return to such topics if anyone has any questions and the like soon enough. Valentine's Day is also coming up, which bled into the Taiwan Lantern Festival and the hiring of an escort for myself by my son, etc. All of that hopefully puts into perspective our photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And so all such being said, we are back here now. I am attempting to pull myself together, and before 8 p.m. Pacific, which Brendan and Holly are both on Pacific time, and that would be 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, before 11 p.m. Eastern time, Aristides, everybody remind me that about a quarter to 11 p.m. Eastern, a quarter to 8 p.m., about 7:45 p.m. Pacific, and about 10:45 p.m. Eastern, I need to just run up to the corner store and grab some supplies before they close. So we'll take my break at that point. And then in the meantime, we're all here now. Let's start into the roundtable. And, by all means, Holly, ladies first, surely there must be current events that you think we should focus on, whatever you wish to bring to our attention, environmental or otherwise. You've always struck me as an environmental rights activist, or shall we say, someone well aware of environmental politics. But wherever you care to start.
Should I tell the story of the long wooden pole?
Sure. Yeah.
I told it to you before.
That's okay.
And so it's a story that has haunted me to this day.
Mm-hmm.
But I was in Boulder, Colorado, and I was staying temporarily in a high-rise building, the only high-rise building in Boulder before they put a strict height ordinance on. As an aside, Colorado University totally ignores that. They built this series and are still building these series of brutalist towers.
God.
And I'd like to return to that subject at some point, because God, that's a soul-killing school of architecture.
Yeah, what is
brutalism?
The very name.
God, I know. I think it came out of Germany, and it struck a chord, and especially with American universities. I can't explain. Knock down beautiful old buildings for brutalist towers, okay? But the place I'm staying in is not brutalist, although it's pretty nondescript, 14-story building. And I'm in a real sweat because I got serious family issues going on.
Right, at that time.
And right about dawn.
Right. And by the way, explain to people you don't live there now. That's where you lived at the time.
No.
Yes.
No, and not even then. I was there, visiting, being there for stuff I had to do with my mom and stuff. So, and it was right at the beginning of the last 10 for her were hard. The last 2 were, this was right at the beginning of her last 2 years. So anyway, I hear a building shaking explosion right at dawn, the probably biggest explosion I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
Sat me straight up, my fever sweat, and I just couldn't believe it. But because I was really on the go and facing a lot of crises, I got about my business and forgot all about it. And even a couple days later, I forgot about it so hard. A couple days later, there was a line of utility trucks because where this building was, the highway into Boulder becomes Boulder's main commercial strip and pass through the city, right? So it's also got a service road, and it's a major power corridor along 28th Street in Boulder.
Yeah.
Well, as far as the eye could see, a line of utility trucks.
Yeah.
Even then, I was like, what the hell, you know? But I didn't really put it together. So a 2-month trip had turned into a 2-week trip, had turned into a 2-month trip. And right at the end, and I also noticed that nothing in the paper, nothing ever. And my little daily treat was reading the paper.
Oh my God, that's so sad. That was how you relaxed.
All, baby.
Yes.
Comics and all. They had Doonesbury and Prince Valiant.
That's right.
So,
oh my God, that's like, now we're dating ourselves. Now we're dating.
It wasn't
ourselves.
that long ago. This wasn't all that long ago. Well, you'll know when it was by the end of the story.
Yes.
So I'm down at the bench where the cigarette smokers hang out. A couple weeks later, I walk up and they're talking about the explosion, and I say, "Well, what the heck was that all about?" And well, there was a lady way up high in the building who got up every day at dawn to watch the sunrise because you're looking straight at the Rocky Mountains.
Were they describing
She
you?
looks down. I'm sorry?
Were they describing you?
No, because I'm on the wrong side.
Okay.
Although, yeah, it is a sight to see. But yeah, that was her thing. She's a dawn person. I'm not. But that was her kink. And so she looks down, and you can look down, straight down on this big highway road, service road, and CU University. And she sees what she describes as a college student, a long wooden pole. And he's monkeying around with those high tension wires until he crosses one.
Right.
Kaboom. Blammo, baby. I never heard anything. I've been around some heavy ordnance. Now that, you know, Oakland gets the good Chinese stuff.
Yeah.
Straight off the container at New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Nothing, honey. And so that's all it took. One guy, one long wooden pole. So that's pretty weird. You know, science experiment, YouTube, fun. I didn't know. But the irony is I got right back home to the Paradise Fire. And I think the Paradise Fire might have been even the same year as the campfire. Or were they 2 different years? I don't know. But it wasn't a wildfire, like you say. It was human caused, and it was burning towns.
Oh, yeah.
It was all blamed on one PG&E pole.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
so what I am saying is they're the perfect patsy because they are so crooked and corrupt and incompetent and negligent.
Yes.
They don't have a leg to stand on. But one guy, a long wooden pole in a pickup truck, set all the fires he wanted, let alone half a dozen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got this distinct sense at the time it was a MAGA thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was after 2016. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I had to wonder, were they waiting around down there for these winds they were predicting?
Oh, yeah.
The real super bad Santa, you know, the
Santa Ana.
under-ear Santa Ana event.
Oh, yeah.
And ran around, you know.
Well, California doesn't burn, certainly not to the degree that it does during Trump administrations. Otherwise, it's during Trump administrations California starts burning. That's
the truth. Every place else burned
yeah.
the last couple of years. But it always gave me the shivers, and it gives me shivers to this day because of how easy it is
To set the
do
world
something.
on fire.
Yeah, and blame it on PG&E scot-free.
Yes, yes. Not that they don't deserve
Nobody's
it, but
even
but
trying to look. Yeah, it's just one of those life's ironies.
but
That was my comment on that.
yeah, no,
Long wooden pole.
that's believe me, I love you for it. It's such an important experience to relate.
Yeah, it
And
works in town too.
yes. I'm sorry, say that again. It works in town, meaning
Yeah, although nothing caught fire when the kid blew the thing off there in Boulder.
right, right.
But it was right downstairs from this building, you know.
There we are.
Right down there. He was perfectly situated
Yeah, yeah.
to
And
witness this. And man, nobody else ever knew except for who was hanging around that bench, you know, or the lady,
absolutely.
because there was nothing.
Yeah. And there's no repercussions for these arsonists. If they're caught, they're released. It's like they get a call from the president, the constabulary that arrests them, a call from the president's office, or a call from the executive, rather, not Trump personally, of course, because he covers his slimy tracks. But they get a call from the deep state, which is pro-MAGA, and then they are released. Which is pretty much what we heard about the arsonists that they caught in the latest LA fires.
No shit.
Yeah, tell them, Brendan, if you're there,
On
Brendan.
bail? Or
No, they just let them go. They just said, oh,
no
literally, the
fucking
man's not in
way.
control of his own mind. They just said, oh, the man's not, the man's disturbed. He's not.
What the hell?
Brendan, share it. Tell Ollie the situation.
They,
Yeah. Let's see if he can get back on.
yeah. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
by the
They're
way,
so-
Heather's
yeah,
with us.
when-
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
hi, Heather.
hi, Heather. Say hi.
Hi.
You're so cute. How's your health?
Good. How are you?
Oh, good. Much the better for speaking with you, honey. Yes, but
Oh.
by the way, Brendan's back with us. So, Brendan, if you could be so kind as to relate to Holly, they've caught these arsonists and they just let them go. Literally.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
And on top
Like-
of that, like people doing citizens arrests, they'll just tell them, "Oh, well, we have to let them go." They just write it down and then let them loose.
Oh, because they didn't witness the guy doing it.
No, it's on video. Like the video of them chasing them and everything. I
Good
sent them
God.
in the chat. Yeah, I sent them like at least 3 examples in the chat.
Oh, that's
before.
horrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and they'll claim that the ones that were caught claim they were under executive orders, and they'll just say, "Oh, he's crazy." See how
Yeah.
crazy he
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, the first one that was like literally caught on cam and everything. They said, "Oh, it's just homeless people in the bushes do this all the time. There's nothing we can do." That's what the LA fire department said.
Ouch.
They said this happens all the time because they're trying to stay warm, and it's like, dude, it was like not that cold, and it's like LA, it doesn't get freezing.
Yeah. Thank you, LA.
Like it's
Hot
freezing.
wind.
It's freezing, but it's
Hot
not like
wind.
freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Yeah,
And they do that up here all the time, and yeah, that does happen, but
Yeah.
not like where it's like sequences of them over and over again.
thank
And that's
you,
just-
thank you. Not
basically, they're just
Yeah.
sending the psychotronic beam out.
yeah.
You know, burn, burn. So then all those susceptible like XVA people with chips in their brains like start doing shit like that. Like they're
Oh,
compelled by the devil or something. And then yeah, Doug's right. It's like then they say, "Oh, I heard it in my mind. Someone told me to do it." You know. And then they're like, "Oh, this guy's insane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Nothing we
then
can do."
right, just let him go. Which
Yeah.
in my world, I wouldn't care if they were insane or whether they were homeless. I would take them out and burn them alive. I would have them taken out and burned
Yeah, I don't
alive.
understand how that's the protocol
Yeah, that's
where they're saying, "Oh, it's this just happens." No, it doesn't just happen.
Thank
Not
you.
in-
Do we even
Not
know
in
if they
every
were
other
homeless
civilized
guys?
place.
What's that, honey?
They
Well, they're like visibly disheveled. Like you could see.
Okay.
I'll send the videos again. I mean, they're
I'll start
definitely
there.
not normal people.
Yeah. Or they're role playing really well. Special Forces does that all the time. Special Forces
Well,
is the hippies
sure.
of military. And
Yeah, true.
yeah, so when it comes to these
But
kind,
some of these people were definitely loonies. I mean,
yeah, or out of shape,
which
look,
wouldn't disqualify them from special
oh
forces.
no,
but
that's definitely, yeah. That as a matter of fact, that would
just
almost
is
be a
what it is.
plus. That would almost be a requisite. That would,
Yeah.
yeah. That's
Oh yeah, but when I try to apply for the feds, they want like all this background and shit. And it's like fuck you guys.
well, that's all gonna change now. That's all gonna change now with all the shit that they're doing. Like I said, you know, they're really they're shrinking government down. You talk about downsizing. It's a downsizing operation that's similar to the way the 9/11 towers crashing down was a downsizing operation. That's what's going on with the federal government right now. It's a 9/11 downsizing.
So it's an implosion.
Yeah, it's an implosion. It's everything.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, Holly and Heather and Brendan, all of you were here long before Aristides. All of you must remember back in the day I said that it was like a physical law of nature. It was like a literal law of physics that you could never be fired working with the government. And that's the way it was for
Yes.
a long, long time. And I gave the parallel, which it was like after World War II, and the Americans were trying to declare that they had won World War II, and they were trying to reinforce that notion in every way possible. They said, well, National Guard could only be mobilized under declaration of war or total war. Same with the reserves. So because they wanted to make World War II look like it had been the total war, where reserves and National Guard had been used, but that we were no longer in that state of conflict, they would never call on the reserves of the National Guard. So you would join the reserves of the National Guard to avoid conflict if you had any brains. That unless you were trying to see conflict and you wanted to sign up, that's why I couldn't understand why people were so scared of the draft. This is what made no sense to me. It's like maybe they're a conscientious objector and just felt it was evil to serve in the military at all. But there's all kinds of people who knew the way out was just, hey, just join the reserves or join the National Guard and you won't see combat. But that all changed with the Operation Desert Storm. And what happened with Operation Desert Storm was George Bush Sr. wanted this to look like total war. And he said, this is like World War II. I guess he was flashing back. He wanted to relive. Now, he was a veteran of World War II himself. So he probably wanted to get that feeling back up again, like he could get his dick up again without Viagra or something. And he said, we're going to make this, calling up the reserves. And so he called up the reserves, and people were so shocked they sued. Of course, they lost, but that's how shocked people were in the reserves. They actually sued. And but then they were deployed. Not that it meant anything, but then by the time of Iraqi freedom, the second American Gulf War, then what happened was they were calling up the National Guard, and they were deploying them on the front lines, and they didn't know anything about what to do and just fucked everybody up. So
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember when that happened.
Yeah.
I didn't know Daddy George did it. I just remembered Boy George doing it.
Yeah, Daddy George did the reserves. Boy George did the National Guard. And that's
and they were shocked, man. They were quite surprised.
They were sent
for more
out
than one term, everything. More than one tour after tour.
They were eaten up alive. And the military would the regular military would shoot them in the back just because they were such a danger. They were killed by their own men all the time. Yeah, or they were sent out to take bullets. You know, it's like, literally, these people were sent to help with dismantling bombs from the National Guard. I mean, this is like how bad it was. And so at any rate, that destroyed the military, and it destroyed, of course, Iraq as well. But all that being said, then when it comes to the government now, as I said, one of the things that you all might remember my saying, and Brendan and Heather are welcome to chime in on this, I used to say all the time that, you know, nothing gets done at the government. You get paid a whole lot of money for doing a whole lot of nothing, and no one is effectively governing. No one is essentially governing. And every day you look out that window and you don't see mass rape, famine, and riots food riots and just people fighting over water is a miracle. It's a miracle that the edifice of our society is still standing after every 24-hour cycle. I can't even believe it lasts that long, really. And that was how bad it was, the level of just do nothing in the government, where people are just sitting there literally doing nothing. And that being said, all that's come to a stop now. Yeah, like I said before, even if you went postal working for the government, they couldn't fire you. They'd send in a SWAT team to take you out, but you'd die employed. You know, all that's changed now. All that's changed now. For those of you who don't know, not that I'm going to dwell on this right now, or even later tonight, it's simply it's too painful to even think about, because I hate the government anyway, but I hate these people who are destroying it even more. But at any rate, what happened was the federal judge pushed forward the fork in the road program of Elon Musk, saying that yes, they can buy out federal employees now, where they're supposed to pay.
Fork in the road.
Yeah. That's what they call it, fork in the road program.
Yeah.
More like put a fork in you, you're done.
Oh boy!
It's where they say they're gonna pay your next 6 months to buy you out. And from what I'm hearing, after it's been moved forward, now the people who have signed up for it aren't hearing back. They aren't hearing back.
I understand there's no funding for it.
No shit. No shit.
So the number I heard was 40,000 jumped on it.
Yeah.
And now they're real worried.
Yeah. Well, those are some dumb motherfuckers who jumped on that.
Yeah, no one's gotten paid yet. Yeah.
The trap has sprung on them.
Yeah. And,
why would they do that? Why would they fall for that?
Yeah, because they're stupid. I mean, they work for the government after all. They can't be worth a shit.
What did they think they were gonna retire off that or something? Because what would they basically?
Well, in the old days, that's exactly what you did.
40 grand doesn't even make you past a year.
Yeah, I was about to say, but Holly, it's like I couldn't understand one time when I went down back in the days when I had to go down to get my Medicare renewed, and I had to do this once a year. You know, the person who really got me into doing this regularly, of all people, was Lori and Ann Fenton. It was because I was I had been so sick of bureaucracy, so sick of taking care of my parents, I had lost all motivation. But she really, I pushed it forward on her and said, "What is this? You're supposed to be my adult supervision, you know." And she says, "Oh, you really got to do this anyhow. So, you know, good does come out of evil." But at any rate, when I used to go down there...
Well, because she was lazy as fuck.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. That's true. But when I went down there, one time because I would go down there and they would assume I was blind. And basically, I was wearing sunglasses, had a cane, and so I just didn't want them bothering me about the various conditions that I had. And basically, it was all based on post-traumatic stress disorder, but that doesn't display itself. So you just don't want them bothering you, and you just want them helping you get through the paperwork. And I would go down there to have them fill out the paperwork. But and they will fill it out for you because they assumed I couldn't see well. So that's why they would do it. That's why I worked it. And being bureaucrats, they didn't ask for evidence that I was blind. They just assumed that had all been cleared by the MDs. But when I was down there, they had me escorted to a cab so that I could be taken home. And they'd have the person wait with me until the cab showed up. And one time it was this black girl who was a security guard. And she started telling me about her family cashing in their life insurance policy. And, oh, yeah, they cashed in their life insurance policy and got, something like maybe, I don't know, 20 grand, something like that. And, maybe 25 grand. Maybe it was more. But the point is, it's a finite amount of money. And it could be 50 grand, like what my life insurance policy is worth. And it's not much. And yet
Right.
she said they went out and splurged and bought all these high def monitors.
Idiots.
And yeah, yes,
Right.
all the predictable shit. You know, live fat, and then it was suddenly all gone, and they were broke and homeless. And I was like, how could anyone think like that? But that's what these government workers are like who jumped on that offer. I mean, what Holly's saying might have been true back in the 1800s. Being facetious here, but being
I
facetious.
remember this age.
Yeah.
It hasn't been that long. I mean, I guess what Reagan really started with the privatization.
Yeah, I guess.
I
yeah.
believe.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
all the
And it's been downhill ever since with that.
yeah.
But let me say this, because it seems pretty simple, but to have a stable society, you have to make it possible for the working service infrastructure supporting people to have a place to live and enough food and some entertainment and the means to get to all that stuff one way or another. Without that, you got chaos on a sliding scale. The less you have of that, the more wacky it gets, with aberrant behaviors of every kind.
Right. It's kind of like saying, I mean, certainly not to in any way, shape, or form demean what you've just said, rather to reinforce it. It's kind of like you're saying, yeah, I've discovered that without food and water,
it's a truism.
that people begin to
Yes.
die.
It's a truism. Worse, they begin to go crazy. They begin to go crazy.
Yes,
which laps in my mind, and every day.
Well,
But
we're heading there soon. We're heading there
we're
soon.
going there fast.
Yes.
But it's so elementary. Like I say, it is a trite truism, but I think it needs to be just stated once again to cut through all the complexity around it. It isn't complex.
Yes.
So
So
that was going somewhere.
no, it's going fine. It's going fine.
What I watched
Go on.
in the course of my life was people carefully trained to hate any possibility of government, including good government. The good government wasn't possible. Government is always bad, and the company will always have your back. You'll be fine. Stick with the company per se. And I saw that flip. And I saw big corporations competing with the government for the generous benefits.
Yeah.
As soon as those great waves of privatization started rolling coast to coast, they stopped trying. And it turned into cutthroat world, whereas with these plodding government jobs came a sense of stability.
Yeah.
And I don't know about in the southern, but where I grew up and stuff, it was all colors. It wasn't all just white people getting the jobs. I mean, man, the Newark garbage men had uniforms and were putting grandkids through college.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
No, it was.
And,
well, still being a
but-
garbage man is one of the best jobs you can fucking get. Yeah.
Indeed, but black people were happy to have them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody was.
Yeah.
It wasn't just them.
Yeah.
So I think that happened. That stability is gone, and it's coming for the tech industry too.
Oh yeah.
They're firing all the coders and programmers because of their AI.
Well, tell people about that.
So I read this fascinating, kind of heartbreaking article by this top guy. He wasn't a name, but he was higher echelons, and it was I don't know what you'd call it, in memoriam, because he just realized that as of 2 weeks ago, he was completely obsolete. Code that he would artistically linger over for a couple of weeks to tweak it and make it just right. I don't know whose machine it was, but it did it in 3 seconds better. So, oops. I hope he's got, I hope you got a nest egg, all you guys. These vast complexes built for Google places, apartment buildings as far as the eye can see. All they're going to need is a strip mall with an empty Costco on it. A couple secretaries and the plant technicians in white suits. Probably won't make much, not like coders and programmers do. Boom.
Yes,
so I don't know.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Crash.
Yes.
And there'll never be any universal basic wage because nobody's going to pay 200 million extra Americans to lay around and think of fun things to do.
But our society is collapsing. It's in free fall. It's on the way out.
Accelerate. We talked about this before, this sense of time compression.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
feel it. It's crawling all over me, man. I don't like it.
Yeah. And what? Oh, the Cybertruck appears to be more. What is this? Dangerous, I would assume, or deadly.
It's statistically more deadly than a Ford Pinto.
Oh, cool. Oh my God.
It hit a Pinto?
It's statistically more deadly than a Ford Pinto.
Oh, no
It surpassed Ralph Nader and the Corvair and everything else. All the other car abortions that have happened. Yeah. So there you go. So much for efficiency. There's a price to pay when you don't pay anyone.
Oh
when
man.
You cut the fat or whatever. Yeah, it cuts the safety into. Yeah. I'm so glad I have a Japanese car.
There was a big article on the Google News roll about how many Starlinks fall out of the sky monthly. We were just talking about that.
Yes.
And there it was.
Yes.
That's amazing. So yeah.
Well, not so much amazing as it's laughable, tragic,
It's telling.
Yeah, pathetic. It's so many other things.
Yeah, I'm just a goggle over it all.
Yeah, and now tell them, Brendan, apparently Google Calendar has removed Black History Month, Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yes. What is this?
Everything.
Yeah.
They removed everything.
Yeah.
Black History Month, Pride Month, Holocaust Memorial Day. And then when they commented on it, they said, we did this last year. That's what they claim.
Oh, and they got the Holocaust out of there too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that.
I don't understand the reasoning behind that.
Yeah. It's
That's gonna put Netanyahu in a rage.
I don't think Netanyahu fucking cares with all the other favors he's getting from Trump, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
It probably was one of these things where Google understood something is if that they cut some of it, they had to cut all of it. They knew that much, or else it would just be too obvious. So they just cut it all, but it's going to make them a lot more dull.
Cheesy.
It's so cheesy, and it's going to make them a lot more dull. I mean, it's like before they had hey, it's this month, this little thing that would come up, the Google Doodle. Remember the Google Doodle? Like, now what?
Yeah.
None of that? I know why. They're firing all the people who were doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Yeah, that person got an email last year.
Yeah.
Train your replacement. It's just AI.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the AI is not even doing it. If the AI is not doing the Black Holocaust or any other, day, then it's like AI is just cruising.
Shit, even it doesn't have to work. That shows how much they hate people.
Yeah.
And all the bros were like, those poor McDonald's workers, we're going to have robots for them.
Yeah. Good
well,
fucking
they'll
luck.
learn quick.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they'll.
Now they're getting down the street, laid off.
Yes.
Invest.
Yeah, I wonder, Doug, when is the fulcrum going to tip? Because it's like all those blue collar guys are already getting hit. Farms are closing.
Yeah.
Because of the USAID thing. I mean, there must be a point when You
They
know.
will blame the wrong people.
I don't know.
Well,
about-
there'll be a certain point. There'll be a certain point when it's like you can't blame anyone.
Thank
but them.
you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
when's
you.
that point? Yeah, that's
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think Doug said 2 years. So
Yeah.
far, everything you've said is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Him like, you know, bowing to Putin and all this shit. It's
Yeah.
like,
That's
you've been saying that
exactly-
since day one.
Thank you. Thank
Well,
you. Yes.
That's
This is just a
exactly
fact.
what
It's just a
Elon
fact.
Musk said.
Oh.
Don't worry, everybody. It's going to be a hard 2 years. Remember that?
Yeah.
Said
Well,
that.
yeah, because not for
And then
them.
it'll be
not
a
for him.
golden age. I think that's where the golden age thing came from.
I don't think he knows what a golden age is.
Yeah, he
Well,
does.
he said it's going to be a hard 2 years, but then it'll all be good. But I think he said it'll be the golden age after that.
It's
Well,
it,
I'd like
that's
to see it, but you know.
well. Let's put it this way. Of course, he's going to say that. We all know he's full of shit, and we all know it's going to be a sewer of shit. And at some point, he's going to.
I think what's throwing people off is like, what would be the motive? You know, people don't understand that there is like an anti-godly motive.
Thank
obviously.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. They really
Or,
don't.
You know,
Mm.
a Cthulhuid motive. Like,
Thank you. Yeah, they really don't. They don't understand that this is a form of mass sacrifice. Oh, by the way,
Well, on that note,
yeah.
the country could run just fine with 100 million people.
Yeah,
So,
maybe.
yeah, but
There's
who's gonna
2
volunteer?
million.
I ain't volunteering.
There's 2 million extra. No, you're not on the list. You're going with the other 2 million. You know, in the mass sacrifice. One way or another. Yeah, there's 200 million too many Americans for their taste, and I
well,
think.
I don't think they even think like that. This isn't like old school. Like, people are thinking it's like Georgia Guidestone's level of thinking. I think they're just like way below that.
Thank you. Yeah.
They're like,
Okay,
they're just like
crazy.
slash it,
Yeah.
slash it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Whatever their master Ubo Softwa says or whatever.
Yes. Thank you.
They're unable to predict outcomes.
That's right. That's right.
And that's the second thing with this. The only way to defeat the psychopath
Yes.
is
Thank.
to understand that one little thing. It's the only chink in the armor.
By the way, and
They're
to
unable to see outcomes.
that's right, and to put Holly's mind at ease concerning Vance, she was concerned that J.D. Vance was a much more sinister character in the wings, just waiting in
Well,
the
he hasn't
shadows.
showed up.
Oh,
He
well,
hasn't showed up at all.
well.
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah, I thought you said that, Holly, to
No.
myself privately. I thought you said that you were concerned that
No,
he
I think he's a monkey boy.
didn't you
who
think
is
that he was
I
one
think
of the people?
he's got his own constituency, and what he's telling Midwesterners that they're going to get in terms of government benefits and any kind of respect is the exact opposite of what the Musk faction has in mind.
Yeah, it's a Musk faction that's in power.
So he's a chump.
But just so you know, Mr. Trump was confronted directly about J.D. Vance, and they said, "What happens if something happens to you? Have you talked with Mr. Vance about how he's supposed to carry on your legacy?" And Trump said, "J.D. Vance is not my heir." He said, J.D. Vance will not succeed me. He said, J.D. Vance is definitively not my successor. And so,
Yep.
yeah, so just to put your
And
mind
this
at
is
ease there.
after he makes him go on air defending the idiot that was trashing Indians on the phone.
Oh, tell us about this. What the fuck?
With a Hindu wife, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
forget. Who's the one with the Hindu wife? Oh, he's got the Hindu wife. J.D. Vance. Yeah, Vance. That's
It's
right.
so crazy. It's totally Doonesbury comic strip time. I mean, it's wild.
Oh, Doonesbury couldn't even deal with this. Doonesbury.
I guess not. Or he would be.
Yeah.
He would be if he could.
Yeah. He
'Cause
tried.
he handled the Iraq wars very well.
Yeah. I mean,
Very
yeah,
well.
he definitely changed. He definitely changed over the years. But,
I guess he aged out.
well, let's put it this way. It's something like this is so extreme. It's
Yeah.
like he really can't do it justice. This is like,
No. No, we really.
we're at the level of oh God, who was the guy who did? Let me look him up. Cartoonist. Here we are. Cartoonist for wizards. Yeah,
Oh,
that you might remember that.
You're going back to the heavy
Bakshi.
metal.
Bakshi, yes, Ralph Bakshi was his name. Jewish guy, of course.
Oh yeah.
Bakshi.
Heavy metal days.
He did Coondog. Yes. Ralph Bakshi. Ralph Bakshi needs to handle
He did
it.
Fritz the Cat, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably. It was
did.
yeah, it's for those of you who don't know, Ralph Bakshi did real heavy-duty X-rated cartoons that they released in general theaters, and they were always considered state-of-the-art, and people thought of them all as like, challenging cultural, shall we say, statements that that had deep meaning. And of course, when you were on
elevating animation.
Well, if you were on enough acid, yeah, you were really tripping watching that.
They were always animated, though. No live actors. No, they weren't acted. They were animated.
Yeah, except for that he would splice in, like, background footage. He'd splice in some background footage that was cinematic, but, yeah, it was all animated. But it was, he was so whacked out that that's the kind of person it would take to handle the Trump situation and Elon Musk. It's like,
where are they now? Where are they now?
They're all dead. And they're all glad they're dead. Believe me, none of them would want to be alive right now. It's
oh God.
But I mean, for what it's worth, Ralph Bakshi, of course, still since he was Jewish, he, of course, was an ardent anti-Nazi, and he integrated that into his fantasy. But he was also like a typical Jewish person who was liberal bent or progressive, very anti-white. And so if anyone saw his other cartoons, they were profoundly disturbing in the sense that he portrays this white sex bomb in Coondog as basically this American superheroine who goes around killing poor black men. So you never knew that? You never knew the cartoon was about that?
I don't remember Coondog. Was she the Coondog?
I don't know what the title applied to. She had her own name in the cartoon, but
that's bad.
She was like a serial killer. She was like a super. What's that? Oh, he's talking to his.
There's basketball tomorrow, or a Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow. And that's
tonight,
yeah.
all the way through the morning.
Yeah. And that's it, I think, until next week. So I think maybe some games. Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow night, I'll probably put them in the other side. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It depends. I don't know when. Yeah. Yeah, no worries.
That who's that?
Oh, this is wait, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A little in real life moment for us all.
Yeah, that's it.
It was wonderful.
I'm like the quaint background noise for you guys.
He seems like a nice fellow.
Oh, well, we don't care about it like Peter Moon did. Oh, it's Brendan! Every movie makes is torture!
Yeah.
I hear you, Brendan!
Well, I listened back on it. It kind of, like, when you're doing monologue, it sounds nice to have, like, some running water in the background.
It does.
Yeah.
It makes it less harsh.
Yes.
But,
It does. All the horrors that I'm articulating. Yeah. And
yeah, it's like the, what is it called? Hobbiton. Like the Shire. It's like the Shire, and then you're talking about, like, the scouring of all the other lands of Middle Earth and shit. And then there's, like, someone making tea. Like,
for your sake, I'll integrate a quote from which was it? It was the dwarf the dwarf who said, "Let them come." He was in the mines of Moira. Mines of Moira. How do you pronounce that?
Moria.
Moria. Yeah, and so I'll use that quote tonight. I'll integrate that because it's. I think it's.
Yeah. Well, he ended up dying, so. But you can integrate it.
Well, so many of us will. By the way, I am just curious. Before we turn back to Heather, who's been so silent, Aristides. I was just curious. So Aristides.
Yeah, and that was the guy that's like, he makes Ian West look like, look worse than he is.
How
this
so?
guy, he comes here and works every night by collecting recyclables.
Oh.
So I just, yeah.
That's the guy, the furry pedophile.
Yeah, basically. That's the one way to put it. We don't know. I don't know anything about him. He literally says his name is John Doe and shit. And he wears a mask.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah.
So Holly, tell Holly
But he's always helped. He's always helped us out. Like he doesn't like cause a mess. So I just like, I'll just give him the cans and stuff that we have.
No, I get
like
it.
If there's like piles of stuff.
I get. We really don't know this guy's history, but we suspect that he's like I don't know, but pedophiles are supposed to have like a court order or restraining order against going near school property, right? But he's like just going everywhere collecting, bottles and shit.
But this is like his moneymaker.
Yeah.
He can't get to work for some reason. So.
Yeah, well, right. And he wears a mask, says his name is John Doe. I mean, that all, and so, but he wears a mask like an animal mask, right? So it's like a furry kind of theme, right?
It just, sometimes, it's like, those tube sock COVID masks.
Okay.
It's like one of those. So sometimes it's got animals or some characters on it or something.
Jesus Christ.
It's just probably what he finds in the trash, unfortunately.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
But he's never done anything to us, as far as like causing a mess
yeah.
And if he clears out everything, then the more nefarious homeless people don't come here and wreck everything. So it's kind of like a moot point,
Yeah, and just so people know, here's the issue with myself, just to give people an idea of the dichotomy of my own life, the bipolarity of my existence, is that...
But also, you guys can mute me, just a heads up. If
I always forget that.
If I'm like not able to get to the phone, you can mute it.
Well, the guy's voice was so intriguing, I was going to say, is that the retarded guy? That's what I was going to say, is that the retarded guy? There again?
No. No, but they're all on the same level of like,
function. So dysfunction. Yeah. They're all on the same level of dysfunction.
Yeah. Like I would say
just nice people.
You don't
crack
know,
on
that's
nice
the thing.
people.
It's hard to make that. Ask Doug. It's like the people we've seen. It's hard to. You can't just say they're nice. Or something.
You can't say that anymore.
You can say they're neutral.
I
know. It's
like
horrible.
but
the great fracturing.
Yeah. You can't say anybody's nice anymore until you find out, till they prove themselves. Most of the time, they're being neutral is fine enough. It's kind of like as you get older,
that's what I shoot for.
Or what we seek in a partner as we get older becomes less and less. That they have that chart of a woman by the time she's in retirement age. She's just hoping the guy's not a cannibal.
Did you see the latest, Doug?
Which one?
What I sent you in the chat?
Oh, let me take a look. Was it private messages?
No, it was in this chat.
Okay,
but it was their technique. It's like they're just like. Just look at it. Tell me what you think about that.
Let me see. You're not talking about the Cybertruck. You're not talking
Go
about
up like
Denmark. Trump and
where it says me for the next 4 years.
Yes, me for the next 4 years. Yes, I get it. I so fucking get it.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
read what it says up top here.
Yeah, because self-pleasure is self-care. Yeah, Planned Parenthood. Yeah. Liberal Jane illustration. Yeah, just basically lying in bed and masturbating for the next 4 years. I don't blame her. Yeah, fuck.
Right.
It's like
so that's the technique. They're just gonna start saying be celibate because it's just like what are you gonna do?
Yes. Yeah. It's like it's definitely hard. It's definitely hard to try and find somebody who you can have.
It's gonna backfire on all those incels.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
I can't get laid, even though we're we're the alphas now. We're just waiting for that to come out.
Oh yeah, and they still won't be able
We
to
are
get laid.
alphas.
Yeah,
You
so
know, it's
then they're
just
gonna
like,
start
okay.
making demands. Yeah, then they're gonna start
Yeah.
making demands, and
You want to marry us? And they're like, no one's doing it.
yeah, that's right. And then stupid Trump will try and set up a law, women have to marry or something like that, because that's what Jordan Maxwell suggested. Remember, Jordan Maxwell was suggesting that shit.
Oh, Peterson.
Jordan Peterson. Sorry about that. Sorry, Maxwell. Yeah, poor dead son of a bitch.
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell.
He suffered enough.
Poor guy. Yeah. But if Peterson said that, then I mean, just look at him. Imagine getting stuck with that guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
His wife must be like a freaking. She must have some real steel balls.
Oh, she probably
Imagine
never
your
sees
husband's out there crying because he's withdrawing from like freaking benzodiazepines and
Yeah.
shit, and he's like bawling.
Yeah.
That must be rough.
Oh yeah.
On
Constantly.
YouTube? Jeez.
Yeah. What a
Constantly, he cries every interview basically because he doesn't have the drugs to like suppress whatever he's doing. And even before that, he was crying. It was just like, man, this guy's.
He's disturbed. He's mentally disturbed.
Yeah.
Hey,
So what's
Even
the
after
forced
the-
marriage thing?
yeah. What was that, honey?
I don't think so. They were like both academics, so she just saw that okay, this guy's gonna make money at some point. I think that was
Oh
her.
no! What
my assumption.
Jordan Peterson was saying was that we need to institute forced marriage because of the poor incels, and the poor incels aren't getting any. Yeah,
Oh.
that's what Jordan Peterson.
How's that lottery gonna work?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And
Well, they did that in India, and all the aunties run everything. Like if you go out to the countryside, the
Oh,
chicks are stronger
yeah.
than the dudes.
yeah.
So that's they beat
Oh,
up their
Lord.
husbands. That's why they end up becoming those. You've seen those like those sadhus, where they like cover themselves in ash and stuff. That's because they
Yeah.
ran away from home because the wives would beat them up. I'm not even joking.
Whoa.
That's why there's
Oh.
like millions of dudes
Yeah.
just with
Really?
nowhere to go. So they
Whoa.
all become these sannyasis. Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the wives like you've seen those ladies with like gallons of water on their head. Like no Western dude could even think about doing that.
Of course
Oh
not.
man, they work. Yeah.
And they'll beat you up. Like they're mean.
Yeah. Well, there you
So-
go.
If they had to do all the work, they figure, what's he for?
Yeah.
Literally. They just use them for the whatever, the one night. and
Well,
then
yeah,
toss
but
them
they
out.
just think they're gonna lay around and get waited on for the rest of their life.
Yeah, but they learn quick. That's why they all become sannyasis. They say, "I'm leaving my material life behind."
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah, that's the anthropological reality of that.
Has anyone
But
heard?
people think like these people are so spiritual. They just leave their families to
Yeah.
to be like devotees of Shiv or something. It's like no, they're all liars. They just have nowhere else to go.
So the wife
Because if they
does
went
all
back
the work
home, they
and
would
she
get like
puts-
freaking beat up.
The wife does all the work, makes all the money, and puts his ass out. That's
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah, kind of like
Literally.
Damn
kind of like
right.
in America, except the women just don't seem to have the wherewithal to kick the guys out. Like Brooke
Yeah,
Gibson,
right.
prime example. They just allow these leeches.
Yeah,
They're
well,
all
that would be
working
different.
at the Quickie Mart, at least, or the
If it
prison.
was like indifferent, that thing, like a alternate reality where Brooke was making money, she wouldn't tolerate that.
Oh, of course not.
I would assume.
I would assume. Yes, thank you. I agree. It's just she
But
doesn't.
it's like when they're both like in that state, then it doesn't.
Yeah.
You can't get out of it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So there you go. Yeah.
Oh my God, she's got to get a job.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's the solution, basically. Because
Oh.
the second you work all day and then you see someone shoveling all your food in their mouths, then you're like, all right, this is it. This is enough.
Yeah.
Like this ain't gonna. You got to do something.
Oh, I told Brendan about that, Holly. One time there was this great example of all places, Jerry Springer. And it was Jerry Springer brings people on for fights, of course. And he brought on this couple where the guy was a Marine, of course. It was that's my apologies to Vinny. By the way, Heather, dear Heather, say hi to Vinny for us. And
Yes.
Yes, and you know,
Yeah, he's in another room talking to his mom.
oh, is she okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good, good. Thank you for sharing
I
that.
thought about all the stuff he was saying that last time since then.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I did.
And
It was on my mind,
uh-huh.
and
It-
I'm glad to know it.
Right. What was
Yeah.
it?
Well, all about how everybody's feeding their own AI and stuff.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And stuff about Del Webb. If we're ever going to talk about Del Webb again, he should be there. Because he's been there from the beginning.
Heather?
I wonder if we should feed
Vinny.
our AI Del Webb's.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Anyway, where were we?
Oh, I was just saying, on that Jerry Springer episode, this guy who was an ex-Marine, his friend, he was off duty, probably out of the service, been discharged. So his friend let him move in with him for a while till he got his life going again. Because of course, you know, you come out of the military service, you're basically unemployable, and so the guy was living with him and wound up fucking his girlfriend while he was gone to work all day. And so when Jerry Springer brought them on for the big confrontation on stage, then basically the Marine guy, you know, when his friend's saying, well, why? How could you do this? You know, and then his friend says, well, you were never there to hug her and cuddle her and tell her that you love her. You never gave her any attention. You know, you just be gone all day, then come home and drink and then go to sleep. And, you know, and basically the guy responded, that's what happens when you have a job. And, that was, and that pretty much said it all. Honestly, it's like Brendan said, I don't know why in Brooke's case she feels so incapable of getting a job. What's refraining her from getting a job? It's like she's scared of getting one. You know, it doesn't make any sense. But all such being said, hopefully we'll be able to speak to her about it sometime in the near future. And again, Victoria, if you're listening, we'll get to you sometime soon. It's just been so busy. So, dear Heather, catch us up a little bit about yourself. How are things going with your move?
Today was the big day. We moved everything, and I've never had so much stuff when I've moved in the past. This is the biggest move I've ever had, so I'm exhausted.
You're so cute.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. Completely exhausted. And we've got to go back and do some more cleanup, and I have to pick up a car. Like, I have a car I'm trying to sell, and it's over there that I have to pick that up still.
Yeah, that's delightful. And so that looks like things are, to use a pun, moving along. So excited for you. Really excited. Yeah, but that's so cute. Yeah, really excited for you. And what is it that any experiences along the way that you could share with us?
I need to find a job. I feel like such a loser.
Well, no, you don't need to find a job. You're on disability. You don't need to find a job. You're okay.
Well, I still feel like a loser. Like I should be working or doing something, you know, productive with my life.
Well, you could wind up working just part-time at one of those little things they've got all over the place in the community that you're going into, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to find out what it has to offer.
Great. So there you go.
I feel big things coming my way.
Yeah. Problem solved. But by the way, so this is what I wanted to say before I might go on that beer run. That's right now it says it's light rain. I might not go on that beer run. That's
You might want to
it's
go
supposed to rain here tomorrow.
What's that? I heard Holly might want to go while it's light. Yeah, I heard that. Thank you. Appreciate that suggestion. How about you, Heather? What were you saying?
Oh, it might rain here tomorrow.
Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, that's right. We've got convergent fucking atmospheric rivers again or something coming our way, you know, for more floods. We've got to worry about floods in California now. But all that being said, was curious about. Do not want to forget the signs. Let's see if we can get Brendan back with us. So, Brendan, did you, if you're able to come back on, I brought up something about the signs, and he had a counter question for it, and these were signs we saw at the
Yeah, I'm here.
Presidio. Okay, so here's what I can tell you is that when we were at the Presidio, both Brendan and I noticed that all of these family domiciles where we didn't see a single moving soul, we didn't even really see evidence that lights were on in half the houses, yet they all had swing sets and these little kids' playgrounds out in these yards that were not fenced. And that's from the old Presidio days, because the military community was such that nobody had fences. The military community, since you were all in the military, it's like there's no point in fences because you all know each other. It's hard to describe because I don't want to romanticize it or have people mistakenly romanticize it, thinking, oh, this is a like one large extended family, but that's would have been how they propagandized it, yes. But it's just basically people, they would not have allowed fencing in the old Presidio because it was all military, and the fencing would have divided people from working as a team when they needed to during emergencies like earthquakes and the like. So it would be barriers they did not want. And the firemen did not want them because of the difficulty it added in firefighting. And Presidio had its own fire department, which the fire trucks, instead of being bright red, because they were Army fire trucks, were lime green, very, as well as their ambulances. Not that their service was worth a damn, so far as I could tell. Presidio never caught on fire other than for the arsons, which apparently they had a devil of a time putting out because those were the only fires they had ever been confronted with. But all of that being said, Presidio's too wet to catch fire. It's just too fucking wet. But all that with what we saw, these vacant children's playgrounds everywhere, just bleeding into each other's property, where every house had one, but none of them had any children, and it didn't look like there was any life in any of the houses. Maybe some of them had lights on, but we really didn't see that that I can consciously remember. But everywhere,
Hardly.
Yeah, thank you. But there were the
Were
signs.
they allowed to have dogs?
We didn't see any dogs.
Yeah, there were people.
Oh,
There were people outside, but yeah, no dogs. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's weird.
Maybe that's why they don't have fences, is because they don't have dogs.
Well, they got
They had
coyotes up
plenty
the
of,
ass. That's what we
It's
keep.
like they had plenty of dog oriented stuff though. It was like there were poop locations, poop bags. I saw that somewhere.
Oh,
Okay.
I remember an Air Force base where we live, and the swing sets were all out in the open like that too. And
Oh.
and I don't think that they were allowed to have dogs.
Okay, interesting.
Well,
But
this is like a state park now.
yeah, it's like a
And
state
private
park.
people live there.
Yeah, that's rented out. It's the only state park that rents out to private people. So it's an extraordinarily bizarre situation. But I don't want what Brendan said to give people the wrong impression. When Brendan and I saw people out and about, these people didn't look like they were heading towards any homes. They were either crazy joggers who were almost naked running in the rain, or they were like
Yeah, that was
families,
weird.
right? And they were like families that were just walking around like they were tourists, right? Is that not the impression you got?
Yeah, there was that one family, it looks like they were trying to find the shuttle out of there or something. You remember that?
Yeah.
They were like Asians, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
Hey, Vinny brought up a good point that it's a Midwestern thing to have fences in your yards.
No, Douglas, what I was saying is I grew up in Indianapolis, no one had fences, or very few people, and if they did, it was chain link.
Okay.
It's just only the big cities or anything else had block fences like they have now in all the new developments. I mean, in the 70s and 80s, if you had a fence, it was chain link to keeping your dog. If not, you could see four backyards down
Okay.
in most places in the Midwest and even in Connecticut and places like that.
No, I appreciate what
Yeah,
you're...
so maybe it's a military thing.
Well, it's even not military, it's just the way it was.
No, I appreciate what Vinny's saying. I'm sure Vinny's absolutely right that in the Midwest and many places like this, a fence would not be necessary. It would even be considered almost hostile, like intrusive, almost offensive. And it would be an insult to the sensibilities. But I do think that on the Presidio military base, probably the military discouraged fences because of, like I said, it provides a fire lane for the fire department if it needed to go through.
Oh.
Yeah.
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 Sure does. I didn't hear the first part, so I just jumped in late as usual and rolled the dice. And this time, rarely, I was
A little on point.
off point.
No, you're always on point. You're always on point. You're always on point, Vinny. That's fine.
I was off point, but you know, I'm not always right, but I'm never wrong.
That's right. Yes. Yes. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you. But one of the
Thank
things,
you. Have a good night.
you as well, Vinny. Best wishes. And of course, so glad you were talking to your mother. Hope she's doing well.
She is. She's doing great. She's happy to have us here, and we're blessed to have Heather here. So life is good.
Yeah, we have no fence in our backyard, by the way.
So I'm sorry. Are you there in the new community already? You're there.
Yeah, it's our first night.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Yep,
Oh, that's so exciting.
it's quiet outside.
I'm so excited for
no
both.
helicopters flying overhead.
Yeah, there's no helicopters, no gunshots,
Oh wow.
no screams.
Wow.
There might be, but that would be a different.
Yeah.
What was that, Vinny? What did you?
I said there might be later, but that would be a different thing. Mom,
Once his mom takes out her hearing aids. Oh well.
Delightful. So was Vinny talking to his mother telephonically, or was she at the door?
No, I was in a room because I just walked down the hall and my mom's there.
Oh,
Just like when I was, it's amazing. That hasn't happened in 40 some years.
oh my God!
Wow.
What a
Wow.
feeling! What a
And
feeling!
then calls in and we're having to talk about whether we're going to move to the Gaza or we're going
We're red, white, and blue land.
Oh man.
My
Oh,
mom wants to
man.
move to Panama, but I'm like, oh, they're bad. They don't like Americans anymore. So that's probably our best bet because he says it's going to be beautiful like Atlantic City.
Oh man.
That's great.
But I have a new plan, Douglas. Would you like to hear it? I'll give
Of
you
course.
my 30 plan.
Yeah.
Because I was a realtor for a while and I had a bunch of Canadian investors, like my friend George, now he's our enemy because we're going to invade him if he doesn't become the 51st state. But I have keys to sell their condos still, and they have investment properties as well. So basically, once we declare war, I'm going to just buy a bunch of flags. And I'm going to just go over there and just declare their properties. Just like Trump, if Trump can declare Gaza property, by what power? The power of the United States? Well, I'm just going to declare their very nice condos that they keep that they never use property of any.
Yeah,
Did
they're
I
going
say
to
my last
occupy.
name? Beat that. and their 20,000-mile infinities that they have. I'm also going to declare that and put a Marine Corps license plate. If you have Canadian friends close by your neighborhood, there may be good property opportunities soon. Thank you, Donald.
I love it. Thank you. Delightful. That's brilliant. Yeah.
He would
Yeah.
never do that. He would really never do that. He's just
I
kidding.
would do that. But I'm not big. I don't have enough money to do that. They do.
Yes. Yeah. No, Vinny's not the type of person to throw his weight around, and I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you, Vinny. That was wonderful. Very.
Have a good night. He's
Good
like,
night.
get off my.
Oh no! Take your time. I mean, we always appreciate
No, I'm
your.
kidding.
But do me a favor, Heather. Make certain that when he comes in to speak, try and make certain the microphone gets as close to his face as possible, because there's a distance
Okay.
issue. Thank you.
Okay, and it kind of some reverb or something.
Yes. So we want to be able to hear what he says clearly, so I don't have to keep asking him to repeat.
Repeat.
Yes, and so that will help. And what was the exact last thing he said? The last thing.
What was the last thing you said?
Oh, I just said, and Douglas was like, "Thank you for your, your impact," or whatever. I don't know what I said, but I did say to my movers, who are good friends of mine that are black gentlemen from the Bronx, like the projects really,
Wow.
and I was like, they're friends that we've done other business with, and I'm like, so what do I owe you for this? And they're like, we're friends. They, pay me whatever you want. And I'm like, well, since Trump came in, I was going to pay you $20 an hour, but I'm thinking $12 an hour now. Because number one, he could bench press me and throw me over the side, but number two, he had to there for the work. But I told him that he was probably DEI.
Yeah. Yes. There we are. I like the DEI touch.
And they can laugh at it, which is, we're all seeing the same absurdity. Sometimes I question if this is really the reality we're seeing, because it's so off.
Thank you.
That I've never seen. I mean, my dad never saw this, and my dad was married to a white woman in, the 60s, and racism was still there. I've never seen this. I really question. It's really making me believe that we are really all in just a strange reality, and I don't know why I think that, but this is just too stupid. Red, white, and blue land.
Like a dream, like some weird night.
Yeah, it's true.
I never thought I'd wake up and be like, wow, Charles Manson was right. What the fuck?
I never thought I'd wake up and be able to go down the street and go to the pot store and buy pot.
Oh, that is a dream. Yeah, you're set up.
Looking to my next spring break at the Gulf of America.
At least you guys get to go out in style. It's nice.
Yes.
Nice touch.
True.
Yeah, we'll see. As long as we're not flying.
So Vinny, do you ever try the cannabis or the or any of the THC products? Just curious.
I have not been a connoisseur as far as I've never been a pothead. I always like the things that speed me up a little bit. But as far as my pain on my shoulder and everything else, I love it. And that's why when I went in for my mini surgeries, I would not take anything that I could not buy over the counter home.
Okay.
Because I addicted to that, and it worked amazingly well with no side effects. And since I don't really like it, when I didn't need it for pain, I didn't take it.
Oh, excellent. So it did what it was supposed to do. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, well, it's just like, gummies were great. They made the pain go away my shoulders. That whatever oxys probably wouldn't do as well, but the after effects of doing oxys would have been insane. I see it on the street every day. That's why I moved to Sun City, where the rocks are green and the sidewalks are clean.
Love it.
The thing about it is that, like, the dispensary products is they give me total anxiety. They make me paranoid. They don't do what they're supposed to do. So I think that there's some nefarious things going on with the manufacturing of these products. So that's why I stopped, because they didn't do anything relaxing for me or beneficial to me at all.
Yeah. Well, I want you to know that it's for the best. In your case,
I know.
Yeah, it's like myself. I don't really do well with THC or cannabis products. They're not. Yeah, they don't give me any benefits.
And it says right on the label, it says, "Oh, this could cause heart attacks."
There you go.
Severe mental stress and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think topically they have an effect. So the cannabis or THC liquid form analgesic, or whatever we would call the balm or ointment that V has made that I could use on sore muscles, has often worked. So I could tolerate that. But yeah, imbibing it internally doesn't do anything really positive for me, and pretty much along the lines of what you experience, Heather. It's just, it's a bad trip as far as I'm concerned. Yeah,
I never thought that would ever happen, but it's happening. So I just tend to not indulge.
So it wasn't like that before?
No, like when I was younger and I used to get stoned all the time, I never thought I'd ever see the day where I would never get stoned anymore. Okay. It was like my go-to.
Well,
and then after the dispensaries came along, and it just changed.
Interesting. Well, they're very potent. They're very powerful. They're very concentrated. Right. Yeah. So that's why it's having a much more intensive effect on you, and your biochemistry has changed. So what you're telling us is that your biochemistry has changed radically, and so
it's fear.
And
just get into gardening.
Yeah,
like milder.
Yeah.
Oh, to grow myself.
yeah, you might consider that if
Yeah,
they
I thought
allow.
about that. Now that I've got some garden to grow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
If
community.
you grow that,
Yeah.
like tulsi and some other like Vedic herbs, like it'll be much more like vibes up.
Oh, really? So you like grow the tulsi around it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Tulsi is like the holy herb. Like it'll protect your
Yeah,
house
I
and stuff.
did have one tulsi plant that I propagated one time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I recommend it.
There we are. Yeah. That's see, good stuff. And so what I'm going to do, it's 7:40 p.m. And because what happens is when my show ends, I usually get my beer on and then take a nap before I get picked up at 10 a.m. So when I take a look at my calendar for tomorrow, let's see if that's even going to be an issue. I think tomorrow will be the first day I've had off in a while. I'll be back in action on Valentine's Day. So I'll definitely probably try and go to sleep. And then I won't need to wake up at any particular time. And then this way I will, have the beer to do that with. And so I may as well get that now before they close. It's a light rain, but I'll venture out into it. And I'm going to count on all of you to hold the stage. So, dear Aristides, are you there? Let's see if Aristides can say hello and come back on.
I'm here.
Oh, excellent. If you would be so kind as to verbally participate with all these lovely people,
Yeah.
hold the stage.
Sure.
I'll make that short run. I'll be
Okay.
right back. Yeah. And I was just curious, did you get a chance to review the last episode in its entirety, and how did my voice sound towards the end? Was I sounding tired, or did I sound actually sick, or was that noticeable at all?
I didn't, not that I noticed.
Okay. Thank you. Good to know that I could handle
Especially.
it. Thank you. Good to know that I could handle it. That's comforting to know. And here's what I want to say, Brendan, before I take off. All those signs we saw saying coyote warning, honestly,
Yes.
it reminded me, because coyote has become similar or synonymous with human trafficking, it added this real sense of, I think it was like there's real coyotes, but I think that there's also, it's almost like a human trafficking warning. And it's just like, it's almost like a
They
sick
were
joke.
really
Yeah.
odd.
Yeah.
Like oddly placed, I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. It just,
Because
yeah.
instead of putting them in like the wooded areas, they were like more towards the populated areas.
Yeah,
So it was
towards
just
the
weird.
residences. Towards the
Yeah. It
residences.
was weird, yeah.
Yes.
Like you would
That's,
think you would put that on a trail for like people walking their dog or something.
yes. Yeah. And
Like in a car, like a coyote's not going to do anything to you.
thank you. Thank you. So it was almost like sick joke residue left over from the Real Presidio. And so that being said, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back within 10, 15 minutes. And everybody, thank you so much for handling this. To all of our listeners, you're in the best of hands. And I'll go mute now. These people have got this for us. Okay? All right. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah. So
Hey guys.
is there anything you guys want to bring up before?
Let's talk more about coyote. What I think is interesting is that coyote is singular and coyote means plural, and people always get that confused.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yes.
Good one.
And they wander around here all the time, especially at dusk and dawn. They just mosey on down all the open yards looking for food.
Brandon, come in, please.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, you guys. I gotta go.
Okay.
When I
So
got
Aristotle-
here 30
Yeah.
years ago, they were gone, the coyotes.
Where, in California?
Yeah. And there would be lone ones, and they would never make a sound. But they're one of those animals 30 years on that there's more of. And
see a lot of
they're
people on
actually-
TikTok have them as pets.
they're going kind of urban.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't, know about capturing a young coyote and raising it as a pet, but it's interesting. And I'm glad they're here. They don't do anything that bad.
Are there coyote where you are, Aristides?
No, just like small little foxes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. East
Squirrels.
yeah, of course,
Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing that this isn't that wild here. Occasionally there's like they say there's like a bear that comes down from kind of the more foresty areas, but it's so rare. It has to be like so out of its like, out of
You
its
don't have
sorts.
raccoons tearing up your garbage and shit?
There are those.
Okay. Occasional possum.
Yeah,
Is it
the small stuff.
see?
But I thought we were talking more about like bigger canine.
Yeah, we're just flailing here.
Big smelly bears.
No, he's just got the one.
Well, there's a lot of bunnies here. There's a rabbit problem. The rabbits eat the sprinkler systems.
Oh boy. God.
Yeah.
It's
a menace.
Incredible big deal in Australia. Remember rabbit-proof fence and all that?
No.
They tore that whole continent up down to the bare ground. It was a heck of a thing.
Because of
And
rabbits?
so and they actually adapt to that harsh environment quite well.
Huh. The killer rabbits?
They're hungry. So they denude the landscape. Are you surrounded by cactus?
Not really. There's cactus around, but not like it's not thick.
How far you gotta go to see a saguaro?
Oh, I could go down the street and find a saguaro
in somebody's yard.
Yeah, because it's illegal to remove them. It's
That's right.
It's a felony.
Not that it helps.
Yeah, it's a felony to dig up a cactus or to traffic cactuses or whatever.
Yes, glad to hear it. It was a big racket in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really?
Huge. Oh, God, yes.
Ouch.
Yeah, going out in the desert. I mean, they'd take them right out of people's yards, too, but raping the desert up to get
that would be the hardest thing to do.
The barrel cactus. Yeah, because the needles are poison.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And the saguaro?
Saguaros have killed people.
Hmm.
There's famous stories about that. Half urban legend, I guess, but
I've never heard
cowboys shooting them up, and then the cactus falls right on them, and it's like this 1,000-pounder. God, I've seen gigantic ones.
What other kind of tall tales are there about Arizona or cactus?
Oh, Lord, it never ends. How far are you from the Superstitions?
I could see them sometimes, but it's kind of far, like 40 miles.
40, 50 miles, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not my first choice.
What's going on there?
No, it's just the nearest mountain range.
There's been a lot of activity on South Mountain lately. People talking about extraterrestrials, UFOs, and sightings.
Yeah, and Superstitions have all tons of ghost stories and lost treasure. There's famous.
Now, I have heard something about superstition and lost treasure.
The Flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
I think it was.
The Lost Dutchman.
Okay.
Or is it Flying Dutchman? I'm not sure.
Mm.
I think it was a Lost Dutchman. He got lost.
I think you're right.
Yeah, my friend Angela, I know her from Revolution Radio. Her husband, he is an explorer, and he has made his retirement into searching for the Lost Dutchman's mine.
Yeah, big thing.
I think he's going to find it. If anyone's going to find it, it's him.
There's a lot of fanatics. Always been down with it, but nobody.
Yeah, he goes by himself. It's dangerous to go by yourself.
Oh, it's a pretty tame mountain range as things go. I bet there's houses right up to its flank, ain't there, these days?
Yeah, South
right
Mountain.
Up to it. Oh, I can't imagine it, but
the Superstition Mountains are really dark and like scary They have an ambiance about them.
They do. They do.
Ambiance.
And a bloody history, you know, all the mayhem that people did up in there.
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't know as much either, but you know, it was running around up there doing stuff, burying
And there's
treasure,
all
and
the petroglyphs, space people and, aliens.
Is that right? That's funny. Yeah, I was more down in Tucson.
They say, the Kachina dancers, or the dancers that do their tribal dancing, like they do the different motions, and you don't realize that they're telling a story. And the one story of one of the dances that they do is about this the Indian, he's dancing, or the Native American, he's dancing, and then he's comes out of a crack in the rock. And he's telling the story about the lizard people that live subterranean. And they come out of the crack in the rock, and then they emerge, and then they go into the sky, and then they hold the world in their hands, and then he makes a big circle with his hoops. It's hoop dancing. And I never realized how intricate the hoop dancing was, telling the story about lizard people and subterranean.
Yeah. Whole different kind of communication. Well, the story I heard in Sedona, I was staying with some friends, and there's a cave. And every year, once a year, the local tribes come there, and they build fires, and they dance, and they eat, and they welcome. They open the cave. Then there's another day of the year, a little more somber. They're going to close that cave. Not sure if I saw it from afar, but I never forgot that story.
Is it the medicine wheel? Is that what you're talking about?
No, a cave in the Red Rock of Sedona.
Yeah, there's lots of caves.
Lots of caves. Well, this one particular one. And I don't know how deep it goes, but I guess it goes real deep. So that's what the tribes do every year on a certain night. Open it. Then they all come back.
I've heard that too. A different story about a different place, but there's once a year that the light shines through, because it's the alignment of the planets that allow for the opening.
Beautiful.
And like with the alignment of the planets, the story that I heard is you could see there's this like big, huge basketball shaped ruby sitting there on a pedestal.
Wow.
And it was like, that's the treasure that you can never get, because it's only there for like a moment.
Love it. Sure.
But it's there.
And in Arizona, everyone said the worst place to be in a lightning storm was in a cave.
Oh, yeah?
Have you ever heard that? It was Arizona.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, the worst place. Out in the desert or whatever, the woods, and big storm comes, whatever you do. Like worse than standing under a tree, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Okay. So first night. There's Stevie's go.
What's this?
Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I wanted to hear your story. I'm sitting at the edge of my seat.
His story? Which one?
The one, the first night or whatever you just said.
Oh no, I was just thinking of you in a new home. Did you guys ever hear of this guy, Ben Davidson?
No.
And he puts up a 5-minute YouTube every single day about space weather. And it's hard science, but the graphics will absolutely blow your mind. it's real time close-ups of the surface of the sun and then going through multiple filters, and you can see what it's actually doing, sunspots and the solar flares and waves and volcanoes. It's nuts, and it's actual. And another kind of broader look at what's happening on the other planets, telescope-wise and what have you, which can be very interesting. But one of his main things is he's drawn big correlations between solar activity and earthquakes and volcanoes.
You mean like
And-
solar flares?
Yeah.
Solar
Yeah,
flares.
me either.
So I got back in time to
Right,
hear solar
hey.
flares.
You
Okay.
get the beer?
Of course.
All right. Oh, I feel better.
Thank you. I
Crack
appreciate
one
that.
open for hand me one.
Oh, I wish I could. Honestly, I wish I
That's
could.
how we should be hanging out, all of us.
Yeah, true enough.
Oh,
Yes, we should do that
this
more
modern
often.
stuff, yeah.
Dear Aristides.
Yeah, it would have been nice to actually get some
Yeah.
food in the city, but I was so sick when I saw you. I didn't want to eat anything.
Oh, I had
Wow.
no idea. Did you tell me that you were? Oh, that's right. You were getting over.
Yeah, I told you.
Oh, that's right. Well, you were still getting over the avian flu, essentially, correct? You were still. Yeah. But
Yeah,
that-
oh yeah.
was there anything else that
God.
was afflicting you? I forgot. It was.
No, it was just that. It was just. It's.
Yeah.
I'm still dealing with it.
Oh, sorry.
Like as far as like the lingering effects.
You know why? Because you're working. Stop working.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, believe me, I wish I could. That's the first thing I would do.
Yes, but you know it's true. The work it weakens your immune system. You take so much longer to recover because you keep
Right.
stressing the body out. You're pushing the body to its limit every day. Tell people about how many miles your campus is. Jesus, for our acreage, it's enormous.
Oh, it's like tens of thousands of steps just to
Yeah.
traverse it.
Yeah. And
And we have to go around 3, 4, 5 times a day,
yeah.
walking back and forth and just doing all kinds of shit.
Oh,
Yeah, it's big.
I would die. I would die. I can't even stand the
Yeah.
thought of
Well,
it.
I'm working on getting an office job because I
Of course.
qualify now that I have a degree. So
Yes.
might as
Excellent.
well get something else.
Of course. And though, of course,
I always kind of like to get paid for doing exercise, because then I wouldn't have to do it in my
After
spare
3
time.
years, it really isn't fun.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Holly.
Oh, it's bad for your body.
But
Yeah,
that's not exercise. That's what
No,
is
I
that's
get that.
that's like
I do.
slavery.
They've actually done studies on it.
Yeah.
They've actually done studies on it that your body is like there's so much cortisol and shit going through that
Yeah.
you actually gain weight working these jobs.
It's true.
Oh,
It's true. It's true.
Tell me
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
Compared to if you have like, if you have time off and you just go for a jog, you burn like way more calories because it feels good.
Got
This
it.
shit doesn't
Yes.
feel good.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's
Years and years.
that's the whole point about the military bullshit is that if anyone truly is familiar with the military, has ever lived with people who served in the military or has served in the military themselves, the first thing you're hit with is just what bad shape these guys are in. They're in horrible
Oh, yeah.
shape. On average, these people are in terrible shape, and when they retire, they're dying. They're dying oftentimes when they
Right.
retire. They're like, all kinds of cardiac, blood pressure, every issue imaginable. And a lot of this has to do with this quote unquote keeping them in shape, where they're like forcing them to do things like, oh, let's jog a few miles in combat boots. And you fuck
Right.
the hell out of your feet. Your feet are just,
Oh God.
destroyed. Nothing that you're doing.
Boy.
You see, there's a difference between that and the kind of program that a person goes through if they're practicing for the Olympics, where they just are getting into shape. They have trainers that are trying to help them maximize peak calorie intake, caloric output through their energy expenditure. They're ergonomically measured. In the military, it's just they're just destroying your body every day. That's if you're doing anything at all. The rest of them who wind up in logistics or desk jobs or something, they all get fat. It's and quickly they become, people just look at them and say, well, we can't send you into the field, you're worthless, so it's like you're trapped either way. And either way, you come out of it in worse health than when you went in. It's nothing that's going to leave you in peak condition to take on the world, I assure you, not in any general sense. So just a nightmare there. But that's what Brendan is going through. Brendan is going through that right now. When he's working in his job, he's going through this grinder, where, yeah, he's walking miles, and you would think, yeah, man, that must be good for you. No, it's not.
It's not. Spoiler alert, it's fucked.
Yeah.
It's fucked.
No, you feel
Much
awful.
the same with house cleaning.
Yeah.
You're moving a lot, but oh man, they all end up getting bad hurt.
Thank you. And in pain. Just in
I
constant
know the drill.
pain. Yeah. So yeah, you're definitely lucky that you have well, we'll talk
You're
about
just
that
glad
privately.
you can still do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's
Your
true.
badge of honor. That's
Yeah,
all
you're
you
still
get.
walking. Yeah, you're still.
Yeah.
Wasn't your back broken at one point?
No, I never broke my back.
You did something on a mountain where it almost happened, or
No.
was there some injury?
It was, yeah, my God. I needed a double hip replacement in my mid-50s. Not from any kind of arthritis or anything. They were both just clean worn out.
From all your walking?
Yeah, I'm working.
Whoa.
So I had
Jesus.
to get, it's like they saw, except for the spinal column, they kind of saw you in half.
God damn.
Shit.
So both your hips are replaced?
Bionic, baby. They're the strongest part of me ever
Holy,
since.
holy shit.
And remember, that's why I was on the cane when we went to Tucson.
You were on the cane. All I remember is Laura Lee Solomon being on the fucking cane after she threw herself down the hill. And
Well, I gave it to her because I was getting better.
Threw herself down a hill.
yeah,
Jesus.
so
She stumbled on the trail. That's all. We went in the Santa Ritas.
yeah, but there was,
Gorgeous range.
let's just put it this way: it was like Laura Lee Solomon was doing everything she could to destroy herself. It was, like,
Yeah, it sounds almost suicidal.
yeah, she showed up with
No, she just hadn't done some hiking much. And
Holly,
there was-
she showed up without any ID or passport or wallet.
Well, yeah.
And does
And
that
then threw herself down a hill.
yeah, then throws herself down a hill? Holly, come on.
She fell on the path. Maybe rolled a little.
You're just covering your butt. We all know you pushed her. I would have too. No need to apologize.
Yeah, really. It won't be the first time that happened in those mountains, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I bet. With what you were telling us about Disappearance 411, yes.
Oh, God.
And you folded that clothes neatly, too, when you were done with it.
And my life in jail.
Oh,
man.
but yeah, no, she was like, that's why I identified the cane with Laura Lee Solomon. So that was your cane that you
Yes, it
gave to
was.
her.
Yes, I did.
Ah!
Yes, I did. And I put off that operation. I crippled for 4 years because
Oh.
I was so terrified of it.
Oh my God! Well,
And it'll get infected, or I'll break them, or blah blah blah.
oh well.
And I thought that all the way through. And positive thinking, they say, "Oh, you got to have it." Well, I didn't. But best thing I ever did in my life, and you know why? That's Obama.
Yeah.
That's the one reason.
Mhm.
And Monterey County fought Obamacare for years after Santa Cruz adopted it.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
my God, I was afraid that window would close.
Okay.
So I went for it.
Good
It
for
was
you.
brutal.
Good for
Yeah.
you. So
And
basically,
thank God I did, because, you can't just get stem cell injections and lay down for a week and you're all better. Ta-da!
well, I wish. I
That's
wish.
what I was waiting for.
Oh well. Hey, no, you can't get.
What a bunch of scam that was.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
At
Oh
least for poor people,
yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, even for the rich, it's they're still experimenting with all that shit.
Yeah, it's disgusting. My friend got a treatment, and when they did have to do her hip, they're like, "What's all this gel in here?"
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh. Tell us about this.
$1,000 shot. and it didn't help.
Oh. And
So she had to go anyway, and that's what they said.
damn.
What's all this gunk?
Damn.
Yeah. Oh man, like those fake butt injection ladies, the people, the Lionel Richie hires in Hollywood.
Yes, but the
do
Brazilian
the
butt
parties.
implants. Brazilian butt implants.
This was a Ryan Ranch thing, like where Ambrosia was.
Okay.
Same office complex. They do it right there in the strip offices.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just shocked. But
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so what happens is, if you've ever seen the Barbie doll, when you take the Barbie doll and you spread her legs till one of them snaps off, and the ball bearing, kind of big plastic ball bearing, holds that inside repels. That's what they did to you on both sides.
Yep. And the first ones they were putting in people way back ended up like generating electricity.
Yeah, they were metal. They were in agony.
Yeah.
They were in agony. So you weren't in agony? I heard of people who got these original like kneecap replacements. I knew this one man who had to get kneecaps replaced, and they were metal, and he wanted to kill himself. It was, his agony was unbearable.
Oh God. Well, I was sure I was going to be hospital, MRSA.
You're breaking up.
The whole thing.
You're breaking up.
I was sure. Am I still?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Where it should be. All right. I was sure I was going to get hospital, MRSA.
Okay.
I mean, the whole thing.
Yeah.
But nope. Yeah, ceramic.
Ceramic. The ceramic hips.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, you're so lucky.
A lot of ceramic.
You're so fucking lucky.
Yeah,
oh
so
my
lucky.
God.
So lucky.
Yeah.
Obama's a saint to me for that reason alone.
I don't blame you.
No matter what he did.
So you didn't get charged nothing?
Much, yeah.
What?
Can you believe that shit?
I can't hear you.
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, not pretty much. And I mean, I had to learn to walk.
Right. Right.
It was agony.
Yeah. Oh.
And a walker, for God's sake. I mean, me on a walker, that was so...
How long?
Oh, that's a humbling
How long
moment,
were you
I'll
on a
tell you
walker?
that.
How long were you on a walker?
Oh, a good month.
That's not long. Long enough.
Especially, you could hear my cursing and screaming from here, just trying to like walk up one step. God.
Oh, God, what a nightmare.
Intense.
Oh.
It was, but it was so worth it.
Oh.
And it would be terrible to do one at a time and drag it out.
Didn't they give you physical rehab? Did you go to a physical rehab?
They did, top of the line. Because Medi-Cal would pay full ride.
Wow.
If you actually got them both at once.
You mean Medicare and Medi-Cal?
If you get Medi-Cal, yeah.
What about Medicare? You don't have Medicare?
Well, it's you know how Byzantine it is.
Yeah.
You kind of have both.
Right. I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal myself. That's why I ask.
Yeah. If you're extra poor, you get the extra bump.
Yeah.
And so that's what I got a good surgeon. I know that because all the nurses loved him.
Wow. Cool.
And
that doesn't necessarily. I was about to say that doesn't necessarily mean he's a good surgeon.
He was not hot, but they trusted him and he treated them well, and they trusted his judgment. And I heard that from the inside. So
Got it.
But he runs a cattle chute. It's this enormous operation. They just funnel them through.
Wow. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, you can't believe.
Oh my God. I'm so glad I'm not involved with work like that. I'm so glad. I mean, just being a care provider was enough to fucking kill me. It's honestly, I can't even believe the horrors that I've seen. I still, now that I think about it, I just wouldn't want to be doing that on a daily basis.
Oh man. And the guy's son is a doctor, and I got to meet him through other means, going with a friend.
It runs in the family. It's like this is.
He's the son is wonderful.
Yeah.
I would want him to be my doctor.
No, I hear you. I hear you. It's just it runs in the family.
Absolutely
It's
wonderful.
Like, you get.
And I don't trust the medical profession. Period. That's why I, crippled for 4 years, for God's sake.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm telling you, once in a while they do something real good, and Obama, was my savior.
Thank you. See? Hope all the people listening to us
He
who
was.
came here for right-wing hate on talk radio and to shit and piss all over Obama. Yeah.
Nazi stuff. Yeah.
Neo, honey.
The
Neo.
Nazi stuff.
Neo-Nazi. Neo-Nazi, honey.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Thank you. Yes.
Don't be solely disappointed. Sorely disappointed.
Yes, that's right. And
I don't know how we got on joint replacement, but we
I think we were talking about all sorts of things. We were talking about, of course, Laura Lee Solomon, her cane, her auto-destructiveness. Don't forget that when she was with us, she picked up the habit of smoking. You do remember this?
Myself.
Yeah,
I blame myself.
You do remember this, don't you? What I'm saying?
No.
No?
No.
She started smoking a pipe.
Oh, funny. I thought she brought that with her.
No, she bought it while she was traipsing about with you.
Oh, I think, yeah, she was a fanatical yard sailor.
Yeah.
That's right. Couldn't pass a yard sale.
Yes, and she was trying to
and
emulate.
Tucson's got him.
Yes, but she was trying
7 days a week.
Yes, but she was trying to emulate myself because I smoked the cot through my opium pipes, remember?
Right.
And
sure.
like a child emulating an adult, she purchased a pipe, but she could only smoke tobacco through it because I had no cot I was going to share with her. And
that's right.
Yeah, and so she picked up that for a while, and it took her a while to get over it. By that time, she was, that was before then she tried to kill herself. But understand that there's a reason. We don't just casually say this sounds autodestructive or it sounds like she's trying to kill herself. You do remember she ultimately tried to kill herself multiple times, correct? Or by that time when you so severed.
Back in Galveston. Or wherever.
It was, bumfuck Texas, out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah, boy. In a hard, weird job.
Well, no, it was, do you remember what happened or not? This isn't like, I'm not coming down on you. I'm just remembering this as just a kind of a parlor game. Do you remember what happened?
I remember she had kind of a hard, weird job.
It wasn't that hard or weird.
After a semi-military career.
No, it wasn't hard or weird, and she had an actual military jaunt. She actually had joined the U.S. Air Force, was going to be sent to Korea, but she was overweight. They couldn't send her to Korea because she was overweight. So she wound up being trained in a technical position. And then this is what your military is like. Try and understand what I'm saying and absorb this, people. You get these people join the military and everybody thinks that they're all like physically fit or they pass physical tests or something like that. Half these people can't even fucking walk. I mean, these people are like, I don't know if you remember, Laura Lee Solomon could barely walk. I was constantly telling her to stand up straight, put her head up. You remember, do you have any memory of my doing that with her? Playing the part of the drill instructor? Because she was waddling. Yep. She was just waddling along. And this is somebody who was, quote unquote, in the military. But I believe she was, because half of them are like that. And the majority of them, as a matter of fact. But
it's funny you bring this up, because in this week's New Yorker, there's a big article about this.
What do they say?
They're trying to get kids young. And
really young. Right?
Real young.
Yeah.
And that's okay. We're going to slim you down. But at the other end of the article, it's like, well, it's all going to be joystick lasers now, so fat guys welcome. you can. I'm sure you can get a read of it for free off their site.
Is this
give you a
New Yorker? New Yorker magazine?
Yeah, this week's. No, not this week's. Last week's.
Oh my God.
Last week, 7th to 13th.
Oh my God. Oh,
yeah.
Delightful.
And they're hardcore recruiting.
Yeah. Oh, they are. Oh, they are.
Because that was the lesson of the Vietnam War. Never again a draft. Yeah. Make them want to do it.
Yeah. Well,
or focus on the ones that want to do it.
Like I said,
have to do it.
Like I said, the only way to win is to start a goddamn draft. When you get the volunteers, Yeah, it's.
Well, I don't know
Oh,
if we're gonna have a war on every front. I mean, it's like,
There's
how do you
that
win that
now.
shit?
There's that.
Like, we're gonna turn into like a hermit kingdom eventually. It's like we won't be able to step outside without getting blown up.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
There's
you're
that.
preaching to the converted here. Yeah,
Yeah.
Trump wants to make certain everybody hates us. That's
Right. It's like it's beyond
yeah.
logic.
Yes.
So that's the thing. All our rules of basic sanity are going by the wayside.
Yes. Absolutely.
So how are we to confront
Which America
the
wasn't
age?
sane anyways, so it's just
Yeah.
No, but it
off the
was
deep end now.
somewhat stable, I'll say, based on bloody injustice.
Yes.
There was some sense of stability,
Yes.
some, and back around to what we were talking about, big government played a tremendous role in that
Yes.
till it was destroyed by
Yes.
the corporate wave. Yeah, big.
Well, they're claiming they're going to bring that back, but if the states don't listen, then they're
but
going to
he's
do
the
what?
only one.
Yeah. Well, I
They're
think
all full of shit.
yes. They now I think what Holly's talking about is monopolism and late stage capitalism. But what Brendan was talking about the states, if the states don't listen to what is it that Musk is trying to bring back, the robber baron gilded age, or what are you alluding to, Brendan?
Well, they were claiming, oh, we want states to figure it out. That's what they said.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
if you don't fall into line with what they want, then they're gonna not.
Yeah.
You know, you won't be able to figure it out. It's like the
That's right.
classic. It was almost like what my family did to me. It's like some straight abuse shit.
So
Like-
it's like we'll keep all the federal money,
Yeah.
and you states just go ahead and coal
Yeah.
mine, strip mine, cut down every
Yeah.
tree, do whatever you have to do.
And then if something
handmade
goes
the
wrong,
weapons.
it'll be like your fault. Oh,
Yeah.
you shouldn't have done that. You know, like
Oh, you had a fire.
stop being so poor. You know, yeah. I know how to.
Stop
You
tapping
piece
the
of shit.
mud.
Why are you so poor? Yeah.
Stop
Is it because we
helping
took all the
asylum
money? Oh yeah,
seekers,
that's right.
And stop helping the homeless.
oh,
God
Well-
damn, it's a heat grind.
yeah. It's a crime against humanity.
Right.
But I don't know about hate crime. It's like there's people that they hate. That certainly that's what they run on is hate and grievance. But it's I don't know if
Well, I
hate
said
crime.
meat grinder.
Oh, meat grinder. Got it. Got it.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, and certainly, like I said, I'm ambivalent about the homeless. You know, I don't know if you heard some of my stories about that, just as an example of,
Yes.
yeah, but
That was another
we
weird thing,
all
Doug. We
have
didn't see like a single
homeless.
freaking homeless person the whole time. That was weird. That was
well, the
nice.
homeless never
Yeah.
go to Presidio. The homeless
Yeah.
never go to Presidio.
Well,
Like
even
I
by
said-
your house, I don't think I saw anybody.
oh,
That
yeah,
hill-
That was
too
floating
steep.
around there for a while.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
It was weird.
Yes, that's true. There's I do see homeless still once in a while on Polk Street, but it's thank God they've stopped coming down to my house. You know why? They're redundant now because they're the Waymos. The Waymos are nonstop. I have a nonstop river of Waymos going up and down my street all day, all night, in the rain. Think of the money they're expending on fuel for those fuckers. And they're all passengerless. And they just, you know, go cruise up and down slowly up and down my street like circling sharks. And it could be that's what they're doing. Maybe they're going in circles, you know, around my street. It really would just make more sense than they're on some kind of circuit that's any more extended than that. It's absolutely bizarre. But they go
Maybe
both
they
directions.
overbuilt them. They built too many. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen Lyft and Uber drivers do that in places. Go round and around and around the bus station
Jesus, fuck them.
because nobody's coming.
Yeah, well, fuck that
And
lifestyle.
there's just too many.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe they overbuilt and they just, I don't know why they'd have to keep them running and not just park them until there's some event week or something.
Yeah, yeah. It's all
Well,
part.
supposedly they're supposed to be learning, quote unquote, or something. Whatever.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're supposed to be like, you know,
That's what it is.
interfacing. But honey, why my street? That's what makes it surveillance.
The hell?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and there's nothing of note around there. I mean, it just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ah.
Like, I'm surprised you made it to a store that quick. It's like you've been walking for too long, I think.
Yeah,
That was
thank
You
really
can get to a
fast.
store that quick.
Yes.
He knew what he wanted.
Yes, yes. I go.
They should make him go up and down Lombard Street.
Tell.
Well, it is
tell,
surprising.
Yeah, tell her
I
about
think it is
Lombard.
surprising.
Tell her about Lombard. They
What?
kept bringing us back to your navigation kept bringing us
Yeah,
back.
it kept, yeah. I don't know
What?
why I was obsessed with Lombard Street. It was like he must want to go there.
Yeah,
It's
you
like-
must.
Oh, man.
Everyone wants to go down Lombard Street. Yes.
And that's why it was all congested when we drove by. I was like, is this like a school or something? And you're like, no, it's these idiots trying to go down Lombard for a photo. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, it looked like they were waiting to pick up their kids or something. Like, what the fuck are these people doing? And I was like, oh wait, yeah, that is Lombard. And then I was like thinking of when I was like a child.
Tell her about your trauma. Your trauma.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that was like, that street's long. And Doug's like, no, it's like literally one block. And then when we looped around, I was like, wait, that's it? I was like, I remember when I was younger that it was like, we would go down it for days and everyone would be all sick and shit by the time we got there because of all the hills. Yeah. Like a car full of kids and we're not used to hills like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit! Yes, I can see that. I can see that. A lot of people are like that in San Francisco. The tourists, the hills throw them off, and
It's worse when you're a
When you
passenger.
come out of that east gate of Presidio, going east, I don't know what street that is, and the hills. From
That's Doug's
going
street.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, that makes me sick.
Well, you might be
I
talking
will-
about the Arguello Gate, honey. Are you talking about the Arguello Gate, which was next to Anton LaVey's house?
It must. I think so.
Yeah.
And then you're on the top of that massive street down
Yeah.
hill to go back to
Or
the
Lombard.
city.
You're talking about Lombard.
That is Lombard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is.
I
Lombard.
forget all the street names, but oh my god, that's sickening. In a car? Oh no, no, no. I can't believe that there are crashes going down that thing every day.
There are, especially with Teslas.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because people don't realize how fast they're going and they just launch because they have all that traction and,
Oh,
inertia.
man.
Yeah. There are videos of it online of these like teenagers trying to drive there and they just launch off one of those hills and it blows up the car practically.
Oh, terrifying. I will
Yeah.
drive all the way. I'll drive to Berkeley to avoid that street,
Yeah.
Oh. Goodness. Yes.
Mm.
And so when it comes to what else comes to mind with the when we were talking about driving, going around the Presidio, the homeless, and it definitely when we were talking about the military and we were talking about Laura Lee Solomon. So what happened with her was that she had a very good job, which she loved, and was paid quite well. She worked with a hospital, and what happened was she got into the records department of the hospital, so she was working with medical records. So she was in the medical records center, or the MRC, of a large hospital complex, or offices that dealt potentially with multiple hospitals in Texas. And so the job that she got was one where when she entered the force, the employment force, the labor pool for that particular job, they gave her choice of salary, and she gave herself a very high salary. So, and they just gave her a high salary. So she had a very high salary, was able to afford to support myself to a degree by sending, $100 check on a monthly basis for a period of time. And she was, in return, of course, she was a vampiric leech. I'm so sorry. It's an insult to my kind to say that. She was just like a
Psychic
leech.
leech.
Yeah, just this, psychic mosquito leech who was just had to talk to me
Psychic
first thing in the morning.
parasite. Psychic
Yeah.
parasite.
Thank you. A real parasite. Thank you. Psychic parasite. Psi-parasite. And so as a side parasite, she was just leeching me every morning. She had to speak in the morning before she went to work. But she...
Didn't that rapé head do the same shit?
She wanted to, but
She was like sending you cash so you would like talk to her.
Yes, but the person who saved me from that was Judith Agert. So Judith Agert told me, don't start a relationship with Ramona Halitha Henry, like you did with Laura Lee Solomon, and she was right. It was just like, it's not worth the taxation on one's health, psychic or otherwise. But yes, you're absolutely right. This is the kind of
coming from a vamp.
Yeah, it's really coming from
that. Sick.
Yes, yes. These people are draining the vampire. Yeah, it's But when it came to Laura Lee Solomon, her problem was she was a fucking cat hoarder, and it's directly connected to how she lost her job. So she was hoarding all these cats, and her apartment only allowed 2 cats. But of course, she picked up all these street cats, had all these other cats. So she was just a cat hoarder.
Damn, she got the toxoplasmosis.
Oh yeah. And so when finally somebody came around who was working with the management and knocked on her door like a surprise visit, just doing a surprise inspection, which, they almost never did except once every, 200 years or something. But, he happened to catch her, and she opened the door, and he saw all these cats, and the stench must have hit him, that big wave.
And they started flying out the door and shit.
Oh yeah, probably attacking him, no doubt, probably scratching his eyes out and shit, horror movie style. But certainly the wave of cat urine hit him, and he just said immediately, he said, "You're out of here, you're evicted, get the fuck out of here." And so she was evicted. And she had a limited amount of time, but a brand new apartment had opened up right across the street from her work. And so she moved into that apartment, and so you had to get rid of all of her cats. And she got 2 new little kittens, 2 little white kittens, to move in with her. But then what happened was she lost her job. And she lost her job because all the effort it took to move, basically overnight, basically exhausted her. So she fell asleep at work. And so they had a strict rule of you cannot fall asleep at work or you lose employment. There's no appeal. It's straight rule. You fall asleep at work, you're fired. And but none of this made any sense. It was obvious they just didn't like her.
Cold. Yeah.
No, well, she had worked there 17 years.
Nice.
So she had worked there 17 years, had the perfect legitimate excuse. Look, I had lost my apartment. I was forced to move. I was exhausted, and so I happened to fall asleep at work. But they had videographic evidence because everybody at work hated her, so they all took their cell phones out and they recorded her while she was sleeping. So when she had fallen asleep at her desk at the keyboard, so while she was drooling and nodding off and asleep at work, everybody was filming her with all their cell phone footage because they all hated her guts. So she had never really made friends at work, and as a result, none of them liked her. See how important it is to make friends at work? I could have laid down on the table and gone to sleep with a smile on my face, and nobody would have reported it in the average work situation. Nobody would have cared. They would just say, who cares? He's friendly with people at work, goes that extra mile to say, good morning, that's not her. Oh, no. And so she lost her job. She appealed it, and they just tormented her, dangling it, and then said, no, of course, that, it was like, but she was stupid enough to just drag it out. She should have sued them. She had a good case. She could have easily have sued them. She should have sued them. But no, she just didn't take. She was all at that point. And then she tried to kill herself twice. So that was when I had to find her a home to live in. So I had to ask her to tell me who her friends were that she could move in with. Then I had to call this friend of hers, and that friend took her in. So that's where she rehabilitated, at least, or was in rehabilitation last time I checked. But then what happened was the next time she wrote me that email that I shared with you, Holly, she said, oh, I've been hospitalized for a year or something. So she must have been in bad shape. Personally, I think she was institutionalized is what ultimately happened. Because, how Texas is, it's Texas. There is no Obamacare or whatever's there. They give it so little, empowerment. Oh, yeah, she's in Texas. To wind up in a hospital for over a year in Texas when she had no insurance, the only thing I could think of was an insane.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah. Because she lost everything with the job. Her insurance, everything. She had a life insurance policy that she had made out to me, which, if she had died, I would have gotten $250,000 or something. I should have just killed her. But when she lost her job, they canceled that. Think about that. You know?
I mean,
Yeah.
that's just brutal.
Yeah, it's like it's Texas. It's like it's a big state with no fucking heart. It's like these I can't understand how anyone could live there. But
Louisiana, Mississippi, no Obamacare for them.
yeah,
Either.
Every single person I've met that's moved there has moved back to California.
there you go.
Like I've the last couple of years I met, like, I'm not joking, like 10 people, and they said, yeah, I used to live in Texas. And I was like, what happened? You know, like, what was it not good or something? And they're like, no, I just didn't, my job wasn't good and the rents went up. So I moved back to California. So that's bad when you move.
Yeah.
It's so bad in Texas, you have to come to the most expensive place in the country.
Yeah. I mean,
Must be bad.
oh, yeah.
Austin is now the 18th biggest city in America
Yeah. Well,
in 10 fucking years.
Yeah. Well, that's the only freaking, you know, that's
Liberal.
the only blue section.
yeah, that's all liberal.
Where it's like
Yeah.
livable.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
because they got
stumped.
they got big ass gay community there. That's why they make it livable. Whereas everywhere else, you just face. But
And it's not even politics. It's just those hokey pokies don't know how to, like, there's like no fresh fruit and shit. You can't even eat. Like, you can't even live.
Yeah.
They're all eating like bacon and eggs and shit. It's like, what if, like, you can't live like that. Like, no one could live like that. It's not even about the politics. Just like it's like living with Hank Hill and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Damn it, Bobby.
Now it's
What are you
Soylent
eating apples
Super
for? You know, shit like that.
Holly, you're breaking up. You're glitching terribly. Get into a better cell reception area.
Yeah, I
so we
don't
can-
know why. There is the storm starting to come in.
Okay.
It's been pretty punk so far.
Yeah. Pretty what so far, honey?
Is that bad?
No,
It's been
you're
pretty
okay now.
punk so far.
Punk so far, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so but with what Brendan said about Texas, yes, I remember there used to be a truism. It used to be a truism that, you know, once you move outside of California, or rather once you move out of California, you're never coming back because you'll never be able to afford to. That used to be
That's my
Yeah.
truism.
yeah. And that's changed apparently from what Brendan has said. But you know what? I
Yeah.
keep
Well, these people make it happen probably just out of fucking.
Yeah.
They'd rather live in the hood here than definitely in the hood over here.
yeah.
Or Mississippi.
Or
I
maybe
heard
their
Mississippi
mama
is the
owns
murder
a house.
capital of the U.S. or something.
Oh God, what's
The fuck the
Maybe
Deep
their
South.
mother has a house
Something,
they
yeah.
can inherit or some shit.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
they're
family
lucky.
property.
If they're fucking lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can tell you, San Francisco's dangerous as fuck. I know that because when I get in with the cab drivers, they bitch about it, and the cab drivers will bitch like, you know, tourism's totally died. You know, I pick up people at the airport, and they ask me, is it safe to get out of the cab? Or can we get to this other place,
Right.
my hotel, safely? And all they've heard about is San Francisco's murder rate, the rapes, the violence is through the roof, and
Well, that's just Fox like pumping the numbers and
that
shit.
too.
I
That too.
was-
Uh,
I want,
but
yeah,
it's, I
that's
mean,
a right-wing crusade.
I think
Trash.
recently, like, there's almost no one in the city. Like, from last time I went, like, when I was there,
Mhm.
we didn't see hardly anyone. It was a weekday.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
true.
like a Friday, and there was, like, nobody. It was,
Yeah, it's
like,
empty.
weirdly empty. It was weirdly empty.
I did see the wand shop. Yeah, we did
Yeah,
pass
we
by.
saw the wand shop.
Yeah, we passed by the wand shop, the occult store.
Wizards and wands or something.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh God.
But
But any city, Portland, you name it, that makes some kind of attempt to service this burgeoning homeless population gets beat like a dog.
oh yeah. You're talking about on media. It's the media character
Beat
assassination.
like a dog.
Yes.
Yeah, it's sickening to me. Fucking A, so help out, Nevada. You know, I mean, don't just laugh and make fun of us for trying.
Oh well, they hate us. They hate us. But
And it all comes back to the inevitable. If you can't work enough to afford a fucking apartment, the hell they think is going to happen?
Yeah, well, get this.
They're going to get social unrest.
Yeah. Well, every time I look in the headlines, I've noticed lately, not to mention, of course, my son's husband, I see a lot of the tech headlines are like, California's lost another techno-industrial company to Texas. And they're all moving to Texas. And I'm thinking, like, oh, man, well, their workers aren't going to move with them. And those workers that move...
They just move Indians. There
you are. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, seriously.
Didn't he just move something big to China?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt these motherfuckers. Yeah, talk about
Ew.
conflict of interest. Yeah, that's...
Oh, yeah, these guys are all scammers. I mean, people thought the biggest grifters were going to fix something. I mean, that's just crazy.
It's just crazy.
Thank
That
you.
just shows
So
how,
that's
like,
what we've got to
uneducated these
deal with.
people are.
Thank you.
Actual, objective crazy.
Yes.
And there's got to be practices to help with that. Or there should be. We might have to...
I mean, I can't say them on air, but I'll tell you privately what,
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I literally can't say it without being put on a list or something, I'm sure.
You're already on the list.
Real rational. You know?
Well, then
I don't
everyone
think
knows
they're
what to do. It's just
And,
like V for Vendetta. I guess I could say that. There you go. Gunpowder or Guy Fawkes and all.
I would like to make an appointment to speak privately.
Yeah. Though I assure you all that it's right now the state is terrorizing us, not the other way
Right,
around.
yeah, Doug, you say it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, the state is terrorizing
Right.
us, not the other way around. But here's one of the points that I was making, and I do want to thank Aristides before he falls asleep for the night, and I don't blame him if he needs to take a rest. That's great. But Aristides, if you're still with us, thank you for helping to hold the stage while I was gone, doing my beer run. Appreciate that profoundly. And you there, Aristides? I always like to hear his
I just
voice.
had to screen and get off mute. You're welcome. Although I haven't done much, honestly. I can't take credit for much.
Well, you always do your part, and
I'm here just in case nobody else is doing anything.
thank you. No, I mean then that's great. That's great. That's great.
It's great. It's great to have all our favorite regulars.
Yes.
Doing yes, which is pretty much well, we have more favorite people, but
Yes. Yes. All
Where's
kinds of
Amy
things.
Como been?
What'd you say?
Lost in
Where's
Philly.
Amy Como been?
Lost in Pennsylvania somewhere.
What
Yeah.
did Holly say?
no, Boston, Pennsylvania. That's fine. She was in the greater Philadelphia region, I think, but temporarily,
Uh-huh.
Right.
which is what she said. She said it herself. So
Who
Yeah,
who
yeah.
who are we talking about?
Amy,
Como.
Doug.
Oh, Amy Como.
He owes someone money, so they instantly disappear. The memory deletes.
You know me too well.
Who? Who? I've never heard of them.
Yeah, I still owe her 100. She ain't getting that.
Yeah, it sounds like you already wrote her off. Who? Where?
I honestly, it was coming across to me as nonsense words, like nonsense, like gobbledygook. It was like that's how my mind works, people.
Hey,
Yeah.
I wish I could forget
Another
about some of these
regular
people you
bites the
introduced me to.
dust.
Oh yeah, no shit. Oh my God. What was it you said made Ian West look wholesome or healthy or something? It was somebody in some cartoon or something.
No, it was this dude in the trash.
Oh, the dude in the
This was, like,
trash.
the first time I brought him up, you said, "That sounds horrible, almost as bad as Ian." And I said, "No, this guy makes Ian look like
Functional
scum on the bottom of my shoe and shit."
Yeah.
Because this guy goes to work every day and like digs the trash.
Oh,
does
good
his
point.
thing.
Yeah, he follows the schedule. Yes, he's more functional. Good point.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's like nice.
Yeah.
Ian's just like
Yeah.
freaking eating shrimp and then eating a bagel.
And they
like,
throw him
whatever the
money.
gross-
And they throw him
Yeah.
money. They throw him
whatever
money.
the
And
gross
he
shit he was doing.
Yeah. Oh my God. You wouldn't believe it, Ollie. I don't know if you ever heard us sometimes.
And he would say shit like, "Oh, this guy just gave me a house to live in."
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Oh, I had to move, but I'm with this other guy. Gave me a house to live in."
Yeah.
He's like, "What?"
Yeah. But these houses all were like a cult, like Nexi, where they had like, basements full of severed heads and shit. Tell her. I mean.
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, honestly, Holly, it was like, and
In Mississippi?
Like you couldn't make this shit up. It was
yeah,
that
thank
bad.
you. Yeah, was it Mississippi? Was it or New Orleans?
One of them was definitely Mississippi.
Yeah. There we are. Oh.
And then he had like a brick of like $10,000 bills, like
Yeah.
a stack of blue chips.
Yeah, it's true.
And he was like waving it at us, like,
Yeah.
you know, showing off. And then the next, when we brought it up again, he said, that wasn't real.
Yeah.
That was what did he call
He
it?
denied it. He
Motion picture.
yeah.
It was motion picture money. And it was like, no, yeah, and we all saw it. It was real.
Thank you. He was claiming it was a cinema prop, like a, you know, and it's just bullshit. Yeah, what a piece of shit. Yeah, they just throw him money because he's an asset, and you know, and his job was to get me like shut down my channel, which he very nearly succeeded in doing. And
Yeah, he was playing all that AI, like anti-Judaic shit, just like, on repeat in the background.
yeah, and ironically enough, it was the transphobic stuff that did the most damage. And
Right.
so,
wasn't he the copyright strike too? He like doubled down, played some copyright music or something.
Yeah, it might have been. I'm trying to remember now. I've done my best to try and forget. By the way, Heather, come on and say goodnight to us all. If you're going to take off for the night, come on and verbally say goodnight if you would be so kind. Let's see if we can coax her into doing that. It's like coaxing a cat. So, dear Heather, you don't need to type. It's too much work. She said, I love you all and I must retire.
All right, good night.
Yeah, come on, Heather.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay, we love you.
Good night, dear.
Share our love
I
with
love
Vinny.
you too, and you guys have a great night.
Yes, okay. Share our love with
You too,
Vinny
and you
and
do
his
too.
mother. Yeah,
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
okay. Bye. So adorable. There we are. And so with those of us left, I do want people to know I did find that book. I found the book on that I think has something to do with the cameramen who were murdered in Bolivia, who the locals thought they were stealing all their fat and thought that they were vampires or pistaco that feed off fat, kind of fat vampire, if you will, in the Andes where they value their fat, and is very similar to the Inuit people or Akvig or various other Aleut or transpolar indigenous peoples. They need their fat to survive at such altitudes. So it's a book that is classified as Anthropology, Latin American Studies, and the title is Gods and Vampires, Return to Chipaya, by Nathan Wachtel, Wachtel, translated by Carol Volk. So it was originally in the German. So, yes. So Gods and Vampires, translated by Carol Volk. Authors Nathan Wachtel, for anyone interested. And here's the summary, which I think is fascinating. And I think it may or may not have to do with that particular incident, but is certainly relevant to the anthropological matrix in which that incident took place, if it doesn't address that incident specifically. When Nathan Wachtel returned to the village of Chipaya, the site of his extensive field work in the Bolivian Andes, he learned that a group of Uru Indians was being incarcerated and tortured for no apparent reason. Even more strangely, no one, not even his closest informant and friend, would speak about it. Wachtel discovered that a series of recent deaths and misfortunes in Chipaya had been attributed to the evil powers of the Urus, a group usually regarded with suspicion by the other ethnic groups. Those incarcerated were believed to be the chief sorcerers and vampires whose paganistic practices had brought death to Chipaya by upsetting the social order. Wachtel's investigation, told in Gods and Vampires, reveals much about the relations between the Urus and the region's dominant ethnic groups and confronts some of the most trenchant issues in contemporary anthropology. His analysis shows that the Urus had become victims of the same set of ideals the Spanish had used centuries before to establish their hegemony in the region. Presented as a personal detective story, Gods and Vampires is Wachtel's latest work in a series studying the ongoing impact of the Spanish conquest on the Andean consciousness and social system. Its insight into Bolivian society and the legacy of hegemony will be of great interest to scholars of anthropology, Latin American Studies, and Native American Studies. So apparently Nathan Wachtel is a professor of history and anthropology of Meso and South American societies at the Collège de France, as well as director of studies at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales. This is the University of Chicago Press, copy that I have. So there you go with that. Just thought I'd bring that up because of, I don't know, does that bring anything to your mind? Holly, Brendan?
Very, extremely interesting, and I wouldn't put anything past what, like as you said, relic species and all that, back when the world was different than it is today.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. Yes.
Did you, I had to see the new Nosferatu with a friend.
Okay. Tell us what you felt about that.
Did you see it?
No, not yet. I admit.
Snuggled up at the ranch with the boys?
Okay. Yeah, not yet.
I'd be more interested in your opinion. I'm not sure what I think of it.
Okay, I'll force myself to suffer through it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what about it, but
what feelings did it leave you with? Did it leave you with any particular feelings?
Well,
what exactly happened? I heard some things.
The starlet is Lily Rose Depp.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Daughter of Johnny Depp?
Daughter.
Yes, okay.
Yep. And a lot of the other ones in it are probably like great English stage actors. So it's pedigreed. And, it was kind of roles where you really get to go crazy.
Yeah.
But,
what was it about?
I don't know.
She's talking about the remake of the Nosferatu. So you heard that much. Did you hear what I was saying about the book Gods and Vampires, Brendan? Any of that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, that was, very telling.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And we studied all of this stuff. It was something that we had actually encountered in our religion, witchcraft kind of class, coursework in anthropology.
Excellent.
Because you would have to, being a field anthropologist, you'd have to know that how not to get killed, essentially is what, they don't tell you that till later courses, but that's the point of learning about it.
Thank you. So true. No, it's so true.
If you know about that, then you won't be going over there like showing your freaking white belly and shit.
Thank you.
Or whatever they were doing.
Whatever the fuck that Rockefeller Jr. was doing when the cannibals ate him up. Yeah, that's holy shit.
Didn't he survive? Supposedly survived.
Sky Above, Mud Below. Remember that? It was when home VCRs first came out. And Sky Above, Mud Below was the movie about that expedition.
Okay. Tell us about it.
And his never returning from, or an earlier one that he did do and never returned from.
Okay.
And it's his footage.
Yeah.
And it was kind of crazy, it was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it's an obscure film that may be still available, maybe on YouTube.
Damn.
Sky Above, Mud Below.
Wow.
They're in their canoes and they're charging up rivers, and here come the warriors down, and they go and they do with them.
Yeah.
And you see that.
Yeah, the hot rumor for years was that people were spotting him once in a while. They said, I don't know whether his hair was sandy blonde or not, but that he was like almost treated like a king, or carried on a dais, by the like a palanquin. But that might just be wishful thinking.
They were scared going up this river in the jungle and then seeing a bunch of war canoes headed right for them.
As well they should be, yeah.
That's what I remember.
Yes. As well they should be.
And they get to go in the longhouse with the kids that hold the heads of slaughtered enemies in their laps.
Yeah, what Holly is relating is my experience if I were to visit Texas. And Brendan and I were just in our little, car when we suddenly are approached by multiple pickups. And then we're invited into some barn where, of course, the kids are...
Where do you boys
Yeah. Yeah. You boys
Don't
colored?
agree to a speaking tour in Texas
Yeah.
at any cost.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
They would consider me white. They would like pull me aside and be like, "Is he bothering you, boy?"
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yes. Yes.
That godless Asian.
Yes. Brendan would have at least one thing on his side. Yes, he does look white, so they'd assume he was. Then you could act like Ian to get away with it. Yeah, Brendan could act like Ian and say I'm delivering him someplace. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
Until he's got to give him his driver's license.
yeah.
Okay. That ain't American.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard
Starts
it's a
with a
nightmare.
Z.
Like if you rent
No
a car
American's
in
name
Idaho,
starts with a Z.
they'll like chase you out of the store, like, "Get out of here, you Californians!" And the people are like complaining online. They're like, "It's just a rental. I live here," you know.
Wow.
Oh man.
Wow.
Colorado's spit up
Like the
California.
rental company just gave me the California plates. Chill, you know. People are like chasing them out of stores and shit. Like, how stupid.
Jeez.
No wonder they're all broke.
Jesus. What about what you were saying about Colorado, Holly? I forgot. You lived there for a while.
Coloradans have been vandalizing California license plates for years.
Yeah, apparently they do that. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Isn't that theoretically, if you were like knew about economics, you would want those people coming to spend their money in your fucking town with
Yeah,
no economy.
Shit. No shit.
Yeah, it was more
How does
like
that
when they
not
got
make sense?
residential about it. When they moved here. Lock, stock,
That's
and
why they're all
barrel.
poor and shit. It's like, I hate to be like that, but that's just what it is.
Yeah.
Well, the rationale was California.
Look at Japan. Japan has to stomach 30 million tourists a year, and they're the most polite country on earth, but they're breaking in money. They got bank from it.
Yes.
It wasn't
So that's
the
why they do it.
tourism, though. It was Californians driving up the rents.
Well,
That's what that's what they claim, but no one was staying there. I had a friend that went to Idaho to live with family, and he said it was so horrible. He was getting paid $7 an hour to like clean the back of a butcher shop in a freaking in like a grocery store, and
Right.
and no one would help him. There was no way to work your way up. It was just fucked.
Dead
So
end.
they all leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dead end place. They all leave.
Oh my
That's why all the
god.
kids are gone.
know?
Yeah. Colorado is more hippie than that.
Oh yeah, it's raining.
Yeah.
I like the way
Very
people.
gently here.
I like the way people come into Brendan and ask him if it's raining.
Oh, he wasn't talking to us, you mean?
No.
Oh yeah, those art rooms are crazy. Yes, yes, no problem.
Is that one of the guys who's autistic or along the spectrum or something?
Up with
Yeah,
that.
yeah, this is
Everyone
this is them.
Is that not the developmentally disabled one? Which one?
I don't know with him. It's hard to tell. It's like I like the way my supervisor put it. He's positive.
He's positive. Cool. Yeah, HIV positive. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had to ask you if it was raining? He had to ask you if it was.
No, he just rambles. He's
Okay.
He's like ADHD out the wazoo.
Oh, okay.
He's just like thinking out loud, basically.
Oh,
And I'm just like, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. There we
Yeah.
go. That's cool.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
a
think the
community.
mushrooms help, but yeah.
Oh, that's the
community.
retard. That's the retard. Honey, tell Holly about
Yeah, but
this
he
retard.
like ascended. He ascended after doing the Terrence McKenna treatment or something.
Oh God! Tell Holly the
Thank
story
you.
of this guy.
I mean, there isn't really a story. It's
What
like
the hell? There
he-
isn't. Jesus Christ.
basically, I'm assuming, or like no one knows, but he was like, he was born in Puerto Rico, so we don't know other than that about him. But he basically is like Downey level, like definitely on the spectrum of Downey. And then somehow he's like married and has kids, and he's
Right.
working full time. So
But apparently
then I found-
this chick is fat.
then I
Apparently this chick is really fat.
oh no, this is the other lady. I
Oh.
don't know about his situation.
Okay, go on.
They're from SF. They lived in SF.
Of
So
course.
I didn't know that till recently, but I didn't inquire about his wife. But but the point is that I was like, so how did you like how's your life working out? And he's like, I started going to this what
The
was it?
church!
Like
It's the church of the prophet of Shroom.
Yeah, the Shroom church.
Yeah,
And he
it's
was like-
Pastor
he's
Dave
like, I started
Hodges.
going there.
Pastor
Yeah.
Dave Hodges and his fucking magic mushrooms. It's the
So this dude was
fastest
lifting
growing
off.
mega church in the United States. Go on.
Yeah, so this dude said I go there all the time, and they just shut down the one in SF because it was like it owed the city like $500,000, and the city just told them you either pack up or we'll storm the place, basically.
Yeah.
So that's what had happened.
Yes.
But this dude's like zooming all the time. 1 second.
Yeah, it's the Church of Ambrosia, by the way. The Church of Ambrosia.
Okay.
I
I guess that's the new microdosing.
No.
All the time.
Yeah, but the funniest part is yet to come, and only Brendan can really describe it.
Okay, I'll wait.
So basically, when it comes to that, it's there's some parts. This is why we need this firsthand experience with people. But it's almost offensive that somebody is developmentally disabled, yet is able to find their way to basically a drug distributor who is and they're all there for the shrooms. And then the guy's complaining about how he's getting treated. But we'll leave that back to Brendan in a moment.
Okay.
It just makes it funnier as hell.
I'm at the happy ending stage. It helps. He's found a community. He has a wife and kids.
Oh, that ain't no community.
What's the problem?
It's God.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah, it's
It
coming.
takes a turn.
Yeah. I don't know if it's anything that goes too deep. It's more like just fucking funny that he can find his way to there and back. I mean, that shows a sense of navigation. I mean, he's going through a high crime neighborhood because, they got kicked out of San Francisco, so now they're all in Oakland. And so it's like he's like crawling his way through, shall we say, Crime Town. And it yet gets back every time. It's
Hey, maybe Terrence was right.
yeah, there you go.
Gotta allow for the possibility.
Yeah.
Probability, no.
Yeah.
Low. Possibility, maybe.
Yeah. It's but in terms of I think they founded it in Oakland, and their second location was in San Francisco, Soma or South of Market. So that was but the guy who owns it is this fucker named Dave Hodges, who's just this creepy looking dude who's like
Right.
you can look up Dave Hodges online, pastor, add pastor in front of it, because I'm sure there's hundreds of Dave Hodges. You'll probably find a picture of him holding up a giant phallic symbol that he says is a mushroom and shit. And so it's like but everybody wanted in on this, and they were all going for
But
the
so that was the situation with him.
tell him how
he
let me open up for you so you can describe what happened to him when he tries to. Basically what happens is, I know for a fact in San Francisco you had to pass through 2 armed guards wearing bulletproof vests and clear a metal detector to get in that
and
fucking
apparently
church.
they like manhandle you and shit.
Thank you.
'Cause
Tell
that's
her
what
about
people were
that.
complaining about.
Yeah, tell her about that. What he
So
was
they'll
bitching
literally
about.
like shake you down and like accost you and like spit on you and shit. I'm not joking. I'm not even exaggerating. And people put up with it so they can go get their psychedelics or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you have all, like, if you look it up online, you have all these hippies like, the security guards triggered my PTSD because they were yelling and they wouldn't stop yelling at me. And, so I just thought of like, it was like back in the day when the cops would roll through Golden Gate Park and be like, you hippie scum, get in line, you hippie scum. So like, they're just doing that, but this time they're customers. Why aren't you in line? You stand in a straight line if you want your shroomies,
Are they just picking them up, or are they entailed to engage in some kind of community ritual, like in church?
It's literally just like it's like a like a
pickup.
dispensary, but you just sign a paper that says this is my religion. That's all you do.
That's all you do.
My religion is
'Cause,
communion with mushrooms or something.
Yeah.
And then that's like the loophole. There's some bullshit loophole that they used.
Because
That's
the
what the-
Native
but
American peyote church which was real, fought for years and
Yeah.
years, and I don't know if they're
Yeah.
still considered a terrorist organization.
Just goes to
So-
show there's no justice. Just goes to show. Yeah, but
Zero.
some white guy with a big fat bald spot, you know, and glasses, some
Yeah.
creep comes along and says, my shroom is my god, you know, then,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh no, you had to do ordeals to get peyote with that church. Ordeals, kneeling for 6 hours and shit. I mean,
Oh my god. Oh, well, these
so
people...
that's sad.
Well, I think it's just as bad to go through a couple of bully security guards who are like, you know, prodding you with a cattle prod and shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
this guy.
Wait, what did you say? I missed a little bit. I was dealing with
She
this stuff
was
here.
talking about the actual real Church of Peyote, the Native Americans, and how they had to go through hell to be. They were considered a terrorist organization.
Oh
But
yeah, it took them years, and then these guys slither in at the tail end of it and say, "It's my
Yeah,
religion."
Mhm.
Yeah.
and the only way you get to do peyote is to go through some organizing a ritual as part of the church.
Well, it used to be. Now it's like,
Yeah.
they just give it out, even though it's endangered and shit. They just give it out like it's candy or something.
Yeah.
Do they?
But there are ways to cultivate it. Apparently,
Yeah.
They're easily, yeah.
it just takes years or something.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
but with these guys with this church, I presume that how are they just giving this shit away when you wait and get bullied by the security guards? Is that the only price
Oh
you
no,
pay?
you have to pay.
Oh, you have to pay for your mushrooms.
Yeah, it's like a dispenser.
yeah.
It's like a pot dispenser.
Oh, no wonder the guy's making so much fucking money. No
Are
wonder
they
the
taxes?
Oh man, no wonder the
Yeah,
guy.
and they're not like fully exempt. Like even religious things have to pay tax. It's just you get like a steep discount. So he's basically, you know, you might as well not be paying compared to the rest of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was supposed to be like making millions of dollars, and it was like
Okay. So if you owe the city 500,000,
yeah.
we're talking like
Yeah.
that's like 500 million. Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
it's true.
he was in the multi-millions.
Yeah.
Wow.
This guy.
What a son of a bitch. Why don't you
The
and I
Oakland
pull
one's
some
still open.
Man, we gotta pull a scam like that. We gotta do something.
That's
where-
what I've been
I
saying.
wonder who's doing his growing for him.
But you can only spit on so many people. You know? So you gotta find a different situation.
Yeah, I think he's cornered the masochism market. Yeah, I mean, these people are
So
masochists.
what did he do? We didn't get to that part.
Oh, well, what Holly is curious about
He was
is...
just hiring the most ruthless security.
Yeah, no, what Holly is curious about
Oh.
is with the developmentally disabled guy, has this been any arc of narrative in his life? Has anything come of this? Or it's just, I just go get high and the world's strange now? Or...
No, he's got a job. He's got a family.
Yeah,
He's
I personally think it's
he's
helped him
happy.
from what he told me about how he grew up. He said he was
He
all.
surpassed all of us. In his
Yeah, it sounds like it worked. It sounds like it worked
job.
comparatively.
Going. Yeah.
Oh,
I see
man.
no problem here.
Let's put it this way: if he didn't do that, I think he would have been like probably dead by now.
Oh.
From what he was telling me.
Oh,
Wow! Holy shit!
especially what the doctors would do to him.
Yeah. Well, especially nowadays. Yeah, once they get rid of. So what is that thing like when they get rid of the Department of Education? Like, what are they going to do with all the special ed people?
My God.
That's my question.
My God.
Doug, do you have they given an answer? Has anyone given an answer?
Of course not. They aren't thinking that. It's like you said yourself, Brendan. That would imply they're thinking ahead as to what the repercussions are of their actions. They aren't
Can't
thinking.
foresee outcomes.
Yeah, this is what I've been trying
There'll
to.
be special
Because
schools.
of all the evil of
Back
the
to the
department, the
special
DOE, and of all their shortcomings, that's literally their main success is like the fact that they integrated all these special ed people into society to whatever degree.
Tell Holly and our listeners about when you did a stint of the custodial work at the special needs school, and and this one guy was really sus. And as soon as you and I were talking about it,
Well, I was
then
gonna
the
talk
short
about the next
bus.
parts about
Then,
it, but yeah.
as soon as you and I were talking about it, the short bus shows up. How the short bus just showed up right in front of us.
Those poor kids.
Well, there was this one site that's like dedicated to special ed, Like the whole site is special needs and heavy autism and all that. And the positive part was that whole site was the only school that I've been to where the students helped me completely clean everything. And they did landscaping and everything. They were like the best students
Wow.
I've ever seen.
That might be a good school.
And I was like, telling like the heads, like our supervisor, I was like, why can't the normal kids do, your so-called normal? I consider these other kids like dysfunctional, the so-called normal kids. I said, why can't they do something like that? And then no one has an answer.
No.
They just say, oh, that's just not how it works or something.
And that's so crazy.
It's like, but these
that's
people
why
with
American
like
kids
literal
crippled.
physical disabilities can do more than these so-called normal people. It's just like insanity.
Yeah.
And people like cover for them. They say, oh, it's just we can't do anything. It's like, yes, you can. Because when we were in school, like even a few years ago, like 10, 15 years ago, when I was in like public school, they didn't like, we couldn't do half the stuff they're allowed to do nowadays. Like they could just like unlimitedly vape wherever they want and stuff.
Really?
Is that true?
And, like,
Is this true?
Yeah, it's true. I
Not
find
in
like
Colorado.
dozens of broken vapes on the ground, and then everyone says nothing we can do. It's to the point where they changed out the smoke detectors for heat detectors because they were smoking so much in there. It was like the school district was getting fined.
Holy
from the
shit!
Police department or the
Fire department.
Yeah, fire department. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah. So there you go.
God.
Oh my god, I missed
And then
out.
they're like, "Our hands are tied. Our hands are tied." You know.
Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah, why doesn't T-Man bring back corporal punishment? Like, shit, they would love that. Those people would love that.
Yeah.
Oh, give it time. Give it time. They're working on it. They want to do away with child labor laws. I've mentioned that already. See, this is the part when Brendan.
Well, if there's no jobs to take, what are the children going to do?
Yeah, it's slave labor. Whoa, they're going to be picking fruit, dude. They'll be picking fruit.
That's true.
That's true. To get rid of all the immigrants.
And then all those like boomers in armchairs will be like, "It'll put hair on your chest."
Oh yeah.
Even though they didn't do anything like that.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It's good for you. It's good for you and shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. All those.
Still
assholes.
can't afford an apartment, but.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, so just so everybody knows, it's Abraham Lincoln's birthday, which I'm sure you all knew that. Or, yeah,
oh man, I just came out of a deep depression. We don't need to go with it.
Well, just remember, I bring that up not because I'm effusing. I'm not effusing. This is where I get really ambivalent, and I hope people understand where I'm coming from, or maybe nobody understands where I'm coming from. Obviously, I am hard to understand because life is difficult. Life's full of gray areas, and people need to understand you can't just take a black and white stance or a simplistic stance. You've really got to understand the complexities of any situation. But obviously, the Confederate States of America had their issues, primarily chattel slavery. Abraham Lincoln had his own issues, and the Union had their issues under his rulership, which he was an American Stalin. And he did away with habeas corpus. He put suspected political sympathizers of the South in prison without trial because habeas corpus was suspended, and they would have stayed there the rest of their lives had he not been killed, had he not been taken out. That was the only reason they were freed, was because he was killed. Just all kinds of things with this guy. But what I was trying to point out to people is that when it comes to what Brendan Zogit had observed the other day about Taiwan, saying, Trump must have advisors telling him that allowing the Communist Chinese to threaten Taiwan, or even, God forbid, somehow overtake Taiwan, that it would destroy our world economy, which of course, all of this is
admittedly, I was very obtuse about it. I said, you would think someone would tell him.
Right.
You can't destroy that.
Right. Right. Because
you don't even listen to John fucking Bolton. I mean, my God.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
For those of you who don't know, John Bolton was the mustache man. He was the stash.
Too crazy for John Bolton. There's just no bottom to it.
Yes.
He's still out there crying.
Yeah.
I don't
'Cause
blame
he's
him.
He's not in the administration, so he's out there like talking shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, thank God he's talking shit against them. Somebody has to. But yeah, when
Yeah.
it-
I love when that monsters like that are talking shit about Trump.
yes, yeah, true.
Elliot Abrams was even not that crazy.
Thank you.
A fucking lizard in a man skin. My God.
Oh, well, the worst of them all was, they're all bad, but the worst of them all had to be, oh, fuck, what's his name again? You said
Kissinger?
No, the fucker who was helping, he's bad too, of course, but that's before this time. We're talking about the guy who was, he was considered the advisor to Trump, and he was like right on top for the original, Steve Bannon.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that cockroach. And he at least was overtaken, but
He like looks greasy. It's like,
oh, he's
why do they all
awful.
look
What's
like
so weird about him?
Yeah,
And
what?
Douglas, you spoke about this at length,
Yeah.
about the weird, and I was down in the Tucson area
Mhm.
when
I'm so sorry.
had just happened.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry you went through that. Yeah, that trauma.
What a town it was. Anyway, when they were starting to build that Earth Dome project in Oracle,
Mhm.
Tucson, around the backside of the Santa Catalinas.
Okay.
And you've talked about this because remember the system, it was like supposed to be a way to live in space or something, a contained dome community that could grow plants and fish and live in there in isolation. And so the system worked really good, but the people all went crazy.
Say again.
Damn
What the fuck?
Well, why
Steve
did they pick that
Bannon.
hellhole to do it in?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Steve Bannon was one of the major investors in that. And you went off on this 10 more years ago, Douglas.
I did?
I mean, we can't, oh yeah, but not about Bannon. And I didn't even know Bannon was one of their big dudes. So it's personal for me because I used to go back there and camp and hike and cave and stuff.
Jesus.
Because there's amazing caves back there.
You do all
Pepper
kinds
Shell
of
Cave.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was wild. And Oracle was just a post office. But then the Earth Dome people came, thanks to some kind of weird money from. So it's just
That's right. When I was talking about the
weird-
Earth domes, the Earth ships. Yes, go on.
Yeah.
Yes, the Earth scrapers.
It's just a weird Steve Bannon trivia point that I'm bringing up in context of his latest conviction. Convicted, but not sentenced.
Mm-hmm.
Of who was he ripping off this time?
I don't know.
Oh God, who was it? 9/11 victims or something? It was something.
I'd be surprised. It
was the case, fire victims or some charity, right?
I'm sure he'd rip off anybody he possibly can. Yeah, it's like.
Well, that's what this case was about. I forget who it was though.
Mhm.
But a charity organization, I think.
Mhm.
And they found him guilty, but didn't sentence. They wouldn't give him any jail time.
Mhm. Okay, and why is that? Because he was.
But that just came up. Oh God, I don't know. It's Teflon, strangely, but it was just weird that Earth Dome connection with him, which blew my mind.
Well, not really,
When I
because it's
found
all
out about it.
post-apocalyptic. I mean, have you ever seen Teletubbies?
Yeah.
They live in a fucking Earth Dome. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
When my mother suffered from her
That's
traumatic.
some Asian voodoo right there.
when my mother was traumatically brain injured, and towards the end of her life, we had basically cable television connected to everything we could connect it to. Many different cultures or different national channels, different language channels. And one of the channels, however, that we found the most conducive to waking up to was a channel that was very comforting in the morning, and it had the Teletubbies on in the morning, and it was in Asian language. They had basically,
Oh man.
yeah, it was in the Asian language. But the Teletubbies reminded me of this haunting post-apocalyptic novel. I'd have to look it up, but it was about they were trying to create a kind of android humanity that would survive the apocalypse. So they created doll-like beings, basically biofec simulacra, that were to survive the apocalypse and kind of be record keepers of man's past, and but simulate man's actions. It's just this haunting novel of an idea that when they produced these dolls, they wanted them to be purchased by people so that they would absorb the people's memories and behaviors. So they made them charismatic so that people would buy them and bring them home. So they were male
Early
and
AI training.
yeah, male and
How
female.
long ago was this?
Oh, this was written in the 70s or 80s.
See?
Yeah, 70s maybe, 70s.
Oh,
And so but these but that's all I could think of whenever I watched the Teletubbies, because they were like these doll-like people after the apocalypse. There was nothing around but grass and rabbits, because the rabbits were all breeding. 'Cause of course, the rabbits would fuck each other and breed in a post-apocalyptic world, right?
And it looked kind of radioactive.
It did. It
with
did.
their suits on and stuff.
But-
They
but-
had suits and like helmets, right?
Yeah, but did you notice that they had to look outside with a periscope before they went outside? They were always, and they were always getting their food from like a yogurt machine that was just giving them like, you know, this kind of
like the radioactive ooze and shit.
Nice soft serve. Soft serve.
just stuff that it's like, you know, survival.
It wasn't soft serve. It was literally like green
Tablet.
sludge.
Oh,
Yeah.
vegetables in it.
Yeah, we used to love that when
vegetables.
our gen is like grew up on that shit.
Interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, so Teletubbies was just haunting to me. Just always poignant, haunting. It was just, I could only view it as a post-apocalyptic.
And it was the Brits. It was the fucking
Yeah,
Brits.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
And the sun was like a baby.
Yeah,
like
the
tarot
stupid
card
baby. I
shit.
hated that. It was the baby face.
And so happy.
Yeah, always.
Happy
Yeah, that was the only part I hated. That was creepy as fuck. Yeah, but
it was bad. Yeah.
But the rest of it was just this simple kind of calming way to wake up in the morning in a horrible situation of care provision. But there you go with that, and that
You were doomed.
Yeah. Yeah.
You already knew it. I kind of did too.
Yes. We were all doomed, but yeah. So my point when Brendan was bringing up what he did about Trump and Taiwan, my point was we have to remember, and I intend to go into a little more detail about this. We need to remember that I'm on World War II time because my parents were born during World War II. And so World War II, because I was raised by them, is like yesterday. So I'm still on
they lived through it.
Yeah, they lived through it. But Trump is on Civil War time, and he wants to bring the world back to that period of time when there wasn't a central government, which was why you had the capacity of states to rebel or secede. And Lincoln, it's not because Lincoln cared about slaves or he cared about anybody, but Lincoln wanted to maintain an empire. And and so he wanted to maintain an empire, and he did so by force. So that's why Trump is always saying, "Oh, if only he had negotiated."
Do not eat oranges in this classroom. There is a severe allergy. What?
Oh, some kids got allergies.
I disenroll.
Oh yeah.
Like, fuck you guys.
Oh, some kids got allergies, like they do to peanuts, so you can't bring peanuts. But this case, it's oranges. Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, they're so expensive.
But then Douglas, right after Lincoln, started American Interstate Corporations.
Yeah.
Without Lincoln, there couldn't be corporations.
Thank you. Tell us about this.
Oh, I'm putting it out there for you to confirm, but it's as I've read it a long time ago, as it would take a federal society to have that kind of commerce. that's, you know, maybe you could have an in-state. I don't think corporations work in-state. That's all local businesses.
Mhm.
But the fact that the states would remain unified meant that roaring Gilded Age guys could come in and make money everywhere
Thank you.
with no boundaries.
Mhm.
So he was keeping the whole thing together, wanted to federally, but also ease the boundaries for commerce.
Yeah.
That was my takeaway.
Well, there you go. I mean, doesn't that explain it all?
Because what Howard Zinn says, you cannot have chained labor in factories.
Mhm. Yeah.
So the North felt like it was all at a disadvantage because it couldn't have slaves.
Well, someone needs to tell these people,
And that's what
because I don't know,
saying.
like what are they gonna do? You know, like,
You don't pay your working class enough to shit and live and eat.
Yeah.
The hell? That's chaos. All the way back to Egyptian times. It's
Oh,
so
yeah, of course.
basic that it demands, that truism demands repeating. Hello? Why are they so stupid?
But basically,
'cause none of these people had to work for their living. Like, they had everything paid for their whole lives.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's what Mary Trump says. Donald Trump has always been institutionalized, one way or another,
What does that
either
mean?
by family or the series of schools he attended, or this trust that, you know, his father just gave him the whole family fortune to blow because he was the chosen one. So he's
Well, yeah, and
always lived within an institution.
Yeah, and they all get to
And-
go
and-
to the highest echelon of the universities just default. Yeah.
Yeah. Not that they learn
Yeah.
anything, but it's simply like that's their privilege.
It's just to keep them in check. It's just to keep them in check.
Yeah, it's like Brandon Young. Yes, with his
Right.
Yeah. Where did he go again? Oh fuck, that's right. He was tutored at home by Noam Chomsky. Tutored at home.
Yeah, personally. Yeah.
At the
But
dinner
eventually he got into academia, and then like he was so nutso he dropped the ball on that or whatever's going on.
Who, Chomsky or Brandon Young?
Oh, Brandon, yeah. I mean, we can't blame Noam for whatever happened with him. You know, as much as imagine being around that guy when you were a kid, it would kill anyone's soul. But it's like,
Yeah.
but in Brandon Young's case, it's not. That's not. What
There's no
happened.
soul there to kill. Yeah.
Like he's
Well,
probably
when
the
he
reason
up
why
and
Noam
joined-
talks like that.
Yeah.
When he up and announced he joined Opus Dei,
Oh,
I was like, oh.
you remember
boy.
that? You remember that?
Oh, yeah. I
Yes.
was like, what the fuck?
Wait, who?
Yeah, Brandon Young. You don't remember when Brandon Young joined Opus Dei?
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
And he was a good soldier up till then. His own story of persecution and
What did you tell her about what Brandon started doing in the end? Tell her about Brandon coming on talking about the turtles.
Oh, pushing Q and Lilith. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I heard.
You
I
heard?
heard.
Oh,
the
so tell-
keynote
What do you?
night.
Yeah, what do you remember about that, Holly?
Just that all of a sudden he was like saying what a okay guy he was, and I was like, whoops, what the fuck? This is going to have ripples. There will be consequences.
Yes.
What
Yes.
happened?
Oh.
Well, that's what happens. They all claim that they're like, yeah, wow, Doug, you did such a thing, and then like
Right.
Brandon and Ian, then they all say, Q was the best thing that ever happened
Yeah.
to anybody.
Yes.
That's
He was the
thing.
pinnacle of human existence, or something.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's
and
right.
there's been many others that I thought really were sincere.
Yeah. Well. Tell her about.
So what, Lena?
Tell her about
Shay?
Peter Moon. Tell her about Peter Moon. How he starts saying,
Which part?
Good Q. Good Q. Remember?
Oh
he's-
yeah. Yeah, as he was like twitching in his brain death, he was like he was like like writing in like a letter or like an email. He was writing an email, but at the end of it, it turns into like like you're tapping the keyboard, you know, like a bunch of non-sequential letters, and then the end it says "good Q" or something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. And or it starts with "good Q" and then it fades into gibberish, like he's got a tentacle up his butt from Cthulhu himself.
It's totally Renfro.
Yes. Renfro is good analogy, good parallel.
What's that?
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly, but tell us, Holly, about Renfro. Are you talking about Renfeld to Dracula?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And his
Yeah.
consigliere or whatever you call it.
Yes.
Major Domo or.
Yeah. The literary Dracula's loony man who was sitting in the insane asylum eating bugs. That's what Peter Mooney
Because
is.
he was arranging his real estate
That's almost too good for.
Yeah.
Tom Waits played it
but
really
we
good in the Gary Oldman Dracula.
Yeah, but what we mean to say is that Peter Moon is Renfeld to David Lewis Anderson. David Lewis Anderson
Okay.
is his Dracula. There we are. So.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you run across? Did you run across something to cause that exclamation?
Just a ton of trash in this one room. It's like, what the fuck are they doing here? Like this, yeah, something's wrong with the teacher, maybe. There's like a bunch of ungraded papers on the ground. Like, what's going on?
He probably had a meltdown. Probably, who can blame them?
I don't know. Judging by the smell, it's a female teacher.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh God.
Like, there's enough perfume to drown and to kill any spiders or anything.
Wow. Okay. Well, I won't speculate beyond that. You've read my novels. Yes.
What does that have to do with perfume? I don't want to go back and reread that. Let's not even go there.
Oh my God.
There's a sign that says food in classroom equals detention, and then there's like 10 garbage cans full of food over here. So something's not right. Something's not right here. Yeah. Something's happening. Maybe I'll let someone else deal with this.
Little yogurts. Yeah. Juice boxes.
Do you ever do that? Point to, the poor retarded guy or the poor autistic guy and say, "Oh, I'll take care of this one."
This is actually his. I'm just being nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Oh my God.
But I'm hoping this isn't like
no
2
matter
days
what
of
our
stuff.
job, we have to
That would be
strive for
bad.
excellence. That's real.
Because I think, I don't know, maybe these teachers feel bad. They don't want to complain about him. It's like, they need to tell us if he's doing this.
Well, yeah.
Because like he could do it. It's just maybe he just gets distracted. I don't know. It's like all that microdosing makes you a little spacey,
You're a good person, Brendan. You're a good
Like
person.
I ain't hating on him.
You're making your rounds. How many laps you got to go tonight?
I don't know, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's so.
This is just one building. In the last hour you've heard me rummaging. This is the one building.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hell. It's hell on earth.
No.
How long's the shift?
Usually 8 hours. Could be more. Could be
Okay.
slave level shit. I don't know.
Right.
But 8 hours isn't in a labor job. It's not easy.
No.
No, sir.
It's like I said, I would die. I cannot. Yeah.
I saw that library. It is tiny.
Oh yeah, comparatively speaking, yeah. But believe me, it's still a lot of books comparatively. And then when you consider the basement,
especially back then, you guys had to actually move shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and don't forget that there was the basements, the tunnels, and that was where we also kept the grimoires, the refrigerated safes for the grimoires. So there you go with that.
Which I did see. I did see that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So and it was spooky as hell. There was a nefarious aura coming from it. So yeah, it all checks out.
Thank you, Holly. Maybe one of these days you can come with us. And you can.
Yeah, there's no tour of the Presidio like the Douglas tour. That's for sure. Oh, but you said
I can't say I'd recommend it.
Wait, I missed that.
Oh, say it again.
I said I can't say I'd recommend it. It's not
Yeah,
like that.
no, it's not a good time.
Yeah. This is where the dead body got bled out, and then I got possessed and shit. Yeah, it's real fun.
I'm so sorry. Horrible. It's so true though. I mean, if you're true to what happened, and this is where you can almost hear the children still screaming.
Yeah.
You can. This is yes.
Like no, that was the worst. I think that was the worst fucking part. Was that there were literally children right there.
Yes.
Like in that little daycare.
Yes.
And then you're like, this is where I had to nurse people that were like bleeding and dying and
Yeah.
all fucking
Right.
abused. And then there were kids
Anally,
like having a
yeah.
great time over there, like being all happy. And it was just like, that was really bad juxtaposition.
So surreal.
Like whoever designed that and put that school there is a fucking asshole.
Of course, to say the least. To say the least. Yes. And
Like that place is huge and they put it right there, you know?
yes,
It's like
of all
so
places.
ridiculous.
Of all
Yeah,
places.
ridiculous.
Yeah. It had to be there.
What a difference a day makes. Right?
Yeah. Yes. Oh
Well,
God.
knowing SF, it's not any better.
yeah.
Whatever's going on there.
Ah.
I told you about the kids I saw in Japantown,
Tell us.
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was. You're talking about the cage.
The
cage.
weird
Yes.
cage
Tell
thing,
Holly
yeah.
about the cage.
I think she was here. You didn't hear that when I was here?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I might.
Okay,
have
so I was
heard it.
walking. I was like, we were like walking out of Japantown to get somewhere.
Such that it is.
and then we came across this weird park thing that had like a chain link fence around it with seemingly no entrance.
Let her know that
Like
this is all like a black neighborhood now. All of Japan is surrounded by a black neighborhood now.
Yeah.
I've heard
Japantown.
of this.
Yes. If we
I've
go-
heard of this.
Yeah. So go on.
A
Yeah.
park that they completely enclosed so junkies wouldn't go there.
Yeah, supposedly that's what it was. They were handing them drugs through the fence. But I was like, we walked by, and the kids, and then we were like confused. There were like these like 12-year-olds, like all like on top of literally like grabbing each other and shit. Like
grabbing
you know,
ass.
like,
They were all
obviously
grabbing
couples.
ass.
yeah, they were all groping each other, and they were like young, and we were like, what's going on? What are you guys doing there? Like, are there any teachers or anything? You know, we were like trying to ask them questions.
Yeah.
And then when they figured out we weren't going to give them cigarettes, because that's at first they were trying to be nice because they thought we would give them something. And then when they realized we weren't going to give them anything, they were like, "Fuck you, we'll stab you. You know, get the fuck out of here." And these were like 12-year-olds, and we were just like, "What the heck? Like, what is wrong with these kids?" You know. And there were no parents, no teachers, like no police, nobody, nothing. They were just like left in
Were
this
they
like weird.
Asian?
No, they're
Or-
They
black.
were like all kinds.
All
They were
kinds,
all kinds.
black.
Yeah, Hispanic,
Okay, all
black,
kinds.
some white kids.
Yeah.
It was like everyone.
Unity.
Rainbow.
It was like a weird zoo.
We
yeah.
pals.
Weird.
Weird zoo. Anthro zoo. The Anthro zoo.
Yeah, it was like Anthro Zoo. It was bizarre. I was like,
But
what
it's a
the
black
hell?
neighborhood. It's a black neighborhood in general
Okay.
surrounding Japantown. But
Yeah.
you had all these wee pals, like they bust them all together so they could learn about integration or something, and they took it
Yeah.
to the extreme. Like, let's learn about integration, so they started integrating. You know, it started.
Yeah, yeah, they started integrating all right.
Which nobody wanted.
Well, apparently someone did. Why would you leave kids like that in this day and age? They've all been exposed to porn through their cell phones. So it's
Yeah.
not like they're
Oh,
unaware
yeah.
of, it's not like they're sexually unaware.
Well, this
Oh.
was like maybe 10 years ago, but still, it still stands. I mean, it was-
Yeah.
So they're like humping on the street?
In,
Outside
yes,
of the
literally.
in
Literally.
on the grounds of the playground
Wow.
behind the cage. On the grounds
Yeah,
of the playground.
okay, so
Yeah.
it was a park behind a chain link fence that was completely enclosed.
Yeah.
And it was just an open field of grass. There was like no like gym
Yeah.
equipment or jungle gym. There was nothing. It was weird. It was bizarre. That's why we were
So they
asking the
got
kids
in
like, what's
there
going
over
on?
the fence? Did they get
That's
in
what we
over the
asked them. We
fence?
said, did you guys jump the fence? Like, what are you guys doing in there? And they didn't have an
Ah.
answer. They just said, fuck you guys.
You know what it reminds me of?
They're humping away.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, aside from needle park scenarios, it reminds me of the gas stations, when they close a gas station off and they just board it all up or gate it out so that people won't go on the toxic ground because they got to wait for years for the ground to detox. It's like they jumped into an abandoned gas station that had all the gas. It's something similar to that, right? Kind of like the look.
I mean, it looked like that, but it had like steps, you know, like it was landscape.
It was landscaped.
It was landscape, but it was weird. That was bizarre.
So maybe
next time I'm there, I'll drive you by it if you want to see it. I know exactly where it's at.
Cool.
Like,
cool.
how can you forget that shit?
Then we can go by the Arguello Gate, and I can show you Anton LaVey's home and shit. Yeah. Oh, tell Holly how the fucking GPS took you right by Aquino's home. It's like you have to go by Aquino's home, like
over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was weird. It was really weird. Yeah, it took us down Leavenworth twice. Yeah, Doug was there for the second time, and for no reason. There was no point in taking us backwards. But on the way in, it took me down Pine instead of like California or like Larkin or something. And it was like, go down Pine. And I was like, this is really weird because this is like the tourist spot of like Market Street or whatever that fucking thing is where all the banks are. Like the old stock exchange building and all that.
Yes, that's where Esther Fishman's husband worked before they fired the entire staff after they trained the AIs. For the stock exchange.
There you go. And now it's like some kind of like restaurant or some crazy shit because there's no need for that shit anymore. Stock exchange to be found. But so it took me past all that weird shit like touristy stuff, and I was like, usually it doesn't take me down Pine, and then it turns me down Leavenworth, and I was like, wait a second, this is Q Street, and it literally took me like right past because I'd listened to Doug for so long, I remembered the address or something. I was like, no fucking way. Why would it take me down here? It's like bizarre.
Is it still painted black?
It may as well be.
There was a lot of weird looking buildings.
It may as well be. Let's just put it this way. Its aura makes it black.
What was the address again?
Oh, 1635 Leavenworth, I believe. Let me take a look.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's like it's been so long, but I can always look
it wasn't black, but it was definitely sketchy feeling. It was just the whole area was sketchy.
Yeah, but they rehabbed it.
Yeah, in his day it was definitely black, but believe me, it may as well be black no matter what color it is. It has that aura. Its aura is just very dark.
I just wondered if it had attempted a rehab. Can you imagine rehabbing that place?
You can't.
And then living in it?
Well, they make it a selling point. Remember? Tell her about the MK Ultra House. The MK Ultra House.
What tech bro bought that shit?
Yeah. They'll say.
Oh yeah, there's a mansion on Russian Hill that was like literally used in MK Ultra experiments in the '60s. And they have that ad is still up, and that's their selling point. They're like,
that's the one the guy probably jumped out of when they dosed him.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. She's talking about the infamous incident where the professor was given acid in his coffee and he jumped out the window.
Frank Durand, he was an agent.
Oh, of course.
And they experimented on it. And Jared Leto bought the studio in Topanga.
That's right. Jared Leto.
He's a freak.
He also owns Laurel Canyon, parts of it.
Of course. Yeah. And that brings us back to Ian West.
Did you hear what happened in Laurel Canyon?
Tell us. What happened?
What
happened?
One of the houses that burnt down and killed someone was this guy that claimed he was a Rockefeller. Yeah. And he was like a multi-million, like a super millionaire, and he died in one of those fires for some reason in Laurel Canyon.
There you go.
And the neighbors said they didn't know anything about him, that he was lying about being a Rockefeller, or it was some weird kind of, he was living like a double life.
Yeah.
And his original family said they thought he died in the 80s because he just disappeared.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, weird.
I wonder what he did for fun.
By the way, I'm looking through my old address book. It's 2430 Leavenworth. I'm looking through my old address book.
Oh, I definitely drove past it then.
Yeah.
Because it took me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you exactly where it took me by. Yeah. Because I had the map.
Oh.
But I know for a fact because I just you could feel the vibe. I mean, it's just, you guys were practically fucking neighbors. Like,
oh yeah, like I said, he's literally like it's beyond walking distance. It's like we could practically wave to each other. And it's just awful, the whole situation. What a life.
Well, we got to learn how to cope with irrationality.
What was it?
And that's
It
a
was
problem
20.
for
It was
me.
in the 20s or the 17.
2430 Leavenworth. Yeah.
24. Yeah. So yeah, it goes right by Lombard. Yeah, you guys are like freaking.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And
Paper cups on a string and talk.
what? You can't hear him, honey? You can't hear him? Oh, you're saying what we could have done. Got it. Yeah, we could have put cups on a string and talked to each other.
Cups on a string. I've done that. Oh,
And
2432.
2430 2430.
Oh, so it's on the other side.
Yeah.
It's not even listed on Google Maps. Like.
There you go.
Mhm.
There you go.
There you go.
Why am I not surprised? That's it tells us everything we need to know.
There you go.
Pretty much.
What a group of. At any rate, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make myself.
But it definitely took you right past that.
Oh yeah, no, it took you right past it. No, I know that because.
No, you know what it did?
Yeah.
This is exactly. I got you, and then it took us around.
Yes.
That's why it turned right on Leavenworth. It was like it
Yes.
wanted us to go past it.
Yes.
Oh, shit, that's sketchy, man.
Yes, it is. But no more sketchy than everything else that happened that day. Don't forget, it took us all through that ghost town. We didn't see any people in that town either. Remember that town was just like the Presidio. It was like
the Stepford wives. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was fucking fun.
yeah, nobody was out and about. That's because it's just pure residential and there's no reason to go out your fucking home because there's nothing to go to. It's
And I had the actual address of the hospital in the phone, and it still took us over there. It was like
Yeah.
it had no reason to take us there. It was weird.
yeah throughout. I
And
mean,
this
it took
was
us.
within city limits?
No, this is
neighborhood?
more the past Sausalito. This was like
Yeah.
in some.
Oh.
Those towns out there are like weirdly isolated because of the topography.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like you
Yeah,
could turn,
strange.
like basically take the wrong exit on the freeway and then be in this like weird loop.
Yes.
That's what happened essentially.
Yes. And
And it was out of Stepford Wise, where the only thing in the whole town was the fire station. It was like there was no restaurants, no cafe. It was fucking.
It's true.
I saw a town like that once in Jersey.
Uh-huh.
And because half of it was suburban, like in the middle of the state, rolling through on a bus I was. And it was half the worst squalor I ever saw in my life.
Wow.
And the other half, straight up, hardcore Hasidic Jew.
Wow.
Straight up. Turns out it's a thing back there. That they come and they get into government, and that's exactly how it was. Beautiful, no long blade of grass, suburban, perfect. No woman on the streets for sure, and a couple of Hasidic guys wandering around.
New Jersey sounds
that
desolate.
story made me think of.
Yeah.
It was quite a thing, and I guess on the East Coast, that's a phenomenon.
Yeah. Well, here it was nobody. There was nobody.
Ethnic enclave.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, here there was nobody. If there was an ethnic enclave,
It was weird.
Yeah.
It was almost, and there were like classic cars in like these carports.
Yeah.
It was like, how did they work on those? Like, I didn't understand that. That was weird. There was like 1960s trucks and like, what else did we see? I saw something else that was vintage. And I was like, what are these people? They're not daily drivers, those cars on the freeway and stuff. Like, there's no way.
Right.
Right. And beyond that, they were not protected well. They were under those stupid. Remember, I said, why do they have the canopies without the garage walls? They're just unprotected cars. They're
those weird apartment
covers. Yeah,
roofs. Carports.
Yeah. And it's just the wind goes through there and everything else, and yet people weren't covering their cars. They didn't cover their cars with the car covers that you'd expect. It's almost like it was on display so that people could, be given a tour and they'd say, "Here's how nice it looks with cars inside of it," like that, because no one was going in and out to their cars. It
was bizarre.
Is it some weird work from home tech enclave?
Well, that's a thought. That's a thought, but yeah, you'd still think there'd be some kind of activity, but yeah.
You would. And they want coffee shops.
Yeah, yeah, they would want coffee shops, you would think.
Would.
Yeah, well, the coffee shop we went to was full to the brim.
Yeah.
It was like standing room only.
That's true.
Got it.
That's true. And
a bunch of
So
Teslas outside.
even when these people work from home, they don't actually want to sit at home.
yeah, all
No.
day. No. Yeah. I mean, who the hell would want that? It's
Right.
but so all such being said, I'm going to make my tea, and then I'm going to come back, and then we'll get ready to go in a monologue, and at that point, probably Holly will check out for the night. But I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes. Or can you guys hold the stage? Can you guys handle this? See if
I was trying to
Aristides
think
is
of
still.
something good to talk about.
Oh, you always have something good to talk about. Don't underestimate yourself. Just the two of you, just talking in general, have plenty to speak about.
I love Brendan's Hindu stories.
Oh yes, so Brendan, just relay a little bit about the Vedas, and or you can even just go into
Love.
yeah.
It's always the best part of the round table, as far as I'm concerned.
There, see, you have so
I
many
mean
fans.
it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yes, you have quite a number of fans, Brendan. So you there?
Yeah, he ran like hell.
No,
he
it's
didn't.
probably ambushed by something crawling out from. How about you, Aristides? You still with us? While I take this last break for tonight, make this final cup of crock of tea. I make big crocks of
He
tea.
might not be.
Yeah, Aristides.
I can manage one more, I think.
Okay, bless
that's
you, bless you. So help Holly out, and then Brendan will probably be joining in the middle of it, and then Holly can veer him onto the Vedas, and he'll take it from there. But I'll take the break now. Les Brendan, can we coax him? Or there we are. So Brendan,
I've
gonna
been
take.
here. I've been here. I just been doing something.
Okay, understood.
But did you get a chance to check out the Genmaicha?
Oh, thank you so much for that. I just looked at it, and I haven't had a chance to even open it and even take a better look at it. But believe me, I want to. It's thank you. I mean, the Genmaicha is just great tea, great.
That's actually like some of the best Japanese tea I've found, and it's like this. It's Genmaicha with matcha, and just that particular blend is very nice.
Thank you.
So,
Yes.
and energizing. That's a nice
Very delightful. Thank you. And
but you don't have to open it right now. I'm just saying, did you see it?
oh no, seen it. Yeah, I'll break it open soon enough. Believe me, all of that is a treasure to me. All that's a treasure to me. It's displayed in the hallway where I can see it, and I'm just leaving it there for right now until everything, till all the holidays die down. And we still have one last round of Valentine's where I'm going to be spending that. But of course, that's another reason. Of course, I'll need money later in the month for our listeners, for all our listeners.
And
out
you're
there.
welcome to take that stuff, share it or whatever. I mean, obviously do what you want with it. But
Thank you. But of course, I'm usually too selfish to do that. You know me. That's like sharing my cot.
yeah. Oh yeah.
He needs to prepare it ritualistically.
That's true. I do. That's true. I do. Holly knows.
Well, when you're broke like us, it's like I have stuff that I've been holding on to like it's my last fucking.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like some pasta sauce that I'm like, this will save my life one day. It's like.
Wait, that's how we are.
But that's how broke we are.
Yes.
People think it's a joke. It's not.
No, and just so people understand the dichotomy of my life when I come home, understand, like, my son will pick me up during holiday seasons like this at 10 in the morning so that we get the Meals on Wheels delivery first. Half the time, I just have to leave the Meals on Wheels, the home-delivered meals, in the food locker, meaning that they're in this cooler. And I have to, just put the cooler in the hallway and just leave them there till I get back home. And by that time, they've been sitting there several days. And, every once in a while, you'll see one of the bags swell up, and that's when there's basically botulism in it, so you have to throw it away. But half the time, because I'm so impoverished at home and I'm just trying to get extra calories in me, I will eat those. So in a certain sense, once I'm back in the crypt, I'm living like a homeless person, just so people understand that. I don't say that for pity. I just say that so people understand the extreme dichotomy of my life, that I am paid in basically food, drugs, and sex in that order. So it's not like I've got money to take home, and I often end up spending money during holidays, just to let people know that. So we need your help, and make certain to subscribe and hit the upvotes and support any way you can. So with that being said, we'll leave you all to speak. I'm going to be back in about 10-ish minutes. 15 minutes at the absolute longest. I'm certain before 15. So, okay. Love you all. Go on mute.
Okay.
Support, folks. Support.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Holly, you said something about the Vedas. What do you? You're
I just
Vedic?
love all your stories. Your command of the subjects is always impressive.
Oh, I mean, it's on stilts at best. I'm not very good at it, but yeah. So
Yeah, good
it's
enough
just a
for me.
passion of mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
so,
two things that really piss me off.
Yeah.
Why doesn't every kid know that eclipses always occur in pairs? Can't have a solar without a lunar, and vice versa.
I mean, that's like basic astronomy. What do you mean?
Well,
That's like a
because
failure of the school system or something.
that's what I'm saying. That's how blatant it is.
Did
And
you encounter
why?
someone that was like that burnt? They didn't know that?
Oh, I didn't know that
What?
until like a couple years ago.
Oh, that's shocking.
You know that?
That's like basic astro. That's what I'm saying. Basic.
Well,
Like
yeah.
not. You don't even have to get to astrology. Like just straight up astronomy.
No. Straight up astronomy.
Like
No, somehow I missed that.
it's a conjunction of the sun and the moon, and then the moon
Yeah, new moon and
is an opposition to the sun. I mean, it's that.
yeah, but that they always occur together. That you can't have a lunar without a solar,
Yeah, I think I've heard
and
that.
vice versa. No, I'd never heard that till pretty
Yeah.
darn recently. I'm embarrassed.
Well, that just proves like the Vedic model more,
Go ahead.
because they're the two lunar nodes is Rahu,
Yes.
the head, and
Yes.
Ketu, the tail,
Yes.
and they're connected by their. First of all, they, their polarities, and second of all, they are run on an axis at all
Yes.
times. They're 180 degrees opposite of each other at all times.
At
So
all
that means
times. God.
they're on an axis. So the conjunction between sun and Rahu and moon and Ketu, like that's what creates the eclipses, as per the ancient Vedic model and the
Man,
ancient Babylonian model and all that. Yeah,
so amazing. And
there
when
are
you
these
talk
bodies
about
that do
how
that.
all the planets are converging in Pisces, but mentioning transits, that's the part I don't understand.
They're all transiting Pisces, like they're close, and then they'll move through them.
Okay.
But we're talking about the major ones, like Saturn is transferring to Pisces because it's the slowest graha. Like it
And I
takes
can
3.5
see
years.
that and all that action with Venus and Saturn and
Yeah,
invisible
exactly.
Neptune. But for Mars to get up there in time, I mean, yeah, it'll transit sooner or later, but they won't all be there at the same time.
I can give you their placements, and I'll tell you.
I know them because I got my free astrolabe on the iPhone.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
the
can give
thing
you
of
like the
it
Vedic
is,
positionings,
what
like
is
the nakshatras.
we know they will transit Pisces. That's a given. But it was like some significance. Oh, because they're all up now in the night sky. That's the significance that they're all going there.
It's called a planetary parade, meaning that you could see all of them on
That's
one
right.
sector
Night.
of the
Okay.
sky. Yeah.
Okay.
And they're not being, invisible by the sun and all that.
So it
So
doesn't
this is
have
the last
that
time
much
you'll.
to do with Pisces.
Oh no, it does. Pisces is going to be the main sign emphasized
That they
by
all
this.
pass through. Got it. Now I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. So I'll tell you
That's
now
what it
what's going
means.
on here. So
Okay.
yeah. So Mercury is going to become visible in
Yes.
Aquarius. Venus is already, it's back in Capricorn. So it's moving
because
out of.
it's hit
Yeah.
its height, right? She's going back.
No, it's like it's currently transiting, like Uttar. So Uttar Bhadrapada is like into Capricorn. Because they're moving.
So
They're
it
moving
hasn't
the
reached
opposite direction.
a apogee yet.
Supposedly she's close. That's why
Close.
that thing.
Okay.
That's why it's so bright and all that.
Because that
But
takes like
the
6
main
months.
things is like Saturn closing in on its final transfer, into Pisces and all that. So
Okay.
that's the main big. Yeah.
So how long will Saturn stay in Pisces?
I think it's 2.5, 3 years ish.
2.5. Okay.
Might even be 3.5 years, because
Okay.
Saturn has the longest transit time.
Yes.
So.
And Jupiter's coming around quick.
Yeah, and Jupiter goes in a special phase that makes it faster. So there's a lot going on sidereally.
Yeah, and it took me a lot to understand how the outer planets could go into retrograde.
The same way as
that was
the other
only
planets.
an inner planet thing, Venus and Mercury.
No, they all can.
But they all can, and that blew my mind. And I
Yeah.
saw a moving graph that described and showed how there's these lag times, with catching up with the revolution of the Earth when they don't. And so I realize that much.
Yeah, if you're going astronomy, then it's explained. They explain it,
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you have to have both together. I don't think one, astronomy is worth much without astrology and vice versa.
Oh yeah, well, good luck telling the astronomers that.
That's the truth. And I've known a heck of a lot of astrologers that wouldn't know Venus and Taurus if it, was right there in front of them.
Yeah, well, these people are just going by books. Like even the Jyotish people are like that. Yeah.
No concept of the sidereal.
They don't actually like observe the planets or observe the celestials or anything like that.
And that seems like that's where the value is in it.
Yeah, it's being natural and connecting with something in nature. And
right.
The stars are the number one thing to connect us to the beyond, like the other worlds, because it's like even if it is a ball of gas and all that, or whatever they say in astronomy, it's
right.
like they still can't answer how that is. Like, how is that possible?
No.
And even if you ask Big Bang, you like get to the Big Bang and they say it was all Big Bang. Then you just ask them what was before the Big Bang. Then they don't know. They'll say, "Well, I don't know."
Nope.
So that's why they don't
want
people looking at stars.
I mentioned the Suspicious Observers platform before, 5 minutes a day, and to see the seething surfaces of these bodies up close.
Well, yeah, the real images of the planets and stuff like that reveals a lot.
Like happening, and you can see that 5 minutes every morning. And it really did affect me. They certainly have personality.
It changes you. It changes you seeing. Yeah.
Yes, it does. And now, like, Jupiter's growing a new spot just in my lifetime, not millennia. And supposedly Saturn's losing a ring. But then I saw this other thing that Saturn's going to angle to the point where from Earth with a telescope, the rings will disappear. So that's two different things.
Yeah, they're a lot more ephemeral than people think they are. I mean, they're not as solid a thing.
Yeah. And that's real disturbing. It's like he's almost saying there's climate change going on other planets.
Yeah, but these things are beings. Like, it's like the Earth is a being. Like, you don't like if you take a photo of Earth every day, it won't look the same. Like, just like the sunset's different every day or something.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Like, so there's no point in saying that these are like
Like, that's what's so offensive. They say, oh, they're just like some stone that's floating, that's doing
Right.
nothing. You know, it's like, that's bullshit.
Right. Well, you youngins are ahead of my game because I'm just getting it now. I
Yeah.
remember when plate tectonics was invented. It was earth shaking. I do. I was there.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
it's true.
uniformitarianism has been refuted as well. I mean, that's totally out of the water.
To catastrophic. And that's when I go back
catastrophism, or beyond that it's like they're not like these like pieces of crust floating on a sphere. Like, it's like all of that's been disputed to the nth degree. Like, it's not, that's not how it works. Like, yeah.
Well, go on. Like,
what do you mean?
No, I mean, it's not crust floating around on a molten.
No, it's not crust floating around. Like,
well, help me here.
Yeah.
What the
like
hell
the deepest hole ever dug was 12 kilometers, and then like it was so hard, like the whatever's below, like there's like a barrier that like you can't get past 12 kilometers.
5 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the deepest hole ever dug was dug in Russia, and no one's ever gone past that. And like there's like, no matter how many diamond drills or whatever they threw at it, tungsten, carbide, they couldn't go past 12 kilometers.
Because it's so hard?
Yeah. Yeah. So
could they get some scratchings off of the surface of it? The hell it is.
It's like, you can look it up. It's like it's a thing, you know, the Russians did it. You can look it up. Like, deepest hole ever dug.
Well, and Lake Vostok, all that. Oh God, that dropped out of the news. Sure, but back to
it's called the Kola Super Deep Borehole.
Yeah.
Was 12,226 meters in the 70s.
Right.
And then they said that they stopped drilling due to lack of funding, but basically they couldn't afford to keep throwing diamond bits at it and shit.
Okay, because that was Vostok too, puncturing the under ice ocean in Antarctica.
It was like beyond that. It went even beyond that, yeah.
But
like past all the, like they went past the oil, past the water, past the lava, and it was still like you couldn't, like, it was impossible to dig further.
Wow. Now, have you seen any of these headlines about how the inner magnetic core of the Earth is reversing course? Help me, somebody.
Well, yeah, they're saying the poles reverse and all that. I mean,
I know that part.
It's
that.
I mean, it doesn't work like, it's not like that. Like,
no, but I've seen it a couple times now, and I can't. I was too scared to drill down on it.
It's just they always do the rug pull where it's like they have to scare you about something or another, so that way you don't work on yourself. And
yeah, I understand that only too
like they know how trauma works psychologically to like fuck people up.
Okay, well, just
imagine if everything was going smoothly. What's up?
Say again. If that headline does cross your desk, tell me I'm crazy.
What are you saying? Like, say that, explain.
About how, you know, if there is any kind of evidence for this cataclysmic.
Yeah, well, it's always shifting like that magnetic point, but it still only points north.
Well, I get about the poles shifting.
Like, there's an invisible marker point called like the axis mundi that like, even if you go to like as north as you can get, it's still pointing like at something else. So it doesn't matter how north you get, it's pointing at this it's called an axis point. Like the North Pole, the pole is an axis. So it's not something you can find.
Right.
That's why their readings are like all over the map and shit. And they say, oh, it's moving towards Russia. It's moving towards Greenland. It's like, it doesn't matter how north you go. It's going to point the other direction. Because it's, you know,
that's mystical.
It's not physical. Yeah. It's like the Earth's core is
always kind of pointing at Polaris though, right? Currently.
Well, no, not exactly.
Not exactly. Depending on where you are. Yeah.
Like Polaris, like the latitude, whatever you like, say, like, you know, London's 51 degrees latitude.
Okay.
So that's because you're 51 degrees. Your angle to the pole star is 51 degrees from that point. Your line of sight gets measured that way.
Okay.
So if you go to the pole star is directly above you. It's 90
Right.
degrees up, or whatever
Right.
it is, like
right.
completely
Okay, so
overhead.
the degree measurement will change, of course.
Yeah. But it's a physical, it's like looking at it. That's how you detect. Like longitude isn't like invisible lines on a map. It's when you're standing on the ground and you look at the pole star, that angle is your latitude. That's how they measure it.
Yes.
It's not some lines on a map or something.
That's why it's because it's the easy one. Longitude is harder.
Yeah. Well, longitude is just side to side, east west. But
they couldn't do it with the great ships as easily.
Oh no,
And
they
so
did. That's what an astrolabe is.
The astrolabe and the chronograph and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's like that's the only way to measure stuff on Earth is by the stars and all that sidereal.
Yes. Yeah.
Orion can tell you it could tell you what season you're in, what latitude you are, if you're in north or south hemisphere. Like the stars are the map. That's the map of.
For us, the zodiac is you're facing south when you can see the zodiac. For us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Perfectly. Yeah.
So
and
if you go past the equator, you don't see the Polaris anymore. That's what 0 degrees means. Then you get into negative, because you see other stars.
Yes.
Polaris is not visible.
The coal chute. I've seen the coal chute, the coal hopper, and the Southern Cross.
Yeah, Southern Cross.
And I've seen the constellations upside down. Orion upside down. That was trippy.
Yeah, if you're in the south.
Yeah.
Where did you go? Just curious.
Just Sydney and what do they call them? Queen's Estate up the road a ways. They call them.
Oh, you went to Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Southern Hemisphere at some point. It'd be nice.
Yeah. There's a few different stars for sure. Not that different.
Yeah.
That's the only time I've been below the equator. So I was still kind of familiar with what's happening.
Right.
But yeah, up here you see where the sun, the moon, and the zodiac sets. You're looking dead south.
Yes.
I've been long looking to get for a friend of mine a good piece of optical Icelandic spar.
Yes.
That would the Vikings. It makes an effect that they could tell their longitude with that slab of spar, not just their latitude.
Yeah.
Because the sun would show it through the clouds.
Yeah, so if it was cloudy, then they would use iolite and these different stones, calcite, optical calcite, and all that.
Where do I get one of those? Because I can't find it. Have you? Oh my God. One of the greatest times I ever had in my life, a couple of times. I don't ever need to go back to Burning Man, but I'll tell you what, I would love to one more time go to the Tucson and Quartzsite gem shows.
Oh, yeah. That's the only time I've ever been there was for that.
Oh, God. Orgasmic.
Yeah, if you're into stones, it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, and such a dirty business all the way around, as far as the natural world. But, geez Louise.
Oh, yeah.
It's the biggest one in the universe. The biggest gem show in the universe. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest. Yeah.
It's the biggest. Nobody else. No other planet in the universe has got such a gem show.
Yeah, I don't understand why they do it in Tucson. It's that just doesn't seem.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me.
It's so horrible.
What is it like? Because there's a bunch of rocks and all the rocks will feel good or something. I don't get it.
Dirty miners and
right.
Berserkers that just rip anything out of the earth. But golly gee, it's like 100 museums packed together. It's crazy.
It was. I liked it, but it was just super pricey.
It was insane. I mean,
Unless
I
you're a
went in the
wholesaler,
80s.
I went with a wholesaler and we got to the wholesale stuff. But that's like a zoo. It's almost like
Yeah.
like acres and acres of like a super flea market for gems. It was insane.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
then I never got to the quartzite shows. And you know what
Yeah.
those are? The 100,000 RVs
Yeah, but those
set
are all
up on
synthetics.
folding tables. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just so crazy. It's
Yeah,
one of
so
those
cheesy.
unique experiences.
It's interesting, but I like you said, it's just like I can only imagine the amount of damage was done to get all those.
God awful.
And it's just like
Yeah,
it just
go ahead.
becomes slimy. Like
Yeah.
business nowadays is just super shady, and
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan.
Well, I'll probably never go back because on that note, and like I say, it was always questionable then, but spectacle of it. They were giving away bogie stones for $1 a pair.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can get deals, especially if you're wholesale. And
Right.
whatnot.
No, it was
No.
just pure exploitation. But the
But when
wonders of the
now
earth.
after going there, I don't think I've ever bought a stone since at like those shops, like the crystal shops, like these
Yeah,
retail.
I know. I don't do it either. Hell no.
Because I was like, like I know exactly where they got that from, and I know
That's
exactly how much
right.
it cost and all that shit. And they're
This
like price
Shungite
gouging.
craze, I worry
Yeah.
about. How long is
Yeah.
that mine gonna last?
Yeah, well, the Russians don't care; they'll sell it.
Hell yes. So will
And
everybody
it's already
else on
like a
that
lot of
kind
the
ground.
elite people.
Okay, I'm back. Good,
that thing
continue.
gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
What I miss, you guys held good numbers. You guys held good numbers while it was going.
Good.
So
Good.
tell us what were you all discussing in summation?
We were all over the place. Talking
Good.
about
Good. By the way,
gemstones.
so
and-
while I was preparing my tea, oh, I'm sorry. What were you going to say? So, go on.
I said planets and gemstones and all the all the fun stuff.
All right.
A little astronomy, a little astrology,
Great.
a little crystal elixir.
Wonderful. So I was noticing while I fixed my tea just why I like this red Korean ginseng brand so much. So it turns out their packages are completely covered in swastikas in it's not necessarily in the correct direction, but it's swastika pattern. There must be like 1,000 swastikas on each package. So it's the little ornate swastika pattern that the Koreans, of course, along with many other Asians, appreciate. And there we are.
Kind of like a mosaic.
Yes. Guangdong Songhua. This is Choi's Oriental Herb Signature. Choi's Oriental Herb Signature. Guangdong Songhua. And Korean red Panax ginseng juice. So yes, check that out, and people can order it. Get yourself some of the swastika power. That obviously adds to the punch. It's no wonder it keeps me up all night. There we are. So just thought I'd share that pleasant little thing.
Good thing it does.
Yes.
We need you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that
We need
profoundly.
you. The world needs you, baby.
And so, did Aristides participate much, or did he just kind of, go silent?
He's on the East Coast.
Yeah, he's on the East Coast. He's hours and hours ahead of us. Yeah.
I heard him rustle when she said something about New Jersey. Maybe that triggered something.
Probably trauma.
I triggered him. Yeah. Oh, God.
Yes.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, Hasidic takeovers.
That's it. That triggered him. And, I wonder where Nemo is. Hopefully El Nemo's out there all right. And certainly shout out to John Warrington as always. We love you, dear John. And yes, got to, take some time to communicate with Nemo, make certain that Aaron gives him a copy of that video. And we'll check into a few things with him whenever he shows up. So are you still at work, dear Brendan, or on your way home, or what's I forget your working hours. God damn, you're working till what, 11:30 or something?
Just deep into the night, until like way late.
Oh man, oh, it's awful. How do you like cope with it psychologically? It's like in darkness like that. Yeah, but this environment is
like what people my age would say online. It's like, because like, why do you want to work this job? For food. You know, so,
it's ultimately what we're all working for, isn't it? I mean, we're ultimately all working for food. I mean, it's so sad, so awful, and
on that note, the storm is upon me here.
Yes, honey.
We're getting some gusty.
yeah, I'm getting smoked out here too.
Yeah, okay.
I have a bunch of work left to do, so I might have to depart for this.
Bless your heart.
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
I'm gonna too, before the trees start blowing down.
Well, do me a favor, Brendan. Yes, go on, Holly. We will, of course, stay safe and be well, Holly. That goes without saying. And
Good night. And had a heck of a good time.
Yeah, I thought you...
And everyone support Douglas.
Thank you.
Your might.
Yeah. Say it louder,
Right,
honey.
good night,
We can't hear you.
guys.
With all your might, I think you said.
Oh, support Douglas with all your.
Man, they're glitching her.
All right.
Well, we're about to get hit
sorry.
with this storm.
All right, that's why.
We
I
love
gotta
you,
go.
honey. Love
Yeah.
you. Okay. Stay safe
Okay.
and be well. Stay
Bye.
dry. Bye for now. That's Holly Kiefer, lovely lady, wonderful human being. And, oh yes, so DeepSeek brought me to tears. Tells the story behind this. Some young people in China are finding that AI can offer the companionship people don't. What the fuck, right? Something like that, I presume.
You got it. You
Oh,
fucking got it.
God. Oh, God save us. Yes, AI will be the death of us.
So now AI is going to be our therapist. It'll probably be better than those J-man therapists, but you know.
Hey, ooh, fuck. My
Yeah.
tea's spilling all over the place. I'm burning my lap.
Yeah.
That's shit. That's not funny. Ooh,
Yeah,
ow.
take it easy. Take it easy. You know,
Yes. I gotta make certain not to
Like,
royal. Go on.
Emulous for all the droids, or what's going on?
I'm sorry. Say that again. Tremulous from all the droids. That's
yeah, like too much drugs.
Oh my God. No. It's the. I was laughing, and then the tea crock is filled to the brim. So when I add that ginseng juice into it, it overflows. So then it's
What the fuck are you drinking out of? It's like, it sounds like you're drinking like a, you know. Was it a bucket?
It's a big Chinese crock. It's shaped like a spittoon, like those old salon spittoons.
I don't know why that's funny, but it's like,
yeah, and it's a big clay crock.
I'm sure your mom had like a proper gung fu tea set, but you just don't know how to use it or something.
It doesn't contain enough tea. The problem is I'd have to be refilling those goddamn cups every other minute. So
Right.
yeah, so
Well, that's the point. You know, it's the point.
yeah, of course, that's the point. When you're in ceremony, yes, but you know, I'm not in ceremony, so I want something that's, you know, solid and significant and holds enough
Holy
tea to
shit.
last
Well,
me.
if it works for you, then it works.
Yeah, it's what
Holy shit.
developed over the years. Believe me, it took years to finally like, fuck, I can't just keep running back and forth.
Like
to
it turned
sermons.
into like a big gulp of tea, you know?
Yeah, pretty much. It's big gulp tea.
That's actually funny.
Yeah,
That's actually
it's
funny.
big gulp tea, and I still treat it with respect, but it's you want enough to last you, and believe me, when I spill it while it's full, it doesn't spill, you know what I mean, when I'm moving around, it overflows, then you know, later on in the as I'm drinking it, it doesn't do that anymore because it's going down into the lower depths, but initially it can overflow like that, and it started doing that, so I had to put it by the side for a second. And so allow me to resettle myself here, but do me a favor, if you wind up having to dedicate yourself completely to your work just to get it done with, make certain to rejoin us if you have the energy to do so when you get home. You know, then as soon as you get home, you know, just jump back
I
into
usually
the...
do.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I didn't even know it was Wednesday. That's how freaking how dreary my life is. I didn't even know we got that far. I was like in purgatory and shit.
By the way, Nemo says, thought of using thermal flask for your tea Okay, thermal flask would be like what? Like a flask, right? Like that just
Like those Stanley mugs that all those chicks are using, something like that.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of like the
Sure,
same
you saw
thing.
some.
Yeah, this is like the same thing, except it's traditional Chinese. I much prefer the traditional Chinese crock pot. So it's like,
Right.
yeah, it's like a crock pot made of clay. So it's like, or porcelain.
Yeah, no, that's much better. That's
Yeah,
much
thank you. Thank you. It's just much better for me. And, yeah, but I appreciate all
I'm sure
the
you have to deal with all that white girl shit at the States.
Hey, yes, yes. Yes, I do. That's actually quite funny.
Rich white girl shit. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And you know, it is funny. Later on, I'll bring this up in the course of monologue. More than likely, I'll get to the.
But it was a
AIDS.
good suggestion, Nemo. Like it's just,
Yeah.
it's logical. It's logical.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you, Nemo. And but yeah, there's this obviously in how do I say that intercourse or just getting intimate with people on the estate who are staff members is not encouraged. Actually, it's grounds for instant termination. So I can't just go around trying to hump every female who's working on the estate. But of course, there's one cute little.
Well, I'm sure it's pretty austere because,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, it's
especially after I met you. Now it all makes sense.
yeah.
They have to keep you under lock and key.
Yeah, obviously I'm not encouraged to go into certain areas. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true. Yes, that's true. But yeah, but there's this one home economics teacher.
Like, what did they tell? They,
Yeah.
they like see you from a distance and they like think you're a geisha or something. They're like,
That
Yeah.
mistake has been made. Yes, that mistake has been made. Yes.
and they're like, yeah, don't go near them. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
keep your distance. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. But the lads have to learn how to cook so that they can thrive as adults. So there's a home economics teacher who I particularly like, though I leave alone. But she was asking me about eggs. That she was complaining. She was complaining that the eggs are cracking more. And I said, I suspected it was the avian flu, but she asked me to find out. And I was like thinking, why me? Why are you asking me to find out about why the eggs are
'Cause
cracking?
you're the brains.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it was along those lines. It was along those lines. Well, you
Yeah.
seem to know everything else, and it's like, or at least how
But
to.
presumably, what it is they're trying to pump out the production because people are complaining probably every day to them.
Yeah.
Why are you charging so much? So what they do is they're basically putting these chickens, stressing them out, putting them under lights to trick them into laying eggs faster.
Yes, yes.
But they won't, they won't be able to produce as good of anything.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's just the flaw in our system.
Well, you've got it down to a degree.
Why don't they just that thing like
Don't what?
just like if he's trying to do the whole like everyone gets everyone America whatever back to normal and all that shit, why don't they just give people chickens? I mean, obviously if he can do what he's doing, he can do that.
Because your
Yeah.
average person would not know how to do anything with the chicken other than transmit more bird flu. They would only incubate more
They
avian
better
flu.
fucking learn quick. Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. I mean,
At this point they don't even care about science and flu and come on, like what does it
thank you.
matter?
No, your point is well taken.
Just,
your
like
point.
if we're gonna go all the way, might as well go all the way, and
Yeah.
then people like me and shit will be like the shamans that are still alive in the forest and shit, and they'll be
Yeah.
like, what herbs did you use?
It'll get to that. It'll get to that. It's
Everyone
like,
else is dead.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's I mean we'll get to that point in some places. Of that I have no doubt. But
I'm fine with it.
yeah, I know. I mean, seriously, I know you and I have to really go easy with just how we're so cynical at this point. We don't have much sympathy with much of humanity. That's
Yeah,
so-
I won't reveal my full plans, but if shit goes south, I'm not, I got a plan, and I ain't coming back.
Well, we need you here. We need you to help rebuild. So I'll try and discourage you from just bugging out completely. Yeah. when it comes
Well,
to, yeah.
I have other things to deal with. Yeah, let's just put it that way. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, after all, I mean, there might be some way to tempt you to stay. I mean, life's
Money.
Yeah, well, Jesus, that would help all of us, wouldn't it? Well,
Resources.
when the money devalues the way it's going to devalue, your what you want will change real quick. We're gonna,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're gonna.
It'll get to that point quick.
Yeah, well, it's starting. Yeah, we're feeling it now. They're already going to take away the penny. So I'll tell people a bit of the repercussions of that.
Which is the stupid part. It's like, why not get rid of all the change because a fucking nickel costs 11 cents? I mean, these people are so stupid.
Yeah.
Like, what is the penny? It's probably just because when they go to war, they'll have to get all that copper back anyways. So it's just kind of like a preemptive to make bullets and shit.
Like you said, you're thinking like they're thinking organized in an organized fashion. I don't give them credit for thinking that far.
And
ahead.
it was some pittance or something. They were like, 30 million the Treasury Department's using for pennies, and it's like, really, 30 million? Really?
No,
the military uses half a trillion or 800 billion. I mean,
yes.
And they're definitely not producing anything worth of anything.
Thank you.
Audit that shit, you fuckers.
Thank you. No shit.
And then we're enemy number one for saying that for so many years. It's like,
oh yeah,
that's the real audit. Where's that audit?
Yeah, well,
last time they tried it, they brought down a whole building.
Yeah,
it's just like, fuck.
Well, believe me, soldiers and the military. Like I said, when my dad ran away to join the Navy, there were signs on the lawns that said "Sailors and dogs keep off the grass," and this was during the time of the Great Depression. We will get back to that point once people get their head out of their ass. Once they realize, hey, the only people with all the benefits are these quote unquote veterans and servicemen.
And they ain't helping anybody, but
yeah,
not even themselves. They're literally.
Yeah, literally, they've got this own thing going where they're like, on their own trip, and they're just lost in their own world of grievance. So when it comes to all that, I think people are going to start waking up concerning the military sometime soon. And like I said, the only way to correct that will be a draft military. And that then people will be given food. Then people will be given clothing and shelter.
Yeah.
Yes. Then so rather than what they've got now, which is this welfare state.
Would you maintain ties with the UK or would you cut them off? Because that's a deciding factor. We'll deal with it when everything collapses. But
basically what's going to happen is Trump's going to make that decision for us. Trump is going to very much alienate the United Kingdom. So, and the reason,
I'm talking like, we're talking hypotheticals. Like,
well,
it's a sovereign situation.
Well, obviously, I want to have a cooperative world for the crisis that we're going to be facing.
Yes,
but I do feel that after that, there will have to be competition between powers to create a kind of progress. It is necessary for progress that some level of competition, even hostility, be maintained.
Of course, that's not naturally.
Yeah, and that was something that, of course, Brooke couldn't get or was trying to play the devil's advocate with. So Nemo says, and Nemo, don't be afraid to jump onto the bandwidth and just participate by speaking vocally, okay? Don't be afraid to do that. I encourage you to jump on and speak verbally with us. He says, Trump had to get rid of the pennies because... Okay, I can't read this.
Yeah, well, we already know. I already know. I don't even have to read it.
Yes. That's you need to put a warning note in front of these texts, Nemo, so that I don't read something like that out loud. All right, that's it's
at this point doesn't matter. It's like.
Yeah, you believe me, it does. Jesus Christ, everything's precarious enough as it is. We don't need any potential strikes.
Well, I mean, you heard about Kanye. You heard about Kanye, right?
Oh yes. And tell us a bit about this. Ye. Tell us about Ye and his swastika T-shirts and everything else. Yes, what's going on with Ye? Yes.
Yeah, well, what do you mean? Is that even a question? But basically, they put he got like those titanium teeth installed,
Okay.
You heard about that?
No,
he spent
I
like
didn't
20
know.
million or 2 million on titanium teeth or some bullshit.
Holy shit!
But they're using that to beam all this fake Nazi shit into his brain, so it makes you look bad and shit.
I guess.
You know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's
So everyone, when they see, like, you know, this is what the Nazis have become.
yeah.
Kanye, you know?
Yeah. So
But
that
what he did,
Yeah.
yeah.
So go on. What he did? Yes.
Yeah, what he did was he did that, like, he used his whatever money he has left to buy an ad for the Super Bowl, where it's just him in a dentist chair, like, babbling, like, you know, go to my website. And then you go to the website, or they went to the website, people did, and it was just a white t-shirt with a black swastika.
Oh my God.
on its side, like German style. You know, like real Hakenkreuz. And then that was it. There was no context. It was just on sale for $20. And he said, this is my ultimate art piece. He said, this is my performance art of a lifetime. And it was just a shirt with a swastika on it.
Oh my God. That's so
and then
sad.
everyone's like, look, he's a Nazi. He's a Nazi. I'm like, oh God, what an idiot.
Oh
Yeah,
God. It's like,
yeah.
They MK'd ultra'd him, and they like, and
well, he was already fried, but they really did a number on him after he said stuff about the J-Man.
Oh, how did they allow him to purchase the time at the Super Bowl? How many seconds did he get? Because every second is, you know, what, $1 million? You know,
basically he paid full price for it, and they only aired it in LA.
Oh,
so
God.
they scammed him. They basically scammed him.
Oh man,
because the J-Man just hates him now, you know. So it's like,
yeah.
They charged him full price and only showed it in LA. Yeah.
Oh, that's awful. Oh my God. It's
and then he had like Elon on his side for a while, and then he started to say, let P. Diddy out of jail, and then he had to like unfollow him. He was like, pardon my friend P. Diddy and all this shit, and they had to like, even Elon had to unfollow him. It was just like too much, you know. So dude's like he's fully in their programming, like fractured or whatever. What would you call that? Like in a
what Aaron Tice said. Aaron Tice is a firm believer that many of these people are impacted by voice-to-skull technology, or VTS. It's basically what they also call voices from God. And so they're being beamed from Langley, Virginia. And, you know, don't allow anyone, anyone out there, you don't allow yourself to fall into an unhealthy skepticism where you just automatically reject this concept. The voice-to-skull technology is quite real. It's patented. And so it exists. And this is exactly... I understand what Brendan is saying. If this man paid to have titanium teeth installed, has he just turned himself into a giant wireless transmitter for voice-to-skull technology?
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, it's...
But even before that, he was already like off the rocker and shit.
Yeah. Well, he's a product of a program already, but now he's just like a receptacle bin for, you know, their garbage 24 hours a day. So it's so sad. I just, you know, feel bad.
I mean, I don't think it's that sad. Like people always said, oh, he's a master of music, and this dude was not good in my opinion. I'm not convinced.
Understood.
It's just because people grew up with the music, they think it's like the pinnacle of what they've heard or something.
Weird. Yeah, I get it.
I don't think he was really talented.
Nostalgia. They're on a nostalgia trip.
Yeah, it's just like nostalgia, and then they feel bad for him. Like,
I mean, well, I can see
like 90% of these rappers are all like freaking industry plants and you know, selected by groups and producers, and then they're pushed, you know, into stardom and all. So it's hard to say, really. Mm-hmm. There's some talent, but obviously the real talented ones, in my opinion, like the old school guys, like the ones that were speaking out in the 90s, these like actual hip hop, like like real awakened hip hop, like they got either they got bought off, like Wu-Tang Clan style, or they just were never given any airtime. They were just like never given any airtime that was worth anything, so they had to go on with their lives, you know.
Right.
So
And-
you don't hear about like the real messages and all that shit. Like,
Thank you. Thank you. And of course you never will. It's like
like
that-
hieroglyphics and dead prez. There's one called dead prez, and they were talking, trying to push the black community into like eating healthy. You know, that was like they were pushing these songs about like eating fruit and stuff, and then they of course didn't get a single airtime, nothing on the radio.
God.
No one ever bought their shit. It was
Oh,
they were talking about like real freedom, talking about Malcolm X and all that, and then of course no one's gonna buy that. It was
No.
bullshit.
Well, what's the difference, say, for instance, between that and Public Enemy? Because the message with Public Enemy is far less constructive.
I mean, they did the Wu-Tang thing too. They just sold out, and it's just, you know,
Yeah.
like the message is there, but once they got paid enough, they just stopped doing. You know,
Yeah.
they just don't make anything. Like
Yeah.
perhaps because they're just told, like they're just straight up told off. They said if you do this deal, then you gotta shut up. You know, like because it's not like Ice-T or whatever his name is. Is it Ice Cube?
Oh, you can't remember.
Ice Cube, who was
Yeah.
like he was like literally just made into a fake gangster character. You know.
There you go. That was part of the marketing, right? That was their.
Yeah, it was just his marketing. So the real guys just get shut up.
Yes.
And then if you want to make a little bit of money, and you're not on drugs, then you just have to shush. Like there's no, like RZA and all these guys, like they just have to be quiet. Like it's just so that simple. And I think they're smart enough to know that. That's why they didn't really push the, you know, like
The boundaries.
you know, like it's like once you make enough money and then your target's on your back, you can't sit there and, you know, unless you go the P. Diddy route and do all this stupid shit, and then that way they have something to hold over your head.
Yes.
So, but if you don't do that, then you have to be quiet and keep, you know, take your money and shut up.
Join
So
us.
it's like, you know,
Yeah.
I don't really hate it. You know, it's just like I would have done the same thing probably, honestly.
Yeah. I get it. No, I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
I mean, the
Well,
only
some people don't, then they
Yeah.
turn into Kanye. Look, this was,
Yeah.
like he was already like a billionaire, and they already wiped his brain so many times, and then all he had to do was just shut up and go live his life, but he couldn't handle it. It was the ego trip or whatever.
Or his
You know?
programming. Maybe they won't let him stop.
It was the programming. Yeah, it was the programming.
Yeah, they won't let him stop. They paid for making him what he is, so they're going to use the asset, right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it called when the programming dissolves?
Oh,
It's
fuck.
like, isn't there a term
Fragmenting.
for that?
No, there's fragmenting, other terms, but I'd have to, dwell on
Where
it
it's
for a
like
while.
he's borderline. He's basically rogue, but they have enough control where they can beam shit into his brain or something. So they don't care if he like fully crashes out.
Oh, that's so true.
Like I was wondering if people actually got the swastika T-shirt. Like if anyone bought it. Like if anyone knows, let me know.
Yeah, if anyone said, yeah, Nemo.
And isn't that almost the wrong colorway? Why would he choose white on black? That was weird. I thought that was strange.
Actually, white swastika on a black T-shirt, correct?
No, other way, inverse.
Black swastika on a white T-shirt.
On a completely like Snow White background. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because yeah, I don't know. it's just like
There's no point in getting into the mind of a man.
yeah, poor guy. Yeah, he's yeah.
But he was saying things like the item number was like was HH08 or something, like
HH.
like he went full.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Yeah.
So he went full
08.
thing.
Weird. Yeah, but what does the 08 represent? If anything, it's.
I think it was supposed to be 88, but
Okay.
he like didn't know what he was doing, or whoever was doing it messed up or something.
Oh Jesus, that's so fucking sad.
Yeah. So it's just to discredit you, so that like if you ever come out, they'll say like, "Look, he's going Kanye."
Yeah. Well,
because like
it's-
then the mainstream won't be able to absorb it. And just be like,
well, let's put it this way. It's how do I say it? It sounds like he had Peter Moon make the T-shirts. Remember Peter Moon kept saying he made T-shirts. Do you
no
remember
way,
that?
you're
You
joking.
don't remember that? Nemo, come on and tell him, Nemo. You must remember it. I mean, yeah, Peter Moon was saying.
What would his T-shirt even be?
It was all against George W. Bush Jr. Believe it or not, what didn't make any sense was it was all about George shitting and pissing all over George Bush Jr. They had like a T-shirt where they made George Bush Jr. the Mad Magazine character, Alfred E. Newman. So they used George Bush's
But that
face.
wasn't Pete's idea. That had been done.
Yes, I know. So all he did was plagiarize, but he paid.
Well, classic.
Yeah, which is, of course, that's what he does. All he does is plagiarize. But he had a bunch of T-shirts made of it and made a killing off of it, is what he said. Every once in a while, he'd go into that story about the, T-shirts and shit. How he, contracted for T-shirts to be made. So
and all that time, I kept saying, "Let's make T-shirts for Doug." This fucker just didn't say a word.
Oh, of course not. No, he didn't want to.
What a piece of shit.
Of course not. He didn't want to.
Because he knew it would sell. He knew it would sell, and you'd thrive and shit. Like, they don't want that.
No, of course not. And so along with that, then the individual was,
and he would swoop all your artwork and then pick like no offense, like the worst ones for the book.
Yes.
Like he would deliberately pick the ones that like were the least effective, in my opinion.
Yes.
It's like, what the fuck is up with that?
Yes.
Well, we know what it is up. Now we know, but I'm just saying, like.
Of course, that was his assignment, was to make the book as
it look as bad as possible.
Yes, make everything look as bad as possible. Yes, no, he's not to mention he just has very bad taste, and but
corny. It's always it's almost like his. Yeah, it was just corny.
But since he fucked up everything he did, it sounds like
even on his books, even on his books, it was so corny. Yeah, like, it was so hard to even like look at almost.
Thank you, just cheese.
And then that AI thing he made.
Oh, he thinks that's the pinnacle. He thinks he's getting great with AI. that he's developing an intimate relationship with AI the way other people do with video game characters. Yes, and
he can't even get that far. Like, I'd hate to see what would happen if he knew what a waifu was. Like,
he can't get it up for females. He pretends he does, but it's all just pretending. It's pretending.
Well, they have like the yaoi boy ones.
Oh yeah, but then again, he's
but he would he'd get lost. He wouldn't know what to do.
He wouldn't know what to do. He's too stupid. For one thing, he couldn't react to it because it's just a picture to him, as opposed to a real photograph. You get what I'm saying? And,
you know what's weird about that? That's my uncle said some weird shit like that too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like he said, I can't get off to just a photo or something. And I was like, I was like, that's weird to say. Like, why would anyone say, like, can you explain that? Is that...
Thank you.
What does that mean? Like, he likes raping? Is a rapist? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. It's like, again, just part of the insanity of the people that you and I have been forced to deal with. And so we're all left shaking our heads.
Yeah, what the fuck does that even mean? And it was always when it was a chick. It was like one time, like, he saw, like, I had, like, one of the, that vegan... She's American, but she lives in Japan, and she's like an adult actress. And he saw her on my phone or something. Yeah. And I was like, "Oh yeah, do you want to know about that?" And he's like, "It doesn't work. Like, I can't use photos or something weird like that." And I was just like, "Oh, that's odd."
Here's what's going on. What he's doing is he's providing you a pretense or a context so that you understand from quote unquote. He's trying to give an excuse for why he's not responsive. So, because he's non-responsive to pornographic pictures of females, he's going to say something like that. But the reality is he doesn't turn on to girls. Because, look, men are visual. That's how we evolved. And unlike...
so that's what I assumed, right? Yeah. I was like, oh, if he saw that, then he would say something. But he didn't. Yeah. No. He's fucked up. He's fucked up. It's kind of like these guys who are on too many drugs and they can't get it up anymore. But he
anymore.
Would go to fucking Thailand. It's like...
Well, we agreed what that was about. That's boys. He's going for boys.
Well, he would always talk about ladyboys. Like talking about ladyboys, like as a joke, quote unquote.
Well, remember, all Peter Moon ever talked about was gays. It's all he ever brought up was
it's like that was his main umbrage. And he would hate it when I would say, like, like, my generation doesn't really care. It's like it's irrelevant to us.
Thank you.
Like boomers, it's like, oh my god, like gays are taking over.
What is their
it's like
trip? What is their fucking trip?
Like, and then I grew up to where it's like you do whatever you want to do, and just like if you don't like it, you don't have to really do anything. You just ignore it.
I mean, well, it's not
a big deal.
Here's what I can tell you was the attitude I took on over the years was that when I grew up, I was surrounded, as you can imagine, in San Francisco by gay propaganda, and just everywhere you looked was just gay men letting it all hang out on posters on every single, bus corner, meaning like waiting for the school bus. You're seeing signs with all the guys with the six-pack abs showing you their armpit hair and shit. And the only thing that I could conclude
how
is
San Francisco's changed. Now it's just weird AI people.
Thank you.
Saying, replace your workers. You know, do you remember that? That was weird.
Get rid of your workers. Get rid of your workers.
Of the corn shit.
Yeah. Get
like,
AI.
what did they train the AI on horror films? Like, what the fuck was that?
Yes. No, I must confess, I do prefer that to the fucking ugly guys with their fucking buff cut, plastering their man meat all over the fucking streets. Right. Yeah, I do prefer that just they fire your workers and pick up an AI to that. But such being said, those signs, as repulsive as they were, they're not something I'm going to respond to. Though there is a visceral response of, hey, this is fucking repulsive. But the point is, I would not be concerned.
Just like that Tel Aviv ad,
Thank you.
Come to Tel Aviv for the gays. Yeah. That was cringy. That whole thing was cringy.
Well, that's just embarrassing. Yeah, that's because it's so phony. It's because none of those guys look like they were into it. They didn't look like they were gay for each other. They all looked like they were standing around wondering what to do with the producer telling them just jump up and down and play soccer. It's but in the case of San Francisco and those kinds of pollsters, I would not have been concerned like, oh, I've got a child and he looks at that. Oh my God, if my son looks at that, I'm so afraid he'll grow up to be gay. I mean, my father was never worried about that with me because he understood you either are or you're not. So it's only if it's innate and you look at that will you get excited. Any hetero guy is going to look at that and just say, ew. It's just so you don't need to worry about, oh, I've been exposed to it enough, it finally sinks in, I think I'll switch. It doesn't
work like that.
Thank you. But Peter and the baby boomers, they act like it does. That's what I don't get on Fox News and all these other conservative hangouts.
Like you're gonna get it like through osmosis or like it's a fucking like it's the flu or something.
Yes, it's like saying even
by proximity.
Just by introducing the concept in an intellectual sense to your children through sex education, that somehow they'll say, "Oh, I want to try that. I want to try that." Like I could be surrounded and was all my life by gay men, and I've never said whenever they bent over, I just say, that's a really bad view. I wouldn't say, oh man, I must dig into that. It's like, it's either in hate or it's not.
Those Dare commercials. Do you remember those Dare commercials from the 80s? I saw a few online.
I can't remember. Tell me. Yeah.
The girls are chilling, like these high school girls, and then she's like, you guys want to do something fun? And then she pulls out a cigarette box full of drugs and joints and just like random cocaine baggies.
All right.
And it was just like so unrealistic, but it actually made it look cool or something. It was like, maybe that's fun. It's like it did the exact opposite of what it was supposed to do. That's why everyone in the 80s is all fucked up.
Yeah, there you go. That's
instead of being like a bad thing, it was like, it was like, oh, what's that?
That's but I wouldn't feel that way when seeing some guy unzip his fly. It would not be the same. It's like I don't feel, ooh, what's that? It's just I know what it is. I'm so familiar with what it is. I want none of it. There you go. But they're all worried about it. But you know what it represents?
The suppression thing. It's like
it's because they're all gay. That's why all the baby boomers and Peter Moon and all the rest of them are gay themselves. That's why they're so fucking
like the Puritan thing. It's like if you suppress something, then people want to do it, or it like manifests more or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think it's beyond that. I think most of these fuckers are just plain fucking gay. They're just frozen fruits. They're all frozen fruits, like Peter. They just like say, "Yeah, I'm not gay," and "Isn't it awful the exposure to gayness?" And it's like, yeah, you know why? Because you're turning onto it, and your crotch is bulging, and you can't look away.
Yeah,
And
like it offends them because it turns them on. Yeah, that
yes,
makes sense.
that's
Makes sense.
what it's all is. Yes, that's
Yeah.
it. And,
And they feel dirty or something.
yes, that's it. Yes, yes. They see that part
How
of
could I be
themselves.
like this? You know?
Yeah, and they get angry, and they're angry at not at themselves, so they project it on the rest of the world. Like, the world's
Right.
going to shit. Remember how Peter said that? It's all LGBTQIA. Remember he said that? That's everything's for
He
LGBT.
kept saying shit like that.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, do you not know who you're talking to, you idiot? It's like, are you not aware about my son already? Are you not aware? Yeah, it's like,
Oh, he knew. He knew. That's why he would always say he hated trans or something.
yeah, yeah. He just like blurted out. It was like Jameson Reese. It was like Jameson Reese. This verbal diarrhea, logorrhea, verbal diarrhea. That's what it was. For those of you who don't know, logorrhea is an actual medical term for verbal diarrhea, where the person just can't stop talking, and it's like like explosive diarrhea. They have to say it. They can't control themselves. That's how Jameson Reese and Peter Moon were, right? Am I wrong on that? That's, you know,
Yeah,
real.
but with Pete, it was like a dribble. It was just like so boring.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
At least Jameson was entertaining. You know, it's like,
Yeah, I don't know.
everyone dies.
Yeah, I don't know. He could be entertaining depending on your mood. If you were in the right
Or
mood.
it was like this morbid kind of like, you know,
But it
it was
was
like
just-
funny.
It was generally
was
just
cringe,
awful.
but-
And generally it was
Yeah.
just awful. It was just so cringe. It was just so bad. It was just, yeah, it's,
Bye, you know?
I hate everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody die. Everybody die. Yeah, it's like,
Like, what the fuck was he talking about?
and then it would go into the occult shit. And all he could talk about was magic. And yet at the same time, it turned out that's exactly what Peter Moon was, only he didn't talk about it. All he cared about
Right.
was magic, but he didn't talk about it till the end. It all began coming out. When he
Yeah, I
came
remember one. I don't remember who I said it to. Someone was like, I forgot what was going on, but it was like you and Pete were talking about like grimoires or something.
Yeah.
And I don't know who it was, but someone in the chat was like hating on him.
Yeah.
I think this was like back in Miguel Andahar when he was going rogue on me.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, how can you deal with these people? Like Doug is evil and all this shit. And I was like, look, I already knew what I was getting into. Two old guys talking about magic. It's like, you don't need to come here and like proselytize. You know, I was like, come on. It's like two dudes talking about magic, you know? So it's like you're gonna sit there and say like,
Why was he so pissed off? I mean,
evil.
he's digging around. He's taxidermizing
Yeah.
crows and
Right,
ravens
right.
and digging
Digging
around in
bones
child
out of, like,
cemeteries to dig out baby bones.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what I told him. I said, you're on a level yourself, dude. Like, get the fuck out. This was after I told him off, so he was still he was just harping on it. You know.
It's just they're nuts. They're all fucking nuts. So Nemo, we need to talk to you about whether or not you have that Salmon Shake episode. Do you have that Salmon Shake episode that Samuel Romero?
Which one?
It was, there's only a few. I mean, obviously not one of his. It's the one where he's interviewing myself, of course.
You tolerated that clown for? Jeez.
Yeah. Remember? I mean, that he leaves them up. He leaves them
No,
up.
I
because
deleted that shit.
Yeah, well, he leaves them up because they're the only hits his channel gets. So, yeah,
Right.
yeah, and
And then he had that dude that looked like Crypt Keeper and shit.
oh well, well, he pulled in all the winners. All the fucking winners were on his channel for a short period of time.
My
there
Sufi master, and
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
I never saw the Sufi master and my Sufi Masonic master, and he even the guy that supposedly was like behind like a freaking like some kind of Islamic sigils because he
Yeah.
couldn't show his face.
Yeah.
He's like, what the fuck? Who is this? Like,
it's
he's like, what is this? Your cousin?
It's Osama bin Laden or shit. Or maybe he's
Right.
talking to himself. He's talking to himself through a voice distortion.
That almost gives him too much credit. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's
he's
true.
just
That gives you too
dumb.
much credit for thought.
It was
Yeah.
just someone he found at Masjid just crying about, just quoting the book and shit, just with no context of who you were. He probably just said, "There's this infidel after me. We got to, just say a bunch of junk. Just quote scripture in his general direction. Or something."
Oh, yes. That's look, Nemo. Let's see. He's typing something. Good. Nemo, I'd like you to come on and talk with Brendan just so I can take a short piss before I go into monologue. Just so I can take a short.
Well, I'm not going to be of much use. I have to pull up this.
Well, maybe I
Everything
better
is
do it.
manual here.
I know.
It's like,
oh
can
God,
you imagine that?
it sounds like you're pulling up an anchor. Yeah, it's like you're pulling in an anchor.
Yeah, I might as well have joined the fucking Navy. Like, fuck. Would have at least got to travel.
Yeah, that's oh yeah, well, not always. Yeah, you take a look at your friend. You wouldn't want to travel when they park your carrier outside of Fukushima Daiichi Wash. Remember that shit? Let's park into the radioactive stream. All the shit that's coming out.
Yeah, you guys just keep an eye out. While you still have them.
Yeah. Keep the Geiger counters ready. We're just measuring how many rads and Rontgens.
Yeah, and it's already hot as fuck. Like, but you can't say anything because your commanding officer said it's cool. It's cool, man. I'm gonna go back to my lead line, room. Like, I like that. I like I always thought that was hilarious when you were talking about like the Trinity shit.
Yeah.
And then you see like Oppenheimer there with boots and shit, and everyone else. Digging through the dirt and like.
Yeah, him and General Groves. Him and General Groves had the rubber booties. Yeah.
Yeah, they were like in rubber boots.
But everyone else is digging through with their bare hands. Picking up the Trinitite.
They probably had like athletic cups like lined with lead or something. It's like.
Yes.
And then these guys are like on their knees looking for like little glass pieces and shit.
Yes. By the way, Nemo says I shouldn't read this, but Nemo, please give me your permission to read this. I actually want to read that. Nemo. Anyhow, come on to the call, Nemo, so you can talk with Brendan for a few minutes while I finally relieve myself one last time before going into full monologue. Come on, Nemo. Let me read that. Yeah, give me permission to read that, Nemo. Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing that, and no one,
Yeah,
dude.
We won't get any strikes for that. Read it then. He says, read it then. Yeah. So basically, no. Yeah. Basically, what he says, Nemo says, don't read. I don't have it. That video was repulsive because the Dune Coon, I love it. The Dune Coon only kept the camera on his ugly face. Yeah, there we are. It's so true. Salman Sheikh.
Yeah, why would he do that? It was really weird when he would do that.
Yeah, because he's so insecure. He's so fucking butt ugly. He knew that otherwise it would just look like shit. Like he would look like shit next to me, right? So nobody would want to look at him. So he just made
even Pete knew better than that. That his face was all fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Salman is actually trying to become a celebrity. That's how dumb he is. Pete knew he was too fucked up to do that. You're right. Give Pete credit for that. Pete knew he was too fucking butt ugly, but that gives Pete even more insanity when he thought these girls would fall for him, like Marina Sarin. Like, marry me, Marina.
Oh, it's because he probably watches all that red pill shit. Yeah. They just want me for my money.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll bow to me for money. And it's like, if you look at all the comments and shit, like there's girls that are like, I would starve before touching you,
Yeah, good for them. And that's
it's starting to get to that point where like, I think even in desperate times, these chicks are just going to say, fuck you guys, because it's not how that works.
Well, yeah, hopefully more of them follow the example of Elon Musk's daughter. I mean, now there's a person who stood up for the principles. Just, fuck
right.
You, Dad. You can keep your fucking billions, and I hate you so much, I'm going to become a bitch. Yeah, since you always told me I acted.
Yeah, and it's so crazy those Elon Glazers are, like, blaming them as if, like, oh, they were so privileged. How could they do this to their father? It's just like, what the fuck? Are you guys insane?
Yeah, thank you. That's no privilege.
He named the kid that he's waving around in the Oval Office is the one with the spell name.
Yeah, X. They just call him X. Yeah.
They call him X because if you like say too much, it'll summon the demon inside of him. And shit.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, and that kid looks smarter than, I'm not joking, than everyone in that fucking room. I'm not even
even Trump said that. Trump said he's high IQ. I say compared to you, the rest of you in the room, that's...
And the kid was like trying to like grab on, Elon's head, like telling him to shut up because he's so annoying.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah.
And like, who wears like their outfits? Just come on. If you're gonna be a Nazi, at least dress well. What the fuck is this?
Thank you.
Like he's wearing some some stupid peacoat with a snapback.
Yeah.
Like none of that makes sense. None of that makes sense.
No, there was no fashion coordination.
It was so cringe looking.
Yeah, no fashion coordination whatsoever. He looked weird. He's just playing. You know what he looked like? Remember the rock band? Devo. That's what he looked like. A Devo member.
Well, at least Devo was stylish.
Yeah, good point. Good point. That's an insult to Devo. Yes.
Yeah, it's just looking at this guy was just like, dude, what the fuck? And like people are saying he's like a Bond villain. It's like, no, he's not. These people are not like.
Thank you. No.
Like Trump has the Masonic background, so he dresses nice, but then these other nerds and shit, they look so bad. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's
why?
Oh, and
like I get it. You don't. Oh, I don't care. I'm gonna do whatever I want. But it's like there's a certain point where you have to like not look like that.
Thank you. Well, you saw the old rich. The old rich would dress to the nines. They would dress very formally.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, they made certain to look good. At least their suits would look good. They may look inhuman, but their suits would at least look good. In terms of what else does that
it's
remember?
like if you're gonna be evil, you got to have some kind of beauty or niceness. I mean, it just goes with
the territory. There has to be some seductive measure you
it's
need
cosmic.
to take.
It's cosmic. It's like you can't have the Venus without the Saturn. Like, otherwise, it's just all bad. It's just
thank you. Otherwise, you can't attract anybody. But then again, you take a look at those repulsive things like Cthulhu and shit. It's like Samuel Romero said, people see Mr. Squidman rise out of the water and they orgasm. It's like, oh, Cthulhu! And it's...
You know how many idiots would literally bow down if they saw that?
That's what they're waiting
finally.
For. Yeah, that's what they're waiting for.
Then, and they don't realize that it's just going to put tentacles through your brain and suck your fucking energy out and shit.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's there you go. That's... They're hoping to get eaten first. It's kind of like Trappist wanting me to suck his blood. Take me, Cthulhu.
Yeah, while he had the Cthulhu dildo.
That's right. He had the Cthulhu dildo.
That's disgusting.
For those of you who wonder how we know that, that's because he forced us to look at it. He wouldn't
stop sending the link.
Thank you.
Stop sending the fucking links.
He turned on the camera and waved his dildo a number of times. So it's like after a while we just said,
I stopped looking. Looking, but he kept insisting. Like, nah, dude, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Even on air, I went off. This is like the one time I ever went off on someone that you let on air. I was like, no one cares about your stupid fucking organic dildo things.
Thank you.
Stop sending me that.
Yeah, I wasn't there at the time. I think I had
you weren't there, but you wouldn't stop. And I just was like, come on, dude. Like, I don't want to hear about that.
Thank you. You're right. He kept going on. He was proselytizing. He was proselytizing the dildos.
And he was like, but they're organic. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck.
What does that even mean? I mean,
or non-toxic. He's like, they're non-toxic.
No, he actually used the word organic. He used the word organic. I distinctly remembered. He also said non-toxic, but it was primarily organic. And beyond that, I mean, when I think organic, why not use corn cobs or fucking cucumbers? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, Peter Moon's using cucumbers even. So there we go with that. With peanut butter, no less. According to himself.
Yeah, with peanut butter. There you go.
That's according to himself. But we're not making this up, people. Not just bitter and salty about the son of a bitch. Oh, come on, Nemo. Just jump on the call so you can talk with Brendan so I can take a leak. Come on, Nemo. It's not that difficult. Jesus. Nemo, we love the sound of your voice. We need it. So stop typing and get your voice on. He was trying to get Brendan onto them. He was. Well, he's trying to get us all onto them. That idiot Trappist was. It was like, yo, gotta try this. Yes, it's And he says, don't feel like voice chatting. Come on, Nemo. Life's not that hard. It's okay, Nemo. It's okay. Sometimes we gotta do things that we don't feel like doing. Just to help a friend out. Help a friend out. Oh, man. Oh, well. As soon as Brendan's off mute, I'll take that break. It'll be a few minutes, and then I'll be back, and I'll just dive straight into the monologue. Come on, Nemo. You can do it. You can. Everybody together. All your voices. A chorus. You can do it, Nemo. And here we are. Teary-eye emoji to respond to that. So, I guess one thing I could do till Brendan comes back on is remind everybody when our man, when Donald Trump is trying to look to the future, he looks to the past. So, as I said, while I'm on World War II time, the important thing to remember is that I'm trying to enlighten people to the fact that Japan won the Second World War. I wrote a whole book on it, but Peter Moon grabbed the copyrights, so he gets all the profits. So I can't recommend that book anymore. I have to rewrite it. So that having been done, we are faced with the 1,000-year Reich in exile, means that World War II is still in effect, and it's one of the reasons they've never declared another war, which would be very easy to do. They could have done that in Vietnam, mobilized the American population to victory in an anti-communist crusade, and they would have won the fucking war. Instead, they went the route of, well, dealing with the reality that they're stuck with. And the reality is, the Axis powers demanded that America, in particular, can never declare war again, along with England and France, and therefore none of the Allies have ever declared war ever again. There's been no legal declaration of war since World War II. Now, when I'm thinking of my world, because my parents were born and lived and fought in World War II, I think on World War II terms. I am on World War II time. But I'm still very projected into the future. I'm not re-fighting a war, unlike what many people might think. Donald Trump is someone whose grandparents, I presume, had a lot of effect on him, helped to raise him, and as a result, they are the influence on his cosmology, his political cosmology, and as a result, Donald John Trump is living on Civil War time. So when it comes to the effect that this has on him, we have to remember the effect that the American Civil War had on everybody else. Now, there's two historical events that define the United States in the collective memory of its people. Well, basically, there's only one. It's World War II. Because people have more and more lost any sense of their own identity in terms of a homogeneous, European-descended white America. This is primarily the foundation of white grievance. In what used to be white America, there were two historical events that defined the United States in the collective memory of its people. The American Revolutionary War of Independence and the first American Civil War between the states for rights. So, or as some would say, the War of Northern Aggression or Southern Independence. Either way, those are more or less solid Southern terms. Now, in what used to be television-rotted brains, these days I would say the internet-rotted brains of semi-literates, some vague remnant circulate of Washington crossing the Delaware. In fact, these have become overblown to the point of an infestation of the mind, or the blue and the gray clashing at Gettysburg. So online, the incels, or the involuntary celibates, have turned to history as their sex. And as a result, there is some sense of historical continuity, albeit exaggerated to psychotic proportions in terms of its immediacy. But in one sense, for once, folk myth is in accord with historical truth because these trois events were crucial, not only to the United States, but to the world in general. So, new histories of both conflicts are published every year. I'm speaking of AMREV, or the American Revolution, and the Civ War, or the Civil War I. And both have long exercised a fascination for, the general public in terms of what might have been. Well, especially for the Southerners for whom the war never ended. Now, it's only been a few decades since the death of the last Civil War veteran. And particularly in the states of the old Confederacy, it remains the war. Those 4 years between 1860 and 1865 killed over 600,000 Americans. And that was before the plague that infested America afterwards. And those 600,000 that died by direct violence, well, that's more than the grand total of all United States casualties in all other conflicts since the American Revolution. Not even Tarawa or Guadalcanal saw fighting as bitter or as bloody as Antietam or Chancellorsville. No other American war saw anything approaching the rage, the hate, the mass ferocity that gripped the people of the Trois sections. In the South, fully 1/4, 25% of the free adult male population was lost in that war. In many areas of the lower South, that proportion reached 100 percentage points or more, literally over 50%. Casualties like these exceed the losses that gutted France for 12 generations after World War I, and equal those inflicted on Germany during the 30 Years' War. The war and the occupation and social upheavals which followed gave the continental United States its only taste of impoverishment and humiliation that followed defeat in a major war. The effects on the North were less painful, but nearly as drastic. This is the important point of what Trump is fighting, what Trump is contending with, and why I've said he would abandon Taiwan and thereby crash the world technology that maintains our economy. Just remember that before the Civil War, the United States government had only a few thousand civil servants, mainly in the post office. These were federal agents, and they were armed. They were sworn to get the mail, which was federal property, so long as it was in their possession of transport. As long as they were transporting that mail, whatever it was headed, wherever it was headed, it was federal property, and they had to protect it by lethal force if necessary. So postmen carried guns. Postmen were expected to kill on behalf of maintaining that delivery. And aside from that United States Postal Service, the federal government levied practically no direct taxes, had little impact on the economy, apart from land sales. Between the War of 1812, World War I, the Napoleonic conflict, in which they call it the War of 1812 just to avoid saying that America was part of the axis of Napoleon that was defeated by the European monarchies. Between that first global European war, the War of 1812 was simply the American front of that World War, one in which the Canadians invaded America and burned the White House, which was then colored pink, to the ground, and they had to rebuild all America after that. The Canadians kicked America's ass and defeated it. Trump is still fighting that war. That's part of his grievance, is that the Canadians defeated the Americans burned their capital to the ground, sacked Washington, D.C., and forced America to rebuild the White House, all too tragically misnamed as the White